I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. Sleep, stretch, shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no given. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't want it when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house. And woo. Watch out, get ahead, watch out, get ahead, watch out, get ahead. Woo. Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this.
Welcome to the biggest day in Virtual Diplomacy League history. We have the best Virtual Diplomacy League players battling for the 22 VDL championship game. 2 of these players have already locked spots in the 2022 DBN Invitational, but 5 others seek their spots. It's now or never to claim the second VDL championship title. The Fridge Diplomacy Championship is also taking place today, along with the Rookie Showcase. Today, 2 new virtual champions will be named, and a rookie will be seeking to put their name into Virtual Diplomacy League history. Let's get to Super Saturday right now.
Unbreakable. Now there ain't nothing to it, go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions, know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I don't think you understand. Watch me escape.
Well, thank you for joining us today on League Night's coverage of the Virtual Diplomacy League 2022 Championship game. I'd like to thank each of you for joining, especially those of you who are participating in Dip Chat. You can join Dip Chat by going to our YouTube channel during this stream, talk some smack, join in some friendly and supportive conversations about competitive diplomacy. It is a fantastic community to engage with, and one of the highlights of my of doing this show for me. But first, let's introduce the other members of this panel that have joined me in the virtual studio today. First, let's introduce the man with the most beautiful view, Ed Sullivan.
Hey guys, how are you doing? I'm very excited to be here. I love the VDL. Zachary Moore, Ambassador of the Year in the hobby, started it, and it's a fantastic event. I was lucky enough to make it last year and didn't make it this year. So those who cannot do, comment.
Hello. Next up, let's go to my fellow Chicagoan, Kevin O'Kelly. Kevin.
Thanks, Brian. Nothing says VDL Championship Saturday more like snow in Chicago and a post-holiday COVID surge. So I'm glad I'm inside here warm, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
And Adam Silverman.
What an amazing capstone to a great season. Can't wait for this.
Yep. And the illustrious David Hood, take us home.
Hey, fellas, glad to be here for this event. I'm also glad to hear that I can't play because, according to Ed, that's how we end up commentating.
All right. Well, before we get started on our coverage of today's show, let's just take a quick look at a few of the games that are coming up that are left on the schedule. Not many left. In fact, I would say there's just one left. Cascadia. By popular demand to help tide people over. Unfortunately, face-to-face Cascadia had to be postponed, but they are going to be holding a virtual face-to-face tournament on Saturday, January 29th. A link to this event will be posted in the show notes, and you can visit the nadf.org for more information and a link to registration. This will be the last chance to earn points for the 2021 DBN Invitational season. And after that, we're going to start off our 2022 season. David, why don't you give us a quick sneak peek about some of the upcoming events that we can look forward to in the near future?
You know, the first event in the 2022 season is actually the same weekend as the DBNI final. There is an event called Total Con where Alex Maslow will be running a diplomacy tournament. That's the last weekend in February. And then in April, there is an event in Australia in Melbourne called PoppyCon, which is the second to the last weekend in April, face-to-face, hopefully, in Melbourne. And then I think maybe Adam ought to talk about the next event at the last weekend in April because he's so involved in it.
Well, yeah, that will be the Whipping in San Jose in the Bay Area, California, which is, as far as I'm aware, the longest running West Coast face-to-face tournament. We obviously didn't run it last year. We were the first tournament that actually had to cancel due to COVID. But we are so stoked about bringing it back face-to-face and so excited that we're going to be hosting DipCon and crowning the 2022 North American Diplomacy Champion right in California in the Bay Area. It's the last weekend of April into the beginning of May. We'll have 4 rounds of diplomacy. 3 rounds counting towards a top score. There won't be a top board, so it'll just be a cumulative score to get you there. It's just going to be a great tournament. It's in a great spot near downtown San Jose with lots of places to hang out, restaurants and food and whatnot. For those who haven't been to a face-to-face tournament, this is a great one to come to. It's a great area, and we'd love to have you. We'll put some info in the show notes, I guess, Brian, right, for folks who are looking for more information. Brian, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I wanted to second what Adam just said, and also all details about upcoming events you can find in various places on the web, including at thenadf.org.
I don't need to come off mute because David Hood knows exactly what I was trying to say. David, why don't you also tell us about World DipCon? I think that's worth mentioning so people can plan ahead for that event.
Yes, World DipCon this year, that's the face-to-face World Championship, will be held at the Carnage event in Vermont. It'll be November 4th through the 6th. Many folks will remember Carnage was the site of the North American Championship just a couple of months ago, the same site, which our friend Adam Silverman here actually won. Carnage will be a great event. There'll be a lot of people there from all over the world, and please try to fit it into your schedule November 4th through 6th, 2022.
Looking forward to that one for sure. So with that, let's go ahead and start getting back into the world of virtual diplomacy. One of the cool things about virtual diplomacy is we've got more data about these games than any other format has ever allowed, just because the computers are recording everything. So we are going to take a quick look at a couple of stats. Those who have watched the Virtual Diplomacy League throughout this year, these stats will be pretty familiar. But for those of you that may be joining for the first time, we'll run through them real quick. TS is the top share. That's the player's average share of their board top at the end of their games. CAP is centers above the average player. Cap 04 is the centers of average player at the end of 1904, kind of getting an idea of how do they end the game versus how do they start. OSR is the order success rate, the percentage of successful orders. FSG is the supports given to foreign units. And FSR is supports received by foreign units. And all of these statistics have been normalized. And in most cases, you will be comparing them to the normalized average of all of the players. So you can kind of get an idea whether our players are above or below the average, to kind of help us get a feel for what their performance is like. First up, let's take a quick look at the power stats. You'll see all of those stats we just talked about across the columns. We have had 87 boards in the 20 that are ranked here. This is the 2021 and 2022 season combined for these statistics. And you can see just kind of comparatively how our powers are performing. I'll just leave this to the group real quick. Anything stand out about these statistics and what we saw over the course of this season?
It's actually, there's no clear dominant power here. I think we're seeing Russia do a little bit better than everybody else, and Italy and Turkey doing a little bit worse. But we're talking about a difference of 8 percentage points, which is 7 or 8 games difference in terms of the number of boards that Russia has topped versus Italy or Turkey. That's not a whole lot. So I think every power is doing okay. There's been no specific trends towards absolute destruction of somebody or some particular power not doing terribly. So I think that says a lot. And it'll be interesting to see how that plays into the Paris method, since maybe the meta right now is not pointing against or for any particular power.
So I agree with Adam in general, but I am a little surprised that Germany is on par with Italy and Turkey. Overall, Doug Moore would be disappointed. I think Germany's had a rough 2021, and it'll come back. The Germans always come back.
Yeah, that's been a big shocker to me, and that trend has continued even through these were filtered to just Virtual Diplomacy League games, but it's carried over through the DBN as well, which includes games from face-to-face and the online hobby. So it's just been fascinating to watch. That's the one that really stands out to me as well. All right, next up, let's take a look at some league stats. Throughout the 2022 season, we had 83 total players in the Virtual Diplomacy League, 53 of which played their first game in the 2022 season. New players are the lifeblood of this hobby, and it's just been really, really good and exciting to see only 30 of last year's players were participating this year. So that's massive growth. So well done to Zach Moore for that. Total games played 49. Each player on average played 4.1 games within the league. There were 12 countries represented. So really good to see the international play as part of the Virtual Diplomacy League. That's one of my favorite things about this league. Zach's done a really good job of organizing time zones that are friendly towards the three major regions for the diplomacy hobby, which are Asia Pacific, Europe, and North America. And then on the right, we see a pie chart that kind of shows how did our games end. 28% of our players, if you played 28%, were eliminated. You had 52% survival. This should have been split top, not shared top, but 9% had a split top, which is any form of shared top. So I think we had three-way, two-way, and then lone top was at 9.3%. And coming in at just below 1%, we had 3 solos, and those are at 0.9%. Anything about these stats? I think I'll go to you, David. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, the pie chart with the little tiny blue sliver doesn't give the blue sliver enough justice. Obviously, the solos are important because they're so rare. And we'll talk about that a little bit later as we get ready to go into the final game today. But I would say the biggest thing that surprises me is that the elimination rate is as high as it is under the system that's been used, because elimination is not really all that critical sometimes for the surviving players. So it's still interesting to me that more than a quarter of the players get eliminated.
Yep.
David, I take the actually the opposite stance on that. 28%.
What a shock!
Yeah, 28% is 2 sevenths, almost exactly, and so that means on average we're seeing 2 powers eliminated from a game. Actually, I would have expected you'd see more than 2 powers eliminated in most games, and actually, to me, suggests that the scoring system is probably doing what it's intending to, and not causing a lot of unnecessary or extra eliminations.
Yeah, and in addition to the scoring system, it's also important to remember that all Virtual Diplomacy League games are timed. They tend to end somewhere between 1909 to 1912. On average, probably more of them ending in 1910-ish range, because they are not year limited, they are time limited. So if players in the game early, they can go a little bit faster. And also helps reduce the, not eliminate certainly, but reduce the end of game dot grabbing, because sometimes there's a chance you might play one extra year. So, all right, well, let's take a look at the games we're going to watch tonight. First, let's introduce the members of our 2022 VDL Championship game. In first place, we have Brandon Fogel. He scored 622 points, had 7 games that produced a score for him. Top share at 48% over the 2022 season, and his best score, 340 points, that is the score awarded to a solo, came with England. Anybody have any comments about how Brandon got to this game? How did he make the championship?
Well, I played with Brandon in his first VDL game in April, and well, you see him on DBN. He's calm, deliberative. He always has an answer for people. He doesn't get rattled. He board topped that game over me and did a great job. And I think he's intimidating because of his, like I wrote in my diplomacy briefing thing, his Spock-like demeanor. And he's a logician, and he knows this game really well. And it'll be curious to see if the other players today decide that's enough of you, Brandon, or work with them.
Yeah, that'll be fascinating for sure. Nicola Tele, 520 points, 10 scores, 23% top share. Best score came with a Russian solo. David, that was the most impressive solo of the season for me. I think you and I may have called that. I'm not sure, but do you or Adam have any comments about that game and the performance of Nicola in that solo?
Yeah, I will say that I'm going to talk about this in a little more detail when I give some comments in a few minutes about the season retrospective. But that solo was what I would call a positionally forced solo. He just got in a really good position and forced the issue, and that is always impressive to see that. And we've actually seen that a couple of times this season. And again, I'll talk about that in a few minutes.
Just forced to take a solo.
That's it. Had to do it.
My hands were tied. I had to take it.
Michaelis Kamaridis had an early solo in Austria, and I will be honest, at the beginning of the season, I did not think that it would happen again. When you looked at his statistics and he was in control of this league early on. I did not think he would get caught. Adam, can you talk to us a little bit about Michaelis's performance in VDL this season?
Well, I mean, if you look at his, he's only played in 4 games, right, which is quite a bit less than most of the other players here. But he's topped 2 of them. One with that big solo as Austria early on. I don't know how much of a target effect that solo had on him in his subsequent games, but it really didn't matter, right? Because he managed to blow away the competition in that first game, and he's cruised to a spot on this top board, and he's ridden that the whole season, not having to play a lot. We'll see how that plays out on the board today. It's going to be really interesting because he does not necessarily have the long-standing relationships with some of the folks on the board that others on the board may have with one another, which could be an advantage.
Next up, we've got Karthik Koneth. You'll see a gap, 4th and 5th place. Both Saren and Morgante, who have been going head-to-head all season long. One of the best rivalries in the 2022 season, one of the best storylines. Neither were able to play today for various reasons. So Karthik Koneth is our next highest ranked player. Very familiar to members of this broadcast. Kevin, why don't you talk to us about Karthik's play this season?
Karthik, when we were there doing the December broadcast, he was outside of the top 7 at that point. His results were three board tops, 3 good scores, which is what you needed to make last year. And pulled through on the last day. His performances earlier in the season were better and got a good one at the end. So we'll see what kind of momentum he comes in with today.
Yeah, pulled it in at the right time. And speaking of pulling it out or pulling it in the right time, Jason Mastbaum at 317 points has 12 games, only an 8% top share. Best score at 160 points came as Russia. Kevin, why don't you talk about this one too? Because I know you were hosting that December game where those points came in.
Yeah, the beauty that we'll see over these next 3 players is the top scores were far and away deserved to be on the top board. Not that these last 3 aren't either, but they were so close, and you felt bad for Tom and Ben. Jason snuck in with that 160 on the last day. The rest of his scores, the next highest is 63. So he had a fairly mediocre season for how well he played at the end of 2020 and into 2021. But if it takes a good board and one day, Michaelis the same way, 1 big solo and the rest average. Michaelis is 3 and Jason is 7 because 340 much better than 160.
Yeah,
I'd like to comment on this. Jason is a great player. He won a tournament this year. He's rightfully, in the DBNI for 2022. But he made this top board because other players wanted him to be on this top board. and that's part of league dynamics, and that's what happens. Oddly enough, he knows that, and if they did that because they thought they were going to get a favor from him, he's gonna have to prove it on the top board today. He's been on top boards. He's played Austria on top boards on the Summer Classic. So I wish him the best, but he has a target on his back because I think of the way he got in.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the big storylines for today, certainly. I'm going to be keeping my eye on that for sure. Feels a lot like the player who in other sports gets hot at the right time at the end of the season. Maybe didn't have a great season to start out, and you get that comeback. And that's been one of the stories for Jason as a player overall. So we'll touch more on that one. Definitely come back to that storyline. Next up, we've got Tom DeGraff, 316 for his points, 8 games, 25% top share, and best score 120 points as France. David, I'm going to kick this one back to you. What did you observe about Tom this season?
There was a time back earlier in the season when it looked like Tom was going to be a dominating force in the season. And I think he sort of trailed off there towards the end, and sort of in opposition to the way Jason's trajectory went. But Tom is a great player and obviously has a chance to top this board today and take this championship. Is he our only? Well, he and McCarlis are our European entrants in the league. It's great to have that kind of diversity in our top 7 as well.
Absolutely. And last up, Adam, I'm going to let you speak about the venerable Ben Kelman, 315 points, 9 scores, top share of 17% on the lower side of our top best score at 120 points with Turkey. I do remember that game. It was a dominating Turkish performance. What can you tell us about Ben, Adam?
I think when I think of Ben, he's a really strong player and he's very consistent. He doesn't always have the flashy, spectacular results, but he usually has solid results, right? And his top shares, on the order of a little less than 20%. But he finds himself in positions where when he's not topping the board, he's in a solid second or third place, and he's getting those points. He's always putting himself in a position to win, which is one thing that's really great to watch with Ben. I would say that if he doesn't get a terrible draw from the Paris method, by virtue of being, the last to pick and get taken out early, he's definitely a sleeper pick for this board.
All right. Well, next, let's take a look at our rookies. The rookie showcase. I'm really excited about this game. This is an opportunity for folks that are not in the top 7 to play an exhibition game. It does not count towards score, but it's a chance for them to show off a little bit and play without the influence of those top players while they're playing in the championship game. And historically, and in this game and in other games of its type, a lot of times the players that play in these exhibition games tend to break out in the following season. Last year, you may have heard of one of our rookie players, Saren Kwok. Might have heard of her. She's currently the #1 player in the DBNI as of the December rankings. So keep your eye on all of these players. It's really good odds that we will be talking about one or more of them a lot in the 2022 season.
Hey, Brian, one thing to bring up from the slide from earlier about this is if you look at that board, Zach's worldwide time zones, there are at least 4, if not 5, players from all over the globe today.
Yeah, that is very, very exciting. All right. Well, I hate to break it to you, but and I hate to end our pregame coverage with bad news, but sadly, David Hood and Kevin O'Kelly are unable to join us for today's game broadcast.
What's the bad news?
Due to a scheduling conflict.
I was waiting for that.
Ed, the bad news is I'm in the background and I could turn your mic on and off.
You just laid it up for me.
So you're welcome. David, I know you're going to be watching today's games. Before you go, could you leave us with your thoughts on the 2022 VDL season and what you're looking forward to in today's games?
The 2021 season, I thought, was amazing in a lot of ways. We saw a lot of varied play, but I have narrowed this down to 4 things that I want to call the memorable moments from 2021. So let me go through this very quickly. First, the April broadcast, and folks, you can go pull this up on YouTube and look at these games I'm going to talk about. The April broadcast, I'm going to call this the positional solo. This is the Michalis Camarites winning as Austria in VDL game 48. This was the first memorable moment that I had. Michalis was in alliance with Christopher Ward's Italy, and I see Wardy in the comments here, so I know he's listening. Christopher got out of position, and Austria had a great position, and Michalis simply turned on Italy when Italy was not ready for that, and that's what happened. It was not some kind of thrown solo or bad play by Wardy. He just got a little bit overextended, and Austria took advantage of that. He got to 19 centers in that last year, which I think was 1911, taking 4 centers that last year to go to 19, not including Tunis. So when Austria solos, and if Italy is Austria's ally, it's hard for Austria to solo by getting Tunis, for example. But he did take all of the Italian boot and took Marseille, Berlin, and Munich, which is how he ended up soloing that game. I would encourage you to go back and look at that. The second memorable moment for me was in the September broadcast, and I'm calling this moment Brandon Breaks Out. Brandon Fogel was already in good position. He had some really good results, a couple of board tops and stuff, but he takes VDL 74 with his own solo as England. His position, by the time he got to the winter of 1905, he already controlled the St. Petersburg bottleneck. He already controlled the Western Mediterranean bottleneck, and he had a deal with Hal Shield, and Hal didn't mind Brandon as Germany and Brandon's England, and Hal did not mind Brandon get bigger and bigger, and eventually Brandon just forced the thing with support from Karthik and from Hal. That was a little bit less of a positionally forced solo than it was a diplomatic coup on the part of Brandon, and that's why I said Brandon breaks out, and he was able to defeat Jamal Blakarli's Austria in that game. Then my third moment, I've got to go to November. Nikolai Taille, and I'm calling this Taille's Russian Magical Mystery Tour because he had 2 games that day as Russia, in the early game and then the middle of the day game. And in that first game, which was VDL 80, he was in an RT as Russia, got to about 9 centers, but then lost out because the EF was so strong in the West. The very next game, VDL 81, he instead did a wintergreen, an IR alliance with Jason Maspons, Italy, and again had what I call a positionally forced solo, where he got in a good position, stabbed at the right time, and just simply couldn't be stopped. That's easier to do as Russia than it is with any other power. But Nikolai just had a great day in November. My final moment, which I'm calling from December, we've already mentioned this, I'm calling it the Maspal Monster Bash. Because Jason Maspal started that day 15 spots out of contention and just was a monster, had a monster game. He did the mash. He did the monster bash. It was a graveyard smash. He, first of all, in VDL 85, well, as Russia got up to 11 centers in the fall of 1908, taking Spain, London, and Kiel the same year and just saying, I own this game. And they said, yes, you're right. And they ended it right there. He had that big board top. Then he turns around in VDL 87, which was the last game of the season, and got just enough points as Germany to get on the board. And Ed has already mentioned this. It was a deal, and Karthik Konik was in that deal. It'll be interesting to see how that works out. But those were my 4 memorable moments from 2021. I'd like to take a very quick personal privilege to say happy birthday, Subby. Happy birthday, Subby. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Oh, wait, that's the wrong. But anyway, happy birthday, Sabia Uja.
Happy birthday, Sabi. David, thank you so much for your comments. I can tell you on a personal level, this show would not be the same without you and your insight. Thank you for everything, and look forward to seeing you in the 2021 season DBNI coming up in just a couple of weeks in February.
Have a good broadcast, fellas.
Thank you. And Kevin, thank you so much for joining us as well. I'm going to give you a chance too. Any final thoughts about the season and what you're looking forward to?
after that, I can't add any more to the season. The best thing is I think David was on each one of those broadcasts. I know the rest of us have been on screen with him as well, but he's been as much of a fixture for league night, and it's great to have Adam and Ed on the call today. So I hope everyone enjoys the broadcast. As to the game, I've seen a little bit of it, and you are going to enjoy it because the first few years were something to behold, and the Sideline will have a lot to tell you.
I cannot wait. Kevin, thank you again for everything. For those of you who are not aware, Kevin not only has helped host, but is frequently behind the scenes, doing a lot of production work. Today, he was helping write show notes, and he's our pinch hitter, jumps in wherever we need him. So thank you so much.
Good luck, guys.
All right. Thanks, Kevin.
Bye, Kev.
All right. Well, then there were three. Leaves the three of us, and it is time for us to get to our rookie showcase. Let's go ahead and make that transition, and we'll be right back. All right. Well, welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the 2022 Virtual Diplomacy League Rookie Showcase. I'm your host for tonight's broadcast, Brian Cravel, and I'm joined in the virtual studio by your analysts, Adam Silverman and Ed Sullivan. New players are the lifeblood of the diplomacy hobby. Each year, the Virtual Diplomacy League plays an exhibition game to give players who played their first VDL games in the 2021 season a chance to shine while the top 7 players are otherwise occupied. I think the saying is when the cat is away, the mice will play. And as mentioned earlier, last year's Rookie Showcase featured an up-and-coming player you might have heard of named Saren Kwok. Currently sits in #1 spot in the DBNI standings. Keep your eye on all of these players next season. Let's go ahead and take a look at our players right now. Go ahead and bring them up on screen. In Austria, we've got Aiden Lewis, England, Adina Lieblich, France, Robert Schoup, Germany, Filippo Nespoli, Henry Merrill in Italy, Christopher Ward in Russia, and Roni Mordanov in Turkey. Ed, Adam, you've seen a couple of these, and a couple of these are very new in only their second game. What are your thoughts on this game and these players?
It's always fun to see some of the less experienced folks get into a high-profile game like this. I mean, it's going to be super fun to see how they handle it. Some of these names are actually DBN or fixtures, right? I mean, we've seen Chris Ward, we've seen Roni, we've seen Henry, Robert Schupe. We've seen them many, many times, and some of them are a little bit newer and maybe playing their first couple of games, which is great because crazy stuff always happens. You don't always see conventional openings. Sometimes see some weird stuff that works out. Sometimes see some weird stuff that doesn't work out, and it's going to be fun to watch.
I've played with all of these players except for Filippo. Roni is a incredibly good player. He may be new to virtual. He plays from Israel, tactically sound. Wardy is wonderful on the board and improving every game. Henry's a young guy, great guy who had a rough start, but has done better as we've gone along. Robert has done super well in other tournaments, as well as Aiden, who's an up-and-comer. I'd like to talk about Adina because I want to say this. She has been playing Diplomacy, the game, for about 6 to 8 weeks. Okay, she started out on Nexus, on Gunboat. She did not understand how to convoy. She didn't understand what a convoy was. And I was with her the first game that she was able to survive, which was a huge accomplishment. Sometimes you have to measure these things by, how far you go. She's reading about diplomacy almost every day. She's hooked. She participated in the VDC Classic in December and survived a couple of games. So I'm so happy to see people learning by doing, not afraid just to jump in the deep end of the pool. And I wish her the best.
Brian, we can't hear you.
It would not be league night without me coming off a transition and still being on mute. I just want to say I am really impressed with something that our commissioner of the Virtual Diplomacy League, Zachary Moore, pointed out. 6 countries represented. That is one of the best things about the Virtual Diplomacy League, and really exciting to see players from all around the world competing for all of us to look at for these games and enjoy. Also, I do want to give a shout out to the 2021 VDL GM of the Year. That has partially why David Hood was singing Happy Birthday. Sabi has worked behind the scenes in so many of the hobbies, like just all over the hobby. Helped with speedboat and gunboat and leagues and extended deadline, virtual face-to-face. So very deserving. Really appreciate having them as part of our community. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get to our game. Here we go. Spring 1901. We're going to have, we'll do this league night style. So we'll do one on color commentary and one play-by-play. Ed, for this game, why don't you take the play-by-play and let Adam fill in for color?
Okay, so the play-by-play here is everything looks to me nothing out of the ordinary in the West. Standard moves, support of Burgundy is more common in recent trends. The shock to me is in the East, with Vienna getting to Galicia and Ankara taking the Black Sea, and you can see newer players. The bounce of Budapest and Sevastopol in Romania is suboptimal, and you can we can discern what will happen next.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at the Russian opening here. Russia it moves up to St. Petersburg without bouncing either the Black Sea or Galicia, and he finds enemy units in both of those. There's a lot of ways to interpret this, and it may be that Wardy decided, I want to go north, and tried to fit the moves into that, and the other players weren't hearing it, or it could just be that everybody around him was lying to him. But either way, this is really tough for Russia. It's a really tough opening position. The Venice to Trieste is really interesting in this position, with Austria not going to Serbia. You have to kind of wonder what that is all about. It also could be that Wardy, played the Austria, put the fleet in Romania if you don't go to Gal, and Russia, Turkey, let's keep the Black Sea, and then everybody got wind of it and said, okay, let's jump Russia, which this also sort of looks like is a reasonable interpretation of this board state. The only thing in the West I think is worth saying, the English Channel is open. The French supported themselves to Burgundy, so that's always interesting.
The only thing I'd like to point out is that I was going to say Austria is in danger of 0 builds.
Oof.
And in fact loses one as we look at fall 1901. This is a rough opening for Austria, with Italy taking Greece and not moving out of Trieste. It's a power move by Henry. Meanwhile, Russia does get one build, but not the typical first one, which is Romania trying to help a convoy in from Ankara. So there's clearly some Russian-Turkish cooperation. In the West, the big thing is everybody wanted Belgium, but either it's an arranged bounce by all three, or we'll see what happens. But I find it interesting Germany let Russia into Sweden, which happens a ton in virtual, but does not seem to happen a lot in gunboats. One of the differences in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this sort of thing around Belgium can happen for a lot of different reasons. A lot of the time, England decides they don't want they want to make sure France doesn't get 3 builds. They figure Germany's most likely to cover Munich, so they feel obligated to send the army there, and then then the Germans ultimately decide to go there instead of Munich. So that's one possibility. Of course, it could be that they couldn't agree upon it and just said, let's throw their hands up, let's do it, or somebody lied. So we'll have to see how that plays off. I really love what Wardy did here, and I really want to throw a lot of credit about him getting through this really nasty situation. I mean, the foresight to support the Turks into Romania from that position, so that you're making yourself a friend, as well as really just allowing you to cover yourself and build some flexibility for 1902. That's a really nice position, recognizing that, hey, I'm not going to get Romania, so I might as well make an ally, and put Turkey in a position where he's better off attacking Austria than they are attacking me. That's really cool. I don't like the Austrian choice here. I can understand seeing the value in thinking you can get Romania here because the Russians are likely to cover Warsaw, but it really is going to put it's really going to put Austria in a bad position. I'm assuming they were counting on Trieste moving to Serbia, which just didn't happen.
Two lessons, I think, since this is the rookie show, which is one, Austria, in my mind, always must have Serbia at the end of 1901. It's the most critical tile for Austria, I believe, and that's not securing it by moving to Romania in spring was a mistake. The second mistake, I think, is Adina. When Russia moved north, that's hostile towards England. Not convoying the army into Norway, in my mind, is a mistake.
All right, well, let's see what happens in winter of 02. We've got.
I'll just offer one response to the comment about the convoy up in Norway. I mean, I think your point is interesting. On the other hand, with the move to Finland, this could just as easily be a Sweden dropping into Baltic, Finland dropping into Sweden. So it could be actually the beginning of an ER, or at least if I'm England in this position, I'm going to talk to Russia about doing that. Convoying my army up there really limits my ability to have leverage in that kind of a conversation.
You speak truth, but my concern is there's some relationship between Germany and Russia already because Sweden was let in. So that would be my paranoia as England.
Sure.
All right. So we've got our adjustments. Anything stand out or unexpected here?
Fleet Brest, but no Fleet London.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I actually really like the Fleet Eddy build for England here. It really sends a strong message to France. And now it's sort of, okay, France, the ball is in your court. Are you with me or are you against me? And honestly, this is a great position to go to Russia and say, those moves I was just saying, I'll drop Norway into Skag or move north to Helgoland. I mean, there's possibilities here for a really devastating attack on Germany if the three powers can get their acts together to do that. The other thing I think we have to notice is the Turkish Army Khan build. That's really fascinating and something you don't see very much. Very strongly indicative of a IT agreement, if not alliance.
I strongly disagree with Henry's build of a Fleet Rome. I think it should be in Naples for flexibility reasons. It's probably trying to send a message to Turkey, but I would have built in Naples no matter what.
So the combination of that build with the army build in Turkey does signal a potential IT. Do you think the build in Rome is saying, hey, I'm going west? Are we going to see a move against France?
I think it does. I think but it would have been better disguised. I'm sure this was negotiated at some level, but I think it would have been better if there is a Kraken that the fleet build occur in Naples for some deception, because the fleet can only go to the Tyrrhenian no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. I don't know that you necessarily want to go all out on France here. I mean, I think you want to keep that fleet in the Ionian and just take Tunis with the other fleet for right now. I think it's probably too overextending at this stage of the game, but maybe with Austria sitting only at 2, maybe you can afford to do that as Italy. But I'm going to agree with you, Ed, that I would have preferred the fleet build in Naples. It's just a lot more flexible.
Yeah, if I'm making that deal as Italy, I would only do it if I'm getting support into Serbia. So that's what I'm going to be watching for this turn.
Support, but not from Turkey. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm the play-by-play guy. So let's call the play. Turkey does get into Romania with the army from Ankara. That's 3 armies there. Turkey's looking fantastic in this game. Roni's doing really well, and I know Wardy needs a friend, but whew,
Now he really needs a friend.
I'm not sure how long that's going to last. Meanwhile, France is worried about the Italian attack. You can see the shift of units in that direction. Germany takes Belgium while it's launching an attack on Russia. Boy, this is looking awfully Western Triple-ish to me, with the move of Norway into Barents and Edinburgh and Norwegian and the convoy. What I worry for with the Dina is this is not going to be difficult to take her backside into Liverpool in 03 if she commits fully to this. But this has to be a Western Triple, at least discussion.
Yeah, I really don't like the decision here to play a more Tripoli type of game. I really would have liked to see the EFR move on Germany. I think it's got a lot more action. The Western Triple is really going to get stymied. I think Adina is going to, they get Sweden and St. Petersburg, and then they're going to be running up against a wall, and somebody's going to have to budge anyway. I think this is a really slow play type of game for them. Meanwhile, I think the IT love what they're doing here. They're moving in the most aggressive way possible. I don't understand Rome to Naples. Why didn't you just build it there? But otherwise, I really like what I'm seeing from them.
Yeah, in my experience, Western Triple does tend to get played more often with players that are less have less games played. And I don't know if that's just because it feels easy and you don't have to make those hard choices right away, or if it's just because those of us that have played a lot of games are just bored of it. But that is something I've observed. So it's interesting.
I'll make one more move comment with respect to France's moves. The hold in Paris, I absolutely hate it. If you're going to do this, whether you're Western tripling or not, being in Paris doesn't do anything for you. Go to Gascony here at the very least. Picardy, maybe under other circumstances. If you're Western tripling, maybe Gascony's better, but it's not doing you any good in Paris.
The other move comment I want to make, now that I look at the board a little bit more, is Wardy's fleet Sweden holding. Look, if you're seeing the Western powers in the room for a long time, and virtual does allow the players to see who's talking to whom, Sweden is lost no matter what. Now the goal is to save St. Petersburg. Sweden, I believe, should have moved to Finland.
Or tap Norway, actually.
Right.
This is going to be... Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to look at this and say it's overly surprising. I mean, France probably doesn't want to fight with Italy, and when he saw the lack of aggressive moves by the Italian fleets, they said, okay, well, this is probably a lot better, and they struck a deal with the Germans when England's going north like that, and not in a position to guarantee themselves a build. So I think this is going to make a much more interesting game than what we were just talking about a moment ago. Otherwise, I think the IT is continuing to roll. Turkey's going to build 2. Italy's going to build 2. Whew.
Yeah, no, this is interesting. I mean, it was it's a risk of any player English player to move a fleet into Barents without really knowing what's going on. And if Adina trusted him this way, I mean, these moves were were there, and this is a good turn for France. I'm not sure what Germany's doing here, Filippo. I'm not sure I would have left Belgium to give France a third build while you're engaged now in a war against England and Russia, seemingly with the trying to sneak into Ukraine. I'm just not. I'm not fully there. But the other thing is Roni. Oh my God! Now he's in Budapest and Romania with Italian support, with the fleet moving away, with Wardy in trouble. It's a fantastic Turkish game so far.
Yeah, I don't terribly mind Germany giving France Belgium, but why aren't you taking Sweden here if you're going to do that, right? I mean, you got to get some dots yourselves. You need yourself another build. If you're going to fight England, you want to put a fleet down. If you're worried about the middle of the board, you want to put another army down. But just sitting here from that position and not giving yourself a build, walking out of a center, it doesn't. It's not an optimal play in my book.
The mistake here is this. I think Germany believed that St. Petersburg was guaranteed when it was not, because of the moves of the board. Baltic needed to cut Sweden to take the North Sea, which is what they wanted, which is what Germany wanted to do.
But this is interesting, Ed, right? Because this is about, if England does get a build here, that becomes France's problem, not Germany's. So actually, Germany isn't terribly incentivized to give up a build of their own just to help France, make it easier for France to take out England, right? Because Germany's got their own position to gain in the north, regardless of what happens between EF fighting. So in fact, there's not a lot of reason for Germany to do that, even if they feel like, it helps this sort of alliance.
I will say everything's looking great for Turkey, in my opinion. And I've seen Roni Mordanov this season, obviously rookie player, have tremendous growth. And here's
the thing. Do we see Italy now smashing westward, right? Are we going to see Lyon, Western Med? We're going to see we're going to see probably a fleet and an army, right? And this could be interesting.
The builds are really interesting here, especially Italian builds and the French build. Does France build a fleet in Marseille now?
Army Marseille.
Army Marseille. Okay.
I would agree, but I don't know if that's what we'll see.
Well, you could get away with a fleet here and pop it in South Coast. Actually, I actually from this position, since you're in Burgundy and Gascony and not fighting Germany, Fleet Marseille may actually be maybe a better build here. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. We've got a fleet and an army from Turkey. What does that tell us?
Tell us Turkey made the correct builds.
Turkey made the correct builds. Had to build a fleet. Yeah. And I don't think Italy is threatened by this at all. No. But it's still great for Turkey's position. It's bad news for Wardy, I think, upcoming. But we shall see.
Yeah, and I think this is cool, right? Because Roni is saying, okay, Wardy is kind of on the fritz here, so why do I need to fight him right now? I'm not in the best position to do that anyway, so I'm just gonna kind of work with him and take out the rest of things, and then I'll make that judgment as to when I'm ready to take Sev and everything else. So I really like that.
Yeah, I can't disagree. I mean, if I'm France here, I'm a little worried with what I'm seeing in Italy, but that convoy was going to happen no matter what, and Adina won't be able to take Liverpool back.
Yeah, this is interesting. The choice of the French to convoy into Liverpool, it's kind of interesting. I guess it does guarantee that you can hold it, so I guess that it's good from that perspective. And it looks like Marseille and Spain are pretty safe. So
yeah, they can cover. They can cover, but you're going to want to leave Marseille open for a build. That's going to be difficult.
Don't we have a choice between Mid-Atlantic and Liverpool?
Well, I think if you do something, you've got to take a guess on. You can send one to Marseille. You can go Lyon to Spain or Gascony to Spain. You probably have to go Lyon to Spain with support of Gascony, Burgundy to Marseille, and then Mao can sort of, you could end up losing Mao here. That sucks.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it right now. Good
That
point,
sucks.
Brian.
That's not good.
While you're
And that's
on
actually probably what I would do if I was Italy here. I'd probably take a pot shot at Mao. Right? I mean, you could also force Lyon, which is pretty good. So, I don't know.
Well, there's really not a lot of horrible choices for the Kraken right now.
No.
Yep.
Mao. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to argue with that decision.
Yeah.
You want to call the moves, Ed?
Sure. Okay, so Italy gets in the Mid-Atlantic. That's really good for this IT. The Liverpool was not taken back. England has prioritized hatred over France over everything. England loses Norway. Germany walks into Sweden. Germany got support, looks like, from Burgundy there to keep Munich. But the big story on the board is Turkey's position, because right now England hates France, is going to be chipping away, which will give some progress to Italy to continue to want to go west. The only place Turkey can grow is against Russia at this point, and that's why we see a supported move of Bulgaria into Romania. Turkey continues to grow. I'd be interested to see what the fleet build is, or what the build is.
This is a tough position for anyone who's not Italy or Turkey, because it's actually very hard for any of the other powers to do anything productive that doesn't just promote the IT's advancement, right? I mean, if you're Russia, what are you going to do here? You're not in a position where you can do anything directly against Turkey, so you're going to have to fight with somebody, and that's probably Germany. And if you're fighting with Germany, you're making advancement through the middle potentially more attractive to the IT. If you're Germany, what are you going to do here? I mean, you've got to fight somebody, and it's going to be either France or Russia or England, and none of that's helping either. So this is just a great setup for Roni and Henry.
It is, but it's an even better setup for Roni with those fleets so far afield. I like the army build. It's too early for a stab, but
yeah, I wonder if I wonder if it was time for that to go into Ankara, though, so we can go up to Armenia and start taking some things off Russia.
I think maybe convoy
it to Rum, probably.
No, why can't convoy to Sev? Or
yeah. I mean, if you move Smyrna to Khan to cover Ankara in the fall, if the fleet retreats to Arm, sure, you can do that. Nope. Oh. Yeah, this is super. This is incredibly premature and just not a good choice, I think. Really premature on everyone's part. Wow, what a way to lose momentum. Mm.
Well, I mean, I agree, but I don't know. I mean, it's going to take two. Nothing can be taken off of him. It's not bad for the board top. He has a good relationship with Russia. He's got a friend on his flank. So obviously the headline here is Turkey does stab Italy. The question really is whether or not Turkey can build enough fleets in time to stop. But I mean, there's going to be at least 2 disbands of Italy coming up, so that'll be interesting. Meanwhile, if I'm reading it correctly, Adina, there's an English fleet in Brest and a German fleet in the English Channel, and a German army in Belgium. So everyone decided in the West that France is the new enemy.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I mean, that probably helps Roni in this position. And if he knew that the uber aggression against France was coming, maybe that's a rationale to do this. It does certainly help that Germany just walked into Belgium and France lost Brest.
And yeah, agreed. Okay, so as we go into fall 1904, it's even worse than. Oh well, Turkey still builds two, but because they lost Vienna, but they do take Trieste, they do take Greece, they do take Serbia. I don't think Turkey minds that Germany got into Vienna because now it's 3 Italian disbands, if I can do math correctly. Meanwhile, the fleet in Brest was short-lived as France takes it back with German support. So I guess we're back on side with Germany after because Germany vacates Belgium.
This is such a strange choice by Germany to do this. I understand the need to get a friend, but is France the right one right now, especially with France now repositioning their fleets up north?
Yeah, I think we're seeing an Italian, French, German alliance against a reformed RT and England being a wild card. I think
Yeah.
the FRG is saying we got to do something to stop them. The three of us have to work together. I think that's the right move.
Well, I guess the question is, what can France really do about it? Do for you to help that, other than take England's dots and get bigger, and then be the dominant Western force? And if I'm Germany, that's not really the game I want to be playing here.
What do we think of the Russian move to Galicia and Warsaw?
I think a lot of pressure is probably being put on Wardian by the FRG.
Yeah.
But look, he's living at the mercy of Turkey. Maybe not now. I assume we'll see. We'll know by the build. I assume he's going to build Army Moscow, be able to protect Sevastopol, whether or not everyone's going against Turkey to contain it or not. But the disbands are also going to play an important story here.
It's hard to see Turkey not putting down 2 fleets here, right?
Yeah. So what does Italy disband?
Albania, Piedmont,
Tunis,
maybe Tyrrhenian, maybe Tunis. I'm not sure. The third one's really tough.
Tyrolia.
I guess if you trust Germany.
I think this is probably.
Whoa, that's not the craziness though. Look at Russia's build.
Fleet South Coast.
Wow.
It is an RT. It is an RT. They're just positioning up now. The extra fleet helps it. Roni's no threat to Russia, and Wardy, I think, is doing what he thinks he has to do to survive, but may not understand the power Turkey has right now.
Yeah, you've got to be demanding Vienna from Turkey right now, and you've got to be, demanding some degree of getting things a little bit closer to parity, right? When you're at 6 and 9, and what a dominant position that Turkey's in. So, if he really wants to run the RT, I think Chris has some leverage here, but he's also, like you said, towing a fine line. Yeah.
Well, I guess Turkey's getting Vienna and Sevastopol.
I'm not sure that's not a spring
now.
destruction of the fleet, and that fleet's not going away, because he did take it from Black, which is not normally what you do here, right?
Yeah, correct. Excellent point, Adam, as always. That's really good. Meanwhile, you see France, I guess, trying to help Italy now and help, and England getting in position to take Edinburgh, which is guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, this is all good, right? I mean, okay, so
France being in position.
Yeah, I mean that's all good, and it's they're saying, okay, let's kill the English, and so France is positioning to do that. But look at this: France has 1 fleet in the Western Med, which is, as you said, is there to help the Italians, but they've also got 3 fleets in the north. I mean, has Germany really bettered their position by pulling out of Belgium, by supporting the French back into Brest, and so on and so forth, and giving France another build this year from Eddie? What is your dot?
And not just that, but then with the armies so east for Germany, if the board can rally, against Turkey, which I think is a big question, France will be the beneficiary given the moves of Germany.
I honestly think from this position for France, you don't need the board to rally against Turkey. You can top the board as France from this position because of your dominant position in the north. You just need to slow them down. You don't need to stop them. You don't need to push them back.
Look at you. Yes, correct. An arranged destruction of the fleet in Sevastopol. The RT continues with its giant T and a little R. Now France has got 2 fleets in the Med, and Turkey's continues to, get in position. Now it's going to be a fleet battle. Turkey might be effectively slowed. Looking here, I'll let Adam give the better commentary on that. While Russia gets into Denmark.
Yeah, I think that honestly, Roni made a mistake here that Vienna really should have gone to the Russians, because this plays into what I was saying before about France getting the dominant position in this game. You need to give that build to Russia so they can put a fleet north coast so that they can have some more power up there to protect Scandinavia in the long run of this game. I mean, we're getting into 1906 mid-game territory, but what do we think France is going to do now that they're in the Norwegian Sea? I mean, what's going to happen? England's down to 1 dot. So, what does Turkey really need that extra build for right at this moment?
Well, I think Germany doesn't Russia have a rebuild?
Russia does.
Russia has a rebuild. You're absolutely right, Ed. So you're right.
I mean, he shouldn't have taken the deal. He had no choice. He had a gun to his head.
You're absolutely right.
But there will be a fleet build. This is just what Turkey wants. I mean, get a fleet north coast and effectively no growth.
No, you're absolutely right. I wasn't thinking about the rebuild. In that case, then good job for Rodi for convincing that. I mean, I would have still asked for it if I was Wardy and put an army down too, so I can send some stuff towards Germany. But you're absolutely right.
So this is it's turning into a pretty fascinating game. Not a scenario that I've seen very often, to have this much power out of Turkey in 1905. Let's do a who do you like? I've heard cases for a few different powers. So Ed, we'll start with you.
I think Adam's convinced me on France. If France is patient, this right now, this is the key. I think for France, at least in the Med, to be patient and to not get growth there, and to be happy with getting growth against England and in the north, and to continue to let Germany be a meat shield. But I'm worried for Wardy a bit. Wardy has only one friend, but if it's a race for the board top and it's a time game, the only dots that are easily accessible to Turkey are Russian ones. Eventually, that's going to go to Turkey, but we'll see.
And Adam,
this is going to be tight. I think France actually has a little bit of a dilemma right here in their build, because they frankly want to build both a fleet in Brest and an army in Paris. They're very army light at the moment. They can probably get away with the extra fleet build though, for the moment. So I'm going with that. But between France and Turkey, it's going to be a horse race, right? I mean, you're looking at the Turkish position. They're going to have a really hard time busting in to Italy. So what is their next dot? As Ed said, it's probably Sev, Moscow, Warsaw, which they should be able to take. But by doing that, you're basically freeing up the north and hoping Germany can hold back the French, which seems probably optimistic. I think you're going to see both of them getting into double-digit centers. I mean, Turkey already is. I think we're going to see France getting there, and I think France is going to have the slight edge at the end of the game.
Well, just to be the contrarian, I will put my proverbial money on Roni, and we'll just see where this game goes.
Yeah. Army, St. Pete.
I like the Army St. Pete. I mean, for Wardy, I'm sure if fleet build was requested or thought about, but Wardy has got to have another army.
Interesting.
Okay, so as we go here, France with Italian support gets into the Ionian. So this horse race continues, and Italy is clearly working with France at this point to try and crack those Turkish armies. Turkey advances by getting into Galicia and convoying to Romania, whereas England has now accepted Russian support into Norway. So England, and with no other chance to live, has been told your fleet can be useful to us. Move there. So, it is a France versus Turkey battle, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens. France definitely getting a dot, definitely getting London.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to understand the Aegean to Khan move for Turkey. It strikes me as maybe there was some kind of deal he was trying to strike with Italy here, but I don't know why you would have any vision that Italy would follow through from this position. So I don't like that move at all. Even if it was meant as a diplomatic move, it's really positionally not great. Probably doesn't hurt you, but it certainly doesn't help, and it creates greater flexibility for France and Italy coming the fall. Otherwise, everybody's charging the stalemate line up in Prussia, Silesia, and all of that right now, which is frankly fantastic for France.
The thinking Turkey must have been is he knew he couldn't crack Italy and was just trying in any way to say, you got to fight France or France is going to win. And I think Italy's response is, that's because of what you did to me.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm not going to win, so what do I care if France wins versus you? Absolutely, Ed.
Love it.
And he goes back to Aegean. Enough with that.
He's kind of got it, right? I mean, what else is he going to do? So it didn't hurt him, but it looked a little bit silly.
Meanwhile, I like the play of France here as we go into fall 1906, which is, moving back. I said I believe the key was patience because France is still going to get a build here, but while he's moving back in Italy,
he convoyed to Holland.
London, he convoyed to Holland and moved to Ruhr and moved to Tyrolia with Italian support. So bad news for Germany with 2 disbands, if I'm reading that correctly. And it is the Turkey versus France battle. Now, if Germany turns away back and, or lets the armies through into Munich, that could be bad for France. It could have been not patient enough.
I think the issue right now, so this is a really nice play by France. And actually, one thing I want to point out is that Belgium moved to Ruhr. It didn't support the convoy into Holland. And that makes this play so much stronger than had he gone for the more likely situation on Holland. And that goes from really just trusting your negotiations, right? Having that conversation with Germany and trusting that what you think is going to happen is actually going to happen. And this is how the really powerful stabs like this happen. Really nice play by France. I don't see it being in the incentive of either side at this point to have those German centers thrown to the other side. And what I could definitely envision happening very quickly is people on both sides starting to support the German centers. The problem is that those Scandinavian centers are going to fall to France, even if the middle ends up staying as German. It's going to be very hard to stop France from topping this board at this point.
I wonder if Germany disbands Helgoland.
I would think so.
I would think so, but that gives France
Prussia, maybe Prussia and Helgoland. I mean, I think you keep the whole, unless you really want to try to punish the Russians or something. But Prussia's going to just get piffed anyway.
Yeah, Prussia's got to go.
We find out who's mad or not. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, that's logical for Germany to do that. And the French builds make sense as well. Look at how well positioned the French are. They're all the way out in Ionian. They've gotten Italy basically supporting them there forever. The final turn of the game, they can just ping them for Tunis if they need that extra dot to top. I mean, it's just great position for Robert. Oh, that's it.
Yep, that's
Really?
it.
Oh,
Rookies.
All right. Well, I will be honest. I was not expecting that end. Overall, really, really fun game. Adam, why don't you start? Give us your thoughts.
oh, it was a super cool game. I loved watching that, seeing that out of the gate IT, which is such a rarity. I think, I was a little bit harsh when Roni made the stab, and actually I stand by that. I think it was premature. I think there was a lot of momentum, and I think these long early running alliances like that are already gaining momentum can continue to do so. But it's also hard to fault him for saying, hey, I see this as my opportunity to really take a shot, and I appreciate that. And I think if you are unwilling to do that, you're never going to become better as a player. And so my applause to Roni for taking that shot. And just an overall well-played game, sticking with Wardy when it came to it after that, rather than prematurely stabbing him, I think was a good call on Roni's part as well. Out in the West, it's just a never say die kind of position for Robert. He was in some trouble early on. But from how the play went down on the board, he was completely unfazed and put himself into a really beautiful position. A little bit disappointed that the game ended here. I think I'm suspecting that there's time reasons. I don't know what the time was for Robert in Europe. It may be very late, or just game had gone on long enough. But I think looking at this board, I'm not going to call a draw as France in this position. No way.
I don't think it was a timing issue, but it could have been. I think it was more, hey, we had fun. It's a rookie game. There are no points awarded. Everybody fried except for Aiden, who got blitzed. Wardy here is saying Robert was vetoing a draw. Clearly wanted to get tied with Roni, but I think France. I mean, this is a good position for both. The game could have been so much more fun had they continued, but I understand the camaraderie that happens in these things. And Adina survived, which really was my goal for her, and I'm happy that she's there.
Yeah, really fun to see Aiden Adina join us. And I will say, give a shout out to Chris Ward. He was in pretty bad state. I will be honest, I did not expect him to survive this game. He's one of the most jovial players that I have had the opportunity to play with, and that being easy to work with sometimes can help make friends, and not only managed to make friends, but stayed a active part of the game and a big decider on the outcome. So good.
For the
good
2 or 3 people who watch my YouTube stuff on thediplomats.net, you will learn that Wardy is an actor and singer, and as an Englishman has appeared in, I believe, a Swedish commercial singing, and you can watch it happen, and it's magnificent.
That is wonderful. Oh man, this game was fun. I want to thank each of these players for participating in the exhibition. International group of players put on a really, really fun show. Saw a race between France and Turkey that I have not really seen in the mid game before. So anytime as many games as we've all watched, I can say I haven't seen that before. That's always entertaining for all of us. So thank you.
And to
much.
these rookies, I will say this: Brandon Fogel, Michaelis Kamaritis, Karthik Konak would have never accepted that result. And there's a reason they're in the championship game and you're in the rookie game.
Sometimes that competitive spirit can be what takes you to that next level. So, all right. Well, that closes out our rookie showcase. That means it is time for us to begin our coverage of the Virtual Diplomacy League Championship game. Let's transition to that now. All right, and welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the 2022 Virtual Diplomacy League Championship game. At the end of this game, the winner of the Virtual Diplomacy League will be crowned. Really been a fun season. As we said earlier in the day, we had over 80 players and I believe 49 games played this season. From 12 countries. And Ed's got the Michelada wearing the Spurs jersey, and we've got the Houston Oilers hat. He's living the best Texas life right there. Ed, why don't you introduce yourself? Longhorn shirt, of course. Why don't you introduce yourself, Mr. Texas himself?
I'm Ed Sullivan. I'm a lawyer from Houston, Texas, who started playing diplomacy a couple of years ago. More seriously, and have enjoyed it greatly and getting to meet everybody. And I learn from every game I watch, and I've already learned a lot from Adam today.
And Adam, introduce yourself.
Hi, Adam Silverman. I'm from the Bay. Well, I'm from New York originally, but I've been out in the Bay Area close to 20 years now, living near San Francisco. And I've been playing tournament diplomacy face-to-face predominantly for over 20 years. And, you know, I keep coming back because I love the game and I love the people. And this is just so much fun. So I'm thankful for every opportunity to be here with you, Brian and Ed, and the rest of the DBN crew. And I'm thankful to all of the players for making this a reality. It's just so awesome.
Yeah, and I'm Brian Pravel. I'm one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Live in Chicago, Illinois, and I have been playing diplomacy for over 30 years. First with my family growing up, just kind of casually through junior high and high school. College, I started to get more into the game, take it more seriously, played through a lot of the online judges and things like that, found the online hobby, and then met the Windy City Weasels when I moved to Chicago, joined the face-to-face circuit and started playing in North American Diplomacy Federation tournaments face-to-face. And then pandemic hit, we couldn't do that anymore and decided that it was time to find a way to play online. Started this network. One of the founders of the broadcast network, Zachary Moore, became the commissioner of the first Virtual Diplomacy League. It was a great success. And this year, it's gone to new heights. And today we see the culmination of that game for all of the games of this season. They did crown a regular season winner. That was Brandon Fogel, which we'll get to in a moment. But the winner of today's game will be declared the champion of the 2021 season and the winner of the 2022 championship game. So with that, why don't we start with Ed? Why don't you tell us a couple things that you're going to be watching for in this game?
So the thing that I'll be watching for is what Brandon does in the Paris method. He's repeatedly stated on DBN that he likes countries with flexibility, that he's not wed to France as the number one pick. I remember a debate between him and Doug Moore on that. So, you know, what will he do? I think he wants to see where the players are. The other thing is, I think the key thing, and the reason why I'm talking about Brandon, Michaelis, and Karthik is I think those are the three probable favorites in this game, and how they react to each other based on the positioning of the countries will be interesting, and how the other players react to them will be interesting.
And on screen right now, we see the Virtual Diplomacy League 2021 into the regular season standings. As we said, Brandon Fogel is in first place, Nicola Tele second, Michaelis Kamaridis third, Saren Kwok and Morgante Pell were unable to play in the championship game. So Karthik Koneth, Jason Massbaum, Tom DeGrief, and Ben Kelman fill out your top 7 for the championship game. Adam, what are you going to be watching today?
During the season, we talk a lot about the meta that goes on over the course of a season, with the relationships that players develop with some players working very well together over the course of many games, and some players, I'm not going to mention any of them sitting here right now, who don't get along with certain other players very well, and it can be problematic whenever they're on the board next to each other. I'm not sure if we have any of those kinds of deep-seated relationships on this top board, but these folks have played with each other many, many times for the most part, maybe with the exception of Brandon and McCarlos, who haven't played quite as many games as some of the others. So they know each other really well. They know each other's tendencies, and there's going to be probably a little bit of, hey, we've worked together well in the past. Let's try it again, or maybe some dirty laundry to air in the spring 1901 negotiations. And I'm hoping we'll get to hear a little bit about that from our sideline reporters, because that's always, I think, the best part. Much more interesting than any commentary that Ed and I can give. So I'm excited to hear about that, because this is a top board, and ultimately none of that stuff matters, because you either come out on top of this board or you're in some other place, but you didn't win.
Well, and Adam knows this better. I'm sorry, Brandon. Brian, I almost walked over you. In fact, now I'm just going to walk right over you. Sorry, I'm stabbing you. But what I was going to say is, as someone who's sort of like the Susan Lucci, you look it up, of top boards with a number of second places and no victories, the dynamics on a top board are so different. And I have not mastered them. Karthik's been on a number of top boards and yet to win. Ben's been on a top board. Last year, I was on the VDL top board, and it was my second top board at the time. And I remember thinking, communication time is so compressed, even though the minutes are exactly the same. I felt I was under so much stress, and working with people is so much more difficult on a top board, because everyone's aimed and they're all alphas, and there's no one that you can just sort of get to do what you want. And these are going to be challenges that the winner, whoever wins this game, will naturally deserve, because it is hard to win a top board.
Yeah, top board is definitely a different feel. It's one of my favorite experiences. I hope everyone who's watching this game has the opportunity to play on a top board at some point in their diplomacy career, because it does play differently. I wouldn't say that in my experience, it doesn't necessarily play differently than if you get a group of 7 players who know the game extremely well. But sometimes in a league setting or a tournament, you don't go into the game completely empty. There's been a history that has gotten you to where you are. And sometimes those emotions carry over into the games that you're watching or that you're playing. And it'll be really interesting to see how that plays out. A lot of diplomacy players, myself included, enjoy the TV show Survivor. And one of the things that I appreciate about the game of Survivor is at the end of the game, the end of the show, the jury, which is made up of all of the players that you cut out and eliminated and stabbed on your way to make it to the end, are ultimately the ones who decide who the victor is. And in some ways, in a tournament or league setting, that's what happens for our players, where once you decide you can't win, the next thing's going to happen is you're going to decide who will. And mastering that and convincing others that you are the one that deserves the victory is an art. And when you've got a bunch of players who really know the game better, probably than most of us on this broadcast, it's one of the most wonderful, amazing experiences you'll ever get to have. So. Okay, well, let's take a look now. We're going to introduce the Paris method. Adam, could you talk to us a little bit about the Paris method and what it's used for, and why some some events choose to use that for a top board seating? And it's your turn to be on mute.
I think for those who have played in VDL games in the past, you're used to just being assigned a power on a board, and that is certainly one way that one could assign powers on a top board. But I think a group of diplomacy players at a tournament, I believe in Paris, some number of years ago, I don't know the history. David Hood probably does, but came up with a different way of doing it. And basically, this is a method for seeding the board for getting power choices. And the way it works is essentially based on your order of ranking. You can choose a position in line for when you get to choose your power. So there's really two parts to it. The first part is choosing your position in line, and the higher ranked you are, the more control you have over the position in line you can get. And then once the order of choosing is in place, you choose powers from first to last. And so there's a whole lot of psychology that goes into it, and different people approach this in different ways. Some just don't care and want to choose as early as possible to get their favorite country. Some people want to choose in the middle to see where some other powers have picked. In general, people don't want to pick the last position or the second to last because you're really not being offered much of a choice. Yeah, it's always interesting to watch, and it's a little bit of extra entertainment for all of us. And now you're back muted.
We'll take a look at that now, and we'll take a look at the 2022 Virtual Diplomacy League Championship selection of powers through the Paris method.
Recording. All right. Hello and welcome to the 2022 Virtual Diplomacy League top board. The 7th greatest players in diplomacy this season are about to join me on screen, and we will conduct the Paris method of selection. And without further ado, I will introduce this top 7, the first ever final board, to consist of 0 lawyers, starting with Ben Kelman. Ben, welcome. Tom DeGrief in the game. Jason Massbaum. Karthik Coneth. Michalis Kamaritis. Where are you, Michalis? Welcome. Nicolas Tylet and Brandon Fogel. Gentlemen, welcome to the top 7. You'll have plenty of time to give your thoughts on the game and the interviews, which are forthcoming. So why don't you just keep everything to yourself for now? We are pulling up to the screen the Paris method selection system. And Ben Kelman, as the 7 seed, will start us off. Ben, where would you like to pick?
I would like to go as soon as possible.
That's great, Ben. That's a nice thought. Tom?
I think I'll let Ben go first. So after that.
I'd like to pick ahead of both of them.
I'd like to pick ahead of all 3 of them.
Michalis?
I'd like to pick ahead of all 4 of them.
Nicolas?
I'd like to pick ahead of the 5 of them.
And Brandon?
I will pick 4th in the order.
Which means, Nicolas, you have first choice for your power.
I'll take France.
Oops. That's not
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Brandon. Just give it to yourself.
There we go. Okay.
And Michalis?
I pick Russia.
Karthik?
I will take England.
Brandon?
I will go ahead and take Italy.
Jason?
I'll take Austria.
Ben?
You know, I really didn't think I would have a choice here. This is very interesting.
Put you on the spot, didn't I?
You did. You've already kind of yeah. So I've got 2 choices here: Turkey or Germany. I really thought I would probably be playing Turkey or Austria. So let me think about this for 1 second. I'll take Germany.
Tom, do you want to say it, or should I?
I'm gonna sit in my corner.
Turkey for Tom. Well, here is your power draw for the VDL 2021 top board. I'm about to send the 7 of you out to your DBN interviews. Before you go, this is the last moment you'll have to size each other up before the commencement of the game. So you can take a moment to virtually shake hands, look each other in the eyes, stare each other down, wish each other good luck or bad luck.
Bad luck, everyone.
Good luck, all.
Break a leg.
Great. Have a good game, everyone.
All right, we will send it back to the DBN.
We have a very, very long pause from Ben Kelman, kind of giving you an insight into the amount of stress and anxiousness probably that is there for these players right now. Ed, I'm going to start with you. Anything surprise you with the selections?
Well, I think the long pause by Ben is certainly telling, right? I think Turkey is typically undesired on top boards, and most times I've seen Paris methods, it goes last or very close, or second to last. I think Ben didn't expect to have a Western power available to him, on one hand, I would have expected him to jump on the opportunity to play Germany on a top board. It's actually can be a great position to be in, but he was probably thinking twice about who was going to be next to him. So that's, I think, pretty telling. It was interesting to see Jason take Austria as well, with some of those other powers still available. I'll never forget a Paris method that on a top board in 2016 World DipCon where Peter Jürgen selected first and chose Austria with the first choice in the Paris method, which was sort of unheard of and was just, I'm going to be bold. We didn't see any boldness in this. France, Russia, England going top 3, that is no surprise, right? Those are powers that people love to play. So I think it's really interesting. Brandon taking Italy, also lots of options there. Decided he was going to take a power that's very flexible, and that we've seen win some top boards before as well. So, but also one of the harder countries to play and to break out with. So, it was pretty good.
Ed, what about you? Do you agree with those choices for those players?
Yeah. So the real choice, the two things that I stood out was Brandon dropping 3. A little aggressive, but very confident that he could play any power on the board. He's already stated a preference before for liking to play Russia. I think he thought Russia might be available. Russia went really quick by Michaelis, who's known to sort of pick differently in the Paris method. The second thing was Jason Massbaum had a real choice. Pick Germany or pick Austria. Be on Karthik's side of the board or be on Michaelis and Brandon's side of the board. And he made the affirmative choice to be in Austria next to Brandon. It's confident. I hope it works out for him. And then the third thing was Ben. I mean, sort of like the kid in school, sometimes when the teacher asks him a question, I need to think, and it was a little awkward. But I think he made the right choice going to Germany. That's also a function of just how bad Germany has done, which we led our top of the broadcast with in the VDL, and frankly on top boards, getting wiped out, lots of times on top boards. So I'm curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and just a quick reminder, you can see, the top share on average is not horribly out of alignment, but Germany's definitely one of the weaker along with Turkey. And we did see, I think the players may have considered this. You win a top board in almost all cases by topping, not soloing. So when you're looking at your top share percentage, that's something to keep in mind. So
I also think it's going to be key, right? Karthik's a tempo player. I've played with him lots of times, and he wants to grow. He wants to grow consistently. And his 2 rivals, at least in terms of names, the big names of Michaelis and Brandon, are picking patient countries. So I'll be interested to see how that plays out.
All right. Well, let's transition over to our game coverage. Let me go ahead and bring that up. While I'm bringing this up, let's just do some final predictions. You've seen the players. Let's go around once and figure out who do we think has the best shot at coming out the 2022 or the 2021 season champion of the Virtual Diplomacy League.
Go ahead, Ed.
Okay, I'm not saying it because he's a fellow Longhorn, but I love Karthik's positioning. I think he's going to get real. He's got two players that he can work with, in either Nicola or Ben, and both are alliance players. England's a country in the corner that, if they can manage their position well, can do well on top boards. And I think he is my favorite to win.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say Mikarlis Kamarides is going to be surprise us all. Hasn't played a lot over the season, doesn't have the baggage with the other players that some of the others do, and he's going to come out swinging. He's soloed his Russia. He's played it well throughout the tournaments in the past, and I'm putting my money down on him.
I really like that choice. I would have picked that if you had not. I am going to pick Nicola in France. I've been super impressed with his play. Mikarlis has not played as much, so doesn't have as much baggage. I think he's got a lot of upside and doesn't have the target that a lot of others would. I do have a little pause being in France. I think that will create a little bit more of a target than may have otherwise been there. But I still think they could pull it off, and looking forward to watching it.
Sorry, Brandon. I just noticed I'm actually contractually obliged to pick Brandon Fogel for this. I didn't realize, but yeah.
Our bonuses are at stake.
That's right.
We're going to get a bad evaluation.
Get a whole extra zero on our paychecks. So I don't think Brandon's going to win. I like the pick of Italy for Brandon. I think that a lot of times when you come in as a number one seed, you do have a target on your back, and Italy is one of the most defensive powers on the board. Tons of flexibility, and you can react to what others do. Brandon's very, very good at convincing people to move in a direction away from him. I think one of the keys for Brandon's success will be managing that relationship with France. So really curious to see if we see France moving into the Med or if they're able to stay apart from each other. If you have a prediction, let's go ahead and get those in chat right now. Then you can see if you are correct or wrong along with all of us. But it is time for us to get to our game. Here we go. Virtual Diplomacy League Championship game starting now. Spring of 1901. Adam, I'm going to move you to the top. You'll take our play-by-play. Ed Sullivan will provide color commentary. Let's do this.
Yeah, this is pretty cool, actually. There's a few interesting things that we're seeing right here. Let's start with the East, where we see the traditional bounces in Galicia and the Black Sea, but we do see that movement by Tom from Smyrna to Armenia, immediately doing that sort of Russian crusher opening, Sundstrom. In Italy, the move to Tyrolia, I love this opening. This is I think, an incredibly powerful opening for Italy. Gives them a lot of leverage throughout the board, gives them a negotiating position with basically every power. Tyrolia is such a great, powerful place for Italy to be after spring 1901. The other really fascinating move is the move into Burgundy. It leaves you wondering, was that an agreed upon bounce, or did that happen by accident?
The only comment I have here is I agree with everything Adam just said, but if there's an anti-Brandon Fogel theory on the board, Trieste moving to Ionian right now, and bouncing Albania moving to Ionian and Serbia bouncing in Trieste could make a 0 build Italy.
I see the chances of that happening as 0.
Okay.
But I've been wrong before.
Just trying to. It's Jason Massbaum.
I love it. I love it.
I have definitely seen aggressive play from Jason as Austria. This is, in my opinion, one of Jason's favorite powers to play.
And he plays it well. He's got a good
plays
history.
it very well. I've seen a lot of really good things from him. I wasn't surprised at all to see Jason take Austria. But no, I agree. I don't think on this game that's going to happen. So, what do we make of the move of Smyrna to Armenia?
I think it's just, I think it's Tom saying, I'm not going to sit in my corner. I think it's a good play by Tom, potentially. If he thinks he's got, somebody else willing to work with him, or if he thinks that it will promote somebody else working with him, right? I mean, you look, you're Turkey. You don't have a lot of influence on the West in the opening of negotiations of a diplomacy game. So you've got to do something to make sure you don't just get an AIR up your rear. So coming in through the Eastern Med Aegean and doing all of that, coming in through your backside over there. So this is saying, hey, Austria, you want to do something? I like it.
The other thing is Karthik as England right now is a nice little leverage point. Belgium can be bounced. He can get support into Belgium, which he might because France is going to get two other builds unless we don't know about whether the bounce in Burgundy was arranged or not. So that's sort of the key question. So we'll see what happens with Belgium.
I'm willing to bet that's arranged. Interesting. That this is actually really wow.
So yeah, I mean, this is the other this is obviously EF with the bounce in Holland is devastating, but luckily Ben did do the one thing if you suspect there is an EF, which is to make sure Russia gets into Sweden and hopes that there will be a build up there, but there may not be because it was not a Sunstrom opening. I will note, or at least I don't think I will, because there was no Romania. So maybe Michaelis did this intentionally, giving Turkey Romania because there's no Bulgarian build now. So interesting in the East and the West in terms of what happened. You don't see this often. I think it is kind of an RT. I think this is what's happening. I don't know. Adam, tell me what you're thinking here.
Well, if spring 1901 was fairly conventional, this is anything but. There's a lot of really unusual moves right here. Certainly, the convoy of England into Holland is just fascinating, right? And you have you can only assume that came with the agreement on France's part not to take Spain and to move up to Burgundy, and so they're not building 3 since it would leave them in a particularly strong position. And then in the East, these Russian Turkish moves are fascinating. If it's an RT, it's a really strange one. It almost looks like Turkey was trying to be a little bit tricksy there. With the move to Armenia, letting Russia into the Black Sea and trying to slide into Sev with the goal of building another fleet in Ankara to kick them out subsequently. But you might be right, Ed. I mean, without being privy to the negotiations, it's really hard to know what this actually means to us. But what's important is that Russia does build 1, but not 2. Turkey builds 1, but their build is Romania, not Bulgaria. And Italy, Brandon, just kind of said, I'm going to take Tunis and wait and see what happens, which is not an unreasonable play right here. You don't want to tick off your neighbors by poking at dots that you're not going to get. But conversely, you need to have a game plan, Brandon, and we're going to have to see, what that develops into.
Brandon likes flexibility. He didn't want a convoy. He's going to have it. I don't know the Munich hold. I mean, obviously, he may have thought Brandon would have gone to Munich, but but I don't think it's a big deal one way or the other. Ben's got bigger problems to worry about than holding Munich. You're going to have an EF going on right now, and if I don't know if Brandon goes west or not with that fleet. We'll see what's happening. I think it's an RT. That's my assumption.
I'll also point out the good decision on Ben's part to hold Denmark rather than bouncing Sweden. Clearly a very good decision.
Why do you say that, Adam?
You're in a situation, you just got bounced out of Holland by England, right? You're potentially facing an EF. You don't want to be doing anything that's going to be weakening your neighbor to the east, who's somebody who you can actually use, who can actually be an ally to you and actually help you out up north, right? The other point is that Michaelis otherwise wouldn't have gotten a single build. And honestly, as Germany, you do want Russia getting at least a build, right? You don't want them getting crushed in the south. That's not to your benefit. So it was a really, really good decision on his part.
I like Michaelis's thought process here, not even getting Romania, because I think he's going to build in Sev. Maybe Moscow.
Yeah. I don't expect Fleet St. Pete. Let's put it that way. That'd be a surprise.
Will Mastbaum build a fleet in Trieste?
No.
Not yet, at least.
Not yet.
I have seen that before, though, so we'll see. From this position, I know both of you said no fleet St. Pete North Coast, but do you think they could get away with it? Like if it truly is a RT?
I think it would be a very bad choice on Michaelis's part. I think an Army St. Pete, if it's really an RT, maybe. But I think a fleet would be a mistake.
He knows how to read a board. I wouldn't do it.
All right. Any predictions for what we're going to see from France?
Fleet Brest, Army Paris. I think the most interesting build on this board is Germany's actually. And I'm honestly not quite sure what you do here. To be honest with you, that's a really hard choice. I'm leaning towards an army, but I'm not entirely sure.
I think he's got to build an army, and he's got to rely that Michaelis will be on side. But Carthage put the fleet in Norway. There may be a deal between Carthage and Russia. It's just hard to know if you're Ben what to do.
It's a rough spot. I would also build the army. Yep.
But the fleet Ankara is the one that I'm looking at, right? Which is
that's not supporting your RT theory.
It's only supporting a greater deception of an RT theory, but it is saying I'm taking the black, right? And you can have Romania, maybe.
I know that Brandon is salivating right now.
Brandon's loving it. Jason, you let me down with no fleet build.
Brandon loving it because Turkey is.
Oh yeah, I mean he's gonna have he's very likely to have no Turkish fleet in the Aegean. At least until the fall, so he's got a lot of flexibility right here. Mastbaum does what you would expect Mastbaum to do, so there's no surprises there. So he's got a lot of diplomatic options right now to really drive conversations. And that's really what you want to be doing as Italy, right? You want to have a finger in every pie and be able to drive conversations throughout the board. I mean, you've even got conversations with France and England with respect to that fleet Marseille build and whatnot. So, this is where Brandon thrives. And I think he's probably very happy with how this turned out. And I don't think he's upset about the fleet Marseille.
All right. Well, let's begin with our seventh place player, or I'm sorry, our ninth place player, our last player to make the championship game, Ben Kelman. On screen right now, we see Ben's player statistics from the 2020 and 2021 season. Has a top share of 16%, which is good enough for 25th out of players with at least 4 games in the VDL. Capo 4, centers above average player, above average by about 2 centers per game. Capo 4 means he tends to get off to a little bit of a slower start and then build to that larger score at the end of just 1 center above average. Also good for 18th place. OSR, order success rate, is less than 1% less than average. So 25th place for that. That means that he does not, the orders that he inputs do not succeed as often as the average player. That does not necessarily mean that that's a bad thing, but it just means that it's less successful. And we put that under a style column because
You mean like moving to Holland?
Exactly. That would be a perfect example of that. And also we'll see a slightly lower Capo 4 in this particular game as well. FSG is foreign supports given. So on average, he gives 2.2 more supports to foreign units than the average player, which is good for 10th overall. And FSR, foreign supports received, receives slightly less than the average player, which is good for 34th. So that's a little bit about Ben. Let's hear his interview from the immediately following the Paris method selection. We'll get a little bit of insight into where he was leading into the start of this game.
Hey, thanks, Brian. I am here with coming into the top board here, 9th seeded Ben Kelman, and with some dropouts, fell into the 7th spot in the selection order. Ben, welcome.
Thanks, Kevin. Glad to be here.
Yeah, so you've been on a couple of top boards preparing for today's. Different than previous ones?
I think this is my second after Carnage in 2020. It's been a pandemic for a long time now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That one didn't go well for me, and I was actually playing Germany, so we'll see how this one goes. Hopefully, a little bit better.
Yeah. So you kind of gave it away here. So you were 7th seeded. Tom DeGriff moved up and moved down and put you into 6th. What was your initial reaction to having a choice in your power?
I was surprised by having a choice, and then I expected it to be between Turkey and Austria. So I was really surprised when it came to me and it was between Turkey and Germany.
And you took a long time to decide, because no way was I having a central or a Western power selection at that point.
Yeah, I thought a lot about playing Turkey, and I'd had some success playing Turkey during the season. But I just thought about it, and who knows if I'd have made the same choice again, but I have made it, and I'm just running with it now.
Yeah. So I had been scheduled to interview you no matter the selection, and I was ready to ask you. I know you always open with the Chicago style Sundstrom as Turkey, not always, but more often than not when I've seen your games. So now I can't ask that. So
I frequently do that. You got to go check the record there.
I'll check the records. We got some good stats on it. So,
yeah.
But I can't ask that question now. Now I have to ask the question. You've got the first pick was France with Nicolas, and Karthik is England, and Karthik's had some good results as England. What's the strategy in the West?
Well, we'll see. You always have to play the players and play the negotiations. You think about the game all week and you kind of think about what you might want to do, but you can't actually know what you're going to do until you start the negotiations. Karthik certainly is really good and scary. I think him and Brandon, I think, worry me the most on the board. You're probably gonna ask me that.
Yeah. So the question always is, if not you, then who? So you kind of gave me that. So looking forward to seeing you out there, and good luck, and maybe we'll see you afterwards as well.
Hope so.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks. See you.
All right. So Ben Kelman giving us the scoop on that difficult decision to pick Germany. How do you think he's feeling about that right now?
My heart's breaking for him.
Yeah.
I played on that Carnage top board. It was both of our first top boards. He played Germany, and Bill Hagenbrack and Farron knocked him out in 1903. I'm sure that went into the calculation that he would get run over by EF. So, but I'll say this, looking at the stats, particularly the high ranking of foreign supports given. He is a solid alliance player, and Reliance does well. He does well, which explains his 9th place finish. I'm hoping he can figure a way out of this, but it's looking tough.
All right, well, let's now go to our sideline reporters. One of my favorite things about doing these championship games is we do get a little more insight into the games than we do on a typical league night. Tonight, we are very fortunate to have Marcus Zylstra and last year's VDL champion, Tanya Gill, working the sideline. They have been hard at work from before this game started, recording some sideline reports. None of us have seen these, and I am so excited to get started. Let's hear from them at the end of 1901.
All right, hello and welcome to the 1901 report from the sideline. We've been listening into the player conversations. I'm going to go ahead and hand off over to Tanya to start with for the West.
Yeah, so pretty interesting discussions coming out of the West. So right off the bat, England and France go into a room, discuss quickly about DMZing the English Channel and then running in on Germany. Seemed like a pretty solid conversation. Meanwhile, Germany's talking to Russia, saying that he's concerned about Karthik in England and tells Russia that 99% he's not going to be bouncing him in Sweden. France and Germany start off their conversation a bit strangely by rehashing old games where they lied to each other in the past. Germany pretty blatantly states that he doesn't want Karthik in England to top the board or control the game. The conversation between the FG seems like Germany is committed to an FG. He's being very specific with France and says to Germany that the two best players on the board are Brandon and Karthik. Meanwhile, France also wants Germany to bounce in Burgundy. So there's a big discussion over the bounce in Burgundy. France wants to bounce, but Germany thinks it'll hurt their tempo. But ultimately, Germany does agree despite pushing back against it quite firmly. After Ben leaves the room and I'm still in the room, Germany says, that sucks. I really wanted to work with him. Now I have to reconsider.
Right.
And then back to you, Marcus, for the East.
Yeah, so the East is a very similar story here, but, well, with regard to people hashing out old differences, but specifically between Jason and Tom. And you wouldn't expect that looking at these moves, because this Turkey looks like they're very on side with the Austrian, right? But actually, Tom outright says at the start that his first misorder was dropping down in that player order and having to pick Turkey when he could have got Germany if he hadn't. And he outright says to Jason, I know you're a vendetta type player, which is an odd thing to say to someone directly, right? But Tom is opening like this primarily because he wants to work with Brandon. That's what we picked up from discussions here. Brandon and him discussed potentially taking out Michalis and then moving on Jason. And Tom's condition for moving to Armenia was, we need to have Jason on board and we need to have a plan to kill Jason immediately afterwards. So that's what was happening here. Michalis obviously didn't get much of a say in it. He was trying to talk to Brandon and say, you know, which of these two players should we take out? But Brandon didn't really give him an answer. Maybe that would have tipped him off, but not much he could have done about it here. So let's move ahead to the fall and have a look in the West. Here.
Yeah, so in the fall, once again, you got England and France going right into a room with each other. They have really good conversations with each other. France suggests to England that England should move to Holland to bounce Germany out of there. And England, Karthik really likes the idea. So they're being very specific, very honest. And the only caveat is England tells France that he doesn't want a fleet in Brest if he's taking such a risk with bouncing Germany out of Holland. Meanwhile, England tells Germany that he'll put the army in Norway and is very insistent that Germany bounce Sweden. Germany is very reluctant to do so. And then you have Germany complaining to France that England is taking up all his time in these negotiations. And in a conversation between Germany and France, you have Nicholas lying quite blatantly to poor Ben in Germany, saying that England was upset by not really having a play on Belgium, and saying that he's scared that Karthik will bounce him in Belgium. And that's about it from the West. Back to you, Marcus.
Okay, so in the East, yeah, we start off with McCallus talking to Brandon here, and I think that was possibly the most interesting discussion, because Brandon was saying, okay, I assume you want me to go in and attack Tom here from the south just to protect you. McCallus goes, actually, no, I don't think you'd end up in a good position if you did that. Which certainly interesting looking at this board position. You'd think McCallus would want that. And Brandon seemed a little bit confused at that as well. But McCallus was going, I think we should wipe out Jason first and foremost, and then we can deal with Tom afterwards. Brandon seemed a bit uneasy about that. It feels like McCallus prefers Tom here and Brandon prefers Jason, and somehow Jason and Tom are the two working together directly, even though they're the two people who don't like each other the most in this group. So this alliance may be a bit tenuous. We'll see what comes of it. But yeah, that's pretty much what happened in this 1901. It's certainly been an interesting one, and we'll see you again in 1902.
My goodness. Two people that hate each other the most are the ones that have the strongest alliance in the East. Fabulous insight. Thank you so much to Marcus and Tanya. We'll start with you, Adam. What stood out from those negotiations?
That is juicy. I hats off to Marcus and Tanya for that. I think there were two really interesting things, and actually one I think is a learning experience for Ben. I think Ben accomplished almost nothing when Nicola was insisting on the bounce to Burgundy. Ben could have just said, you know what, Nicola, if you need to be in Burgundy, you go to Burgundy. I'm not moving there. And I think end of story. Then Nicola has to rethink his moves. The problem for Ben is the problem for Germany in general is when France asks for a bounce of Burgundy, France can just support themselves in and basically completely make your move null and void. And Ben should have been thinking that was a distinct possibility here. It wasn't what actually happened, but it could have happened. And, in that situation, you're better off just going to Ruhr and deciding whether or not you need to cover Munich in the fall. And I think that Ben would have put himself in a better position by doing that, because there would have been more uncertainty over whether he would have supported himself to Holland, moved back to Munich, or gone to Belgium, and it would have created a little bit more confusion in the EF and made it more difficult for them to make such a devastating set of moves than they did. So I think that's just a learning experience, and hopefully Ben and others in the viewership can take that lesson from this. The second really interesting thing is the mess of negotiations in the East. Wow. It is amazing to hear how off kilter everybody is with each other's goals and each other's objectives. And it is just going to be really fascinating to see if some people can get on the same page or not in 1902, because it sounded like from 1901 that nobody is really talking to each other in language that is working.
What I took from the sideline reporters is, one, why have Adam and I? I mean, they just explained what happened. That was fantastic. But we're superfluous. But what I really took away was diplomatic failures. My whole game is the diplomatic part. And you cannot, especially on a top board, and I've learned this in my travails with Farron, have an enemy before you start. And if Ben is rallying everybody against Karthik in the beginning, Karthik's going to get wind of that. It gives power to the other people to make decisions. And that's a bad spot to be in. The second diplomatic failure was, even though they might be working together with Jason and Tom, you cannot, and it seems like this was more Tom than Jason, you cannot rehash history. There's no time for that. There has to, what you can do is show you the money, the orders on the board, tell them, you can address it quickly, but you can't just whine. There's not enough time, and it puts the other person off at the beginning. So I like a better strategy of Adam, your game, your third game at Carnage, where you and Johnny, where you're very honest with each other about what you wanted to do and what your goals were. Those are the ways to address those diplomatic issues, not just by whining.
Well, we'll see how those decisions play out. Here we've got spring of 1902. Let's look at our adjustments before we do that. Adam, why don't you take us through anything stand out to you with these adjustments? Oh, we did those. We did those.
Yeah, I think we did. I think we did that. I think the only thing, no London, no Brest fleets, Fleet Ankara, Army Sev. I mean, these builds speak a lot in terms of folks on their side of the board either being on the same page or not being on the same page.
All right, spring of 02.
Wow. Okay. So actually, I think let's start with the West. And actually, it's hard to argue with what with what Ben decided to do here. He knows this is an all-out offensive, so he makes the right moves here, I think, in blocking France from getting into Ruhr. He loses Holland. This is a losing fight, and he knows it. But at least he's making the moves that that are necessary tactically to try to stay alive. What's really puzzling is Sweden supports Norway to Skagerrak. Why McCarless would want to promote this type of behavior is actually kind of beyond me. It's in McCarless's interest to see Ben survive here and or if not thrive, at least not be dismantled very quickly. What happens next? I mean, England is still putting fleets up in Norwegian. That's going to cover Norway. This isn't good news for McCarless in the long run unless he can get some builds from somewhere. So I'll say that. The fleet moves by Nicola are no surprise. That's pretty expected here, and Brandon is responding accordingly. I think the Italian moves and Austrian moves are coordinated here, as are the Russian ones. I think this looks like an AIR to take out the Turks. Good luck to Tom in figuring out how to deal with that. Unfortunately, in these kinds of positions as Turkey, you very often have very little negotiating room. So we'll see, unless he can convince Brandon to do something else, stab Jason here or something like that. Tom could be in for a difficult game, much like Ben.
I really don't have much to add to that, so I probably won't. I don't. If I'm Jason, I hate Apulia to Venice. I hate it with a passion.
Yep.
If that was not arranged, first of all, if it was arranged, Jason shouldn't have made that deal. And if it was not arranged, I would seriously. I mean, I don't think he can do any. I guess he can do something about it, but he might take it back. We'll see. But that's very disturbing to me as an Austrian when I see that. The other thing is I agree. It looks like an AAR, and it's walking and talking like one. But I sort of think Michaela should have. You talked about his moves in the west or the north, but I wish he could have worked it out with Turkey, right? I mean, like, what's he going to get out of this other than Romania right now? So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I think it's challenging for McCarless here, though. I think he needs to make sure that he's in a position where he can do something. And I think the position for Turkey was setting up for the attack on Russia. And if he wasn't able to negotiate with Tom a way out of that for Khan to go to Aegean and all of that kind of stuff, there was not much else for him to do here.
Fair point.
Yeah. But I agree, it's not the optimal position for him or optimally where he wants to be. If I understand this right, McCarless is now supporting Denmark to hold. Is that correct? Or is he supporting Skag to Denmark? I can't really tell. Gosh, I hope it's the former.
He couldn't have been doing that. Otherwise, he would have taken it because Kiel got
Yeah,
cut.
he must be supporting Denmark to hold, right? Because Kiel was cut, so he must be supporting Denmark. So McCarless makes the right decision here in supporting Ben. I mean, there's nothing for him to gain by helping England take Denmark from this position when there's an EF that's clearly well coordinated. So I like that move, and I think for whatever transgressions we can forgive him for last time. Warsaw is going north, so clearly he's got some feeling that, hey, I better get something going up there. And just a lot of supports elsewhere. Turkey is making the fruitless attack on Bulgaria, and we see that move to Aegean. So this certainly looks like the AIR. The only crack that I would say is that Budapest to Trieste, supported by Vienna. I suspect that that's arranged to force Brandon to support Trieste so that he doesn't do anything funny with Venice.
I agree with everything you just said. I think you should take over the whole thing.
No. You should take the play-by-play next year.
But no. But just a couple little moves here. Warsaw to Livonia. Clearly knowing that England's going to be angered and probably not being able to afford to build in St. Petersburg this year. Maybe does build.
I think you can. I think
South Coast.
I think he can build St. Petersburg if he wants to. Actually, I think a North Coast build is achievable thanks to the move to Livonia, and because he could potentially just say to Tom, like, "Hey Tom, I got Romania. I'm not fighting you at this point. I'm not going to fight you. I'm gonna sit here and support myself. I don't want to get involved in this crap."
The other thing is, and it's clearly arranged, the bounce in West, because France could have forced it if they wanted to, which they didn't.
Sorry, Tom. We're going to take issue with that, and I understand from the perspective of Turkey.
All right. Well, let's take a look now at Tom, who just made an appearance. Let's go ahead and take a look at Tom's statistics from the 2021 season. Unfortunately, didn't get the picture of Tom, but we got a top share of 25%, 10th place, cap of just slightly above average, cap of 4 just slightly below average, order success rate about 2% less than average, foreign supports given at 33rd, slightly below average, and foreign supports received slightly below average. So Tom's top share is definitely the reason when we look at these stats that he made it into this championship game. Let's go ahead and listen to take a listen to his interview before right after the Paris method. Here's Tom.
Tom, congratulations on making the top board. You had a great showing this year. So you're one of the 2 alternatives to play today. Does that make you nervous about this at all?
No, it takes away some of the pressure. I didn't really qualify, so nobody's expecting me to win. So that's the fine position for me. I even put some pressure on Ben by letting him pick over me first. So I just took whatever was left. And yeah, we'll see what we make of it.
Is this your first top board?
In a long time, yeah. I think I've had one top board before. Maybe one I'm forgetting. But it was all face-to-face.
So you kind of alluded to this, but I'd like you to expand if possible. So you chose to pick your country last when you had a choice. So what was the strategy going into that?
I sort of just assumed I was going to get Turkey, and I'm fine with that. I just have to convince them not to kill me, and that works. Anything can happen.
Do you enjoy playing Turkey?
I do, actually. Yeah, it's one of my favorite countries. It's always just fun to just come up with wacky ideas and hope that they'll go along with it and to just get out of your corner. So that's probably what I'll be looking to do today.
Any player that you're excited to play with?
Michalis is always fun to play with. Brandon is fun to play with. Jason is always a bit of a wild card, so we'll see how that goes. And well, let's hope I get to have some fun playing with the rest as well. That it goes well enough for that.
Is there a player that you're kind of nervous to meet, or you don't want to, see, or you're afraid of?
Nicolas Tayet, he's been very fun this tournament to play with. I'm looking forward to him doing some nice stabs early on in the West, and hopefully they'll open up the board and create some interesting dynamics.
Fantastic. Well, good luck, Tom. Cheering for you. So hope you'll do well.
I'm gonna try not to disappoint.
All right. How are we feeling after that interview?
I think that sums up his game. Is Turkey pretty dry? Hoping for the best.
I love the attitude. I'm in this. I got a bonus by even getting onto this board. I'm going to do my best and not worry about it too much. I love it.
All right. Well, let's hear our sideline report from 1902.
All right. Hello and I just realized I've got the wrong map up, but there you go. Hello and welcome to the 1902 sideline reports. I'm going to hand straight off to Tanya for the West.
Yeah, so the West is shaping up pretty cleanly. Ben in Germany is still trying to work with France, and he does so by telling Nicholas that Karthik is a better player than Nicholas, but doesn't want Nicholas to somehow take that the wrong way, but he needs Nicholas to fully reverse now and go after Karthik. Meanwhile, Michalis agrees to support Karthik into Skagerrak, mostly to keep Karthik away from St. Petersburg. Ben, of course, does not like hearing that. Then you have Karthik telling Nicholas, and this is sort of the alliance of the West, the EF, that Germany needs to die. They also talk about how stopping the IT is incredibly important. Karthik then wants to convoy to Holland, asks for support from Nicholas, and also told Russia that he's going to be taking Holland. However, Nicholas very intelligently decides he doesn't want a part of that, says he's going to be supporting himself into Ruhr. Karthik says fine. The EF have decided that they do not want Russia to die quickly. There's also a discussion about getting the jump on Italy as well. Meanwhile, Italy says to Germany, once he gets a build, he'll be coming to help. And that's the spring. Back to you.
Okay, and yeah, in the East, you can see the results from the moves here, but initially, Tom and Jason were talking for a while, but it's not the kind of talk you expect off of people who are allied together. It's very much like just tactics. I don't want to talk about anything else. I'm just going to talk about tactics this entire time, because I know if I talk about, maybe further future things, I might talk about the fact that I don't actually like you very much and want to stab you in the face. So it's a very uneasy alliance, and as you can see, it just completely breaks down. Italy, that taking of Trieste was agreed upon, and in fact, they even told Russia in advance, I'm going to take Trieste because Austria is getting Bulgaria. We're coming to your aid here. And Russia actually takes that opportunity, Michalis, to go and talk to Tom and go, you need to turn around. You need to defend yourself. Italy and Austria are coming for you. And if you keep on attacking me like this, you are just going to die. And Tom goes, I might be called a moron for the way I'm playing, but I want to play a creative game here. And he sticks to what he was doing. And then at the game table at the end, Michalis just goes, I told you so. And then we move on to the fall. Do you want to take over, Tanya?
Yeah, so in the fall, you see Ben still trying to work with France here, asking for support into Holland. But Nicholas straight up tells him that he's not sure whether, he's going to do that. So obviously he doesn't do it. But Nicola stresses that he's worried about Brandon, says, he wants to see how the board looks before making a decision. Whereas Ben seems genuinely afraid of Karthik's abilities, right? So Nicola played incredibly intelligently, actually. He asks Ben to bounce in Ruhr. Ben reluctantly actually considers it. asks for support into Holland. Nicola flat out says, not this turn, and then leaves to talk to Karthik. You've also got this sort of quasi maybe alliance between Marcus and Karthik, where McCallus, not Marcus, McCallus and Karthik, where McCallus is saying, I need you to contain France, and you need me to contain the East. So then, back to the England-France alliance here, which is going forward. Karthik insists that what's going on the East is an Italy-Turkey alliance and that Nicola needs to move on Brandon immediately. I'm going to say France played this round very intelligently. He told both Germany and England that he'll be moving to Ruhr. He's telling both of them the moves that he's going to be making. So both of them think that, he's being honest with them. He pretty much gets his choice on how to move here. However, at the end of the discussion he has with Karthik, the EF confirm with each other that they are allied. And the bounce in the West Med is agreed upon. Brandon suggests that Nicola agree to this, and he does so. So that's pretty much how the West went through. Back to you, Marcus.
Yeah. And we see something very similar from Brandon here as what's happening with France. Obviously, it's a good idea to try and be honest with people if there's no bad repercussion for being honest. And everyone's kind of being honest with Tom. They're just going, okay, yeah, you're looking for options. Sure, I'll hear you out. But no one's really giving him any kind of leeway. Brandon outright tells him, I'm going to the Aegean Sea. But it might not necessarily be to attack you. The state of the board right now is such that AIR looks like the best plan because we need Russia strong to fend off this EF if it gets through Germany. So, I need to move there now, but it doesn't necessarily mean I'll be taking you out of the game. But, there's nothing Tom can do about him moving to Aegean anyway, so he might as well be honest about that. There's nothing else massive that really happens in the East during this phase. It looks like it's going to be a solid AIR. Michalis and Jason get along quite a bit more in their discussions than they had been before. We'll see if anything comes of that. And that's our sideline report for 1902. Back to the broadcast.
All right, Ed, we're going to start with you this time. What stood out to you from those negotiations?
Two things, which is one, in all things, trust Tanya Gill's judgment on things in a room. And this is not the first time that she's mentioned and complimented France's play. And she's saying that for a reason. France is in good position. France is not susceptible to Karthik. I think you're hearing Karthik get a little desperate. The thing that, the only thing I think I really add value is on the diplomatic part of it. And you know how Trump used to call people low IQ individuals? Well, Michalis is a high IQ individual, but I think he made a diplomatic mistake. If what I heard from Marcus was correct, which was that AI told Michalis that Trieste was being taken, and then he tells Turkey what's happening and needs to defend himself, and then he goes at the game table and says, "I told you so." That is information he is providing to AI that he told them what was happening. That will ultimately cause Russia to lose, diplomatic leverage against an AI. And I think that was a mistake. To tell people at the game table to give that information is not something I would have done personally.
Well, let's see how that plays out. Any predictions for our adjustments here, Adam?
I think England has to build an army here. They don't need another fleet. They got to get another army down on the continent. France.
France's build is the one that's tricky. You don't want 4 armies. You don't want to anger Brandon. You don't want to anger Karthik.
That's really hard. Yeah, it's really hard. I'm not quite sure what the French build is. I think Italy is a fleet in Naples. I think that's pretty straightforward. I think Russia has some options, actually. I'm expecting something fairly neutral, like an army in Moscow or Warsaw. But a fleet in St. Pete is not off the table here. I'd be thinking about it probably.
I think Russia builds north, like we talked about before.
I mean, I think you can get away with it, but it's tough. France is really hard. I'm going to guess an army in Paris, but which is sort of the wimpy build to just sort of equivocate. But I don't know. I don't know if that's right.
I think Fleet Marseille. I don't think he wants to end it with Karthik. He's protected. We'll see.
Army Marseille. St. Pete South Coast. Yikes. That's certainly not what Ben wanted to see.
Well, the argument is I'm coming in there to help you, but it also will allow him to destroy him.
Wow.
I mean, Denmark's lost, so what can you do?
I have a hard time agreeing with that build. I think there's not a lot of reason where that makes sense just yet, but we'll see. Ed, do you want to call this one?
Sure. As I look at the board here, that savvy Brandon Fogel. I'm fairly certain that they are coming to the rescue, and that the Budapest moving to Trieste is the deal for Fleet Aegean getting into Cannes. You know that they talked about a bounce in Western Med, which was, not a bad argument for Brandon to make, but the move to Piedmont and Tyrolia and Bohemia, this is coming to help Germany to slow Karthik down. And then what we see in the north, I think, is also important. Karthik does pick up Denmark. It looks like there is a Russian support there, but then moves to Norway to cover. But that's going to be problematic for Michaelis in the fall, because it's a choice between Sweden and St. Pete. I guess St. Pete could be covered, so Michaelis is probably okay for now. So look, I think the AIR is on task at this point. The question in every AIR is what happens after Turkey gets down to 2, and now Turkey's going to be at 2.
Yeah, if I'm reading the route fleet in Sweden correctly, it's supporting Denmark to Skag. Is that right?
It's hard to say.
If it were supporting Denmark to Skag, it would have succeeded.
Yeah, you're right. So is it supporting Helgoland to Denmark? See, I can't understand why it would do anything other than support Denmark to hold, or something like supporting Denmark to Skag. If Michaelis is actually helping Karthik in this position, he's now got 2 units on Sweden. I mean, sure, Karthik is not going to take Sweden right away, but I just don't see what he's accomplishing here. And the hold in Livonia, if you're actually going to be making aggressive moves against Germany, why is it not going down into Prussia to get a piece of all of that? So I'm really perplexed by Michaelis' choices in the north here. But again, not being privy to the full discussion, there may be more going on.
I think it's a misorder. It has to be a misorder. Denmark should not have been lost in that situation. It may have been an intentional misorder, but it is a misorder. He's doing something with that unit.
Yeah, but he's not supporting Sweden, right? So, which is really he's not supporting Denmark, which is what it should be doing.
Right.
So that stands first off. I like what AI is doing here, whether they're in Tyrolia, Bohemia to support Ben or to take Munich before the West can. I think either scenario makes sense. The AIR is doing their AIR things. And it sucks to be Turkey in this position, and there's nothing Tom can do about it, and he's going to get just slow played out of the game. And we've all been there. If we've played enough games, we've played Turkey, and we've been in this position, and it sucks. And
I think there's clear deception of Ben. We heard from the Sideline report where, Ben asked for Holland and it was not this turn. Well, here's the next turn. Ben thought he was going to get Holland.
Nah.
Not this turn. That's yet another not this turn.
I mean, I think Ben at this point is just, playing any chance he's got. I mean, I suppose that going, he could have gone a supported attack on Roar again, but it wouldn't have made a difference, right? Because ultimately, the Roar was 3-on-2. So I think he's just taken any shot he's got. I mean, ultimately, what he should be doing is offering Nicola Holland, right, and trying to make a play that way, and saying, "Hey, Nicola, I'll put you on top, keep me alive, and maybe I can get a solid second or something." That's really his only pitch right now.
Right. Well, okay. I was sort of focused on the move back to Venice and Vienna. So that's interesting. But the headline here, other than another bounce in the Med, which is in my mind clearly arranged, is Nicola won. He won the war of wits, right? Because he did just what Adam suggested 30 seconds ago and supported Belgium into Holland. That's brutal for Karthik with a disband. Or I guess it got destroyed. So the army gets destroyed. And now McAllis's army is in St. Petersburg, which is now putting, Norway at risk. This is bad news for Karthik. And,
yeah, I think this is cool what Nicola did here, actually, because it's not actually a stab against Karthik, right? Because what was supposed to happen was that Nicola was supposed to follow into Holland if Holland took Kiel. The problem is that he got support from Ben, which Nicola can said, hey, I wasn't supposed to get support from Ben. I didn't know that was happening. I mean, and Karthik was supposed to get Kiel, except Karthik doesn't get Kiel because Sweden cuts Denmark, or Skagerrak rather cuts Denmark. Burgundy cuts Munich, but Berlin support on Kiel is still valid. I mean, look at what Ruhr did. Ruhr actually supported Holland into Kiel. It just wasn't sufficient for Karthik to get in because that Berlin support was still valid and it was 2-on-2. So this is incredibly savvy on Nicola's part, what he did here, because this is not a stab. This is just sorry, it didn't work out the way it was supposed to, but such is life.
And I misspoke. It's a rebuild for Karthik because he took Denmark.
He took Denmark, so he'll rebuild it. Yeah.
So it's not quite as bleak as I was imagining.
Yeah. I think what's also interesting is Brandon's game over here. He does this sort of conga line thing with Western Mediterranean Sea, and I have to imagine he figured that was going to bounce or knew that was going to bounce. I'm not sure, but and then he's going Piedmont back to Venice, which is part of the reason. I guess he's protecting it in case Jason gets funky, but. This is not the kind of order set you really want to have to make as Italy. I mean, he obviously felt like he needed to, but you're sort of not making progress, and if anything, you're going in the wrong direction.
The other thing to mention is that, as Wardy does, which is Tom's play is not good with 3. Yeah, maybe he thought Bulgaria and Aegean would just support Khan, but to not support Smyrna. I guess he couldn't from the fleet, but to not cut Khan. I mean, there's lots of, to not attack Khan just makes no sense to me.
I also noticed that Jason covered Vienna as well. So definitely some doubt in the AI that we haven't seen in the orders from previous turns.
Yeah, it's a great point, Brian, and look at what that does for position. I mean, it really just hurts both of their positions when they can't trust each other, right? Because you have Brandon. I mean, maybe Brandon wants to be in Venice. That's certainly possible, but it's certainly not optimal for either of them to have to be pulling back to their home centers when they were standing in a productive position previously.
I think Brandon's trying to give space to France. And I think they knew that this was going to happen. I think there's close cooperation here between the two. And I think they're thinking about their next target, which is Russia.
That would be my bet as well, Ed. I totally agree with you.
All right. Well, let's see. We'll find out more about that in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at our next player. We've got our number 7 ranked player, Jason Massbaum, doing the Monster Mash. We've got a top share of 6%, 40th out of all of the ranked players from the 2020 and 2021 season. Very, very low. But we see that he's making his moves probably through a couple of large games. We know that for this season at least, with the cap of 2.5 centers more than average. Cap 04 getting out to a pretty fast start of almost 2 centers above the average player in 1904. Order success rate, negative 2.7. Foreign supports given, right around average, and foreign supports received much higher. So up at 8th place with 2 more supports on average than other players. So Jason playing a game where he's convincing other people to help support him and getting some large scores, but not topping. So kind of a big go big or go home kind of player. Let's hear from Adam. Let's hear from Jason in his interview right now.
Okay, hi, I'm here with Jason Massbaum, coming straight off of the Paris Method power selection, and you made a very interesting move in that power selection. You took Austria when there was Germany on the table as well. Do you want to talk us through your reasoning for doing that?
So it was basically I looked at who was on who else was in the West. Thought that was going to be a little bit of a rat's nest. Figured I might be safer just staying out of the rat's nest. Plus, like in general, I think it's a little easier for Germany to just get overwhelmed by events. I figured, so for me, it was really between Austria and Turkey. And I know the Let's All Gang Turkey metas died down a little bit, but once it was, for me, it was really a choice between Austria and Turkey because of what I just said about Germany.
Right. And you thought that Austria was definitely the better choice than Turkey, or that was a close decision for you?
That was a little bit of a close decision. Obviously, there's something to be said, especially in the top board style of play, to just hang out in your corner for Turkey, wait for an opening, let the game come to you. But as Austria, it's also a little bit easier to get a commanding position. So it was a little bit of 50% one way, 50% the other.
All right. So you chose 5th. So obviously you didn't have much choice left. Was there any country you were hoping would get to you that wasn't one of the 3 that did?
I mean, obviously France. France is a good top board power. Didn't really expect that I would get it, given my position in the seeding. But it's hard to argue with France in this kind of top board situation.
Okay, yeah, it's absolutely fair. But yes, I don't think I've ever seen France go that low. So yeah, how confident are you feeling going into it, looking at the opposition and looking at the players who are around you?
So obviously everybody on this board is a good player. I believe I've played at least 1 game with everybody on this board, so I'm not coming, completely unawares on anybody's play style. Although I think maybe half of the board I've only played like once or twice with, and half the board I played with a lot. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens. I think I learned a little bit from my previous top board over the summer on maybe be a little bit more slow and cautious as opposed to let's just jump out the gate and try to make big things happen.
Okay, great. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that work out.
Thanks, Marcus.
Good luck.
Thanks. Take care.
All right, we've got Jason Massbaum talking about maybe playing a little more patient than has in the past. When you looked at his Capo 4, tends to get out to a pretty big start fast. Is that in line with what we've seen so far today?
So his previous top board, he played Austria, and his first move was Vienna to Bohemia, I believe, or Vienna de Tyrolia, which was not good for him. So this is a lot more cautious than that. I will say he mass bombed math when he said 51 versus 52 decision. That was almost as bad as Zachary Moore calling him Nicola Toilet. But I don't know which was the biggest mass bomb of the day. But I love Jason. I love playing with Jason. And I especially love when Jason gets frustrated in a room. There's nothing better. But I don't think he has any reasons to be frustrated now.
Well, let's get a little more insight into that with our 1903 Sideline report.
All right, here we are with the 1903 Sideline report. So I'm going to hand off to Tanya as per usual for the West first.
Yeah, so in the spring we see discussions between France and Germany, where Ben, very straight up tells France that he's running out of options for working with him. He's very obviously frustrated. But Nicholas, once again, playing the middle, tells Ben that he's moving to Ruhr with Burgundy. Ben accepts this and says, okay. Then you move to the discussions between Karthik and Nicholas, and there's a discussion over which unit goes into Ruhr. And it gets tense for a second. Karthik saying he's worried about France-Italy alliance. Karthik then pressing Nicholas to go after Brandon and to guarantee Munich. Ultimately, Karthik agrees that Burgundy can indeed move into Ruhr. Once again, France does great by telling exactly both the other Western powers what he's doing and gets away with it. Then between Nicholas and Brandon, Nicholas is seen asking Brandon to move out of the Tyrrhenian Sea if Nicholas has any hope of stabbing Karthik. So it's some discussion here about stabbing Karthik, asking Brandon to back off, but they couldn't really agree to DMZ, and then they bounced in the Western Med instead. Nicholas has a funny thing to say to Brandon here. He says, to Karthik during this phase, I have half the board telling me to worry about you and the other half telling me to worry about Brandon. So Nicholas, kind of interesting position. Karthik also agrees to support, Burgundy and Ruhr, as we discussed. Back to you, Marcus, for these.
All right. Well, mine is going to sound pretty short after all of that, but really there wasn't a lot of discussion in these. Well, there was, but it was all very tactical and straightforward. This AIR are fairly solidly locked in. Brandon agrees to give back Trieste in exchange for Constantinople. They talk about going west. The only slight point of debate was whether Trieste goes to Tyrolia or goes to Albania. Brandon was pushing for an Albania move so that they can potentially convoy it down to Syria here. But Jason was not happy with that, so they ended up agreeing to go to Tyrolia instead. Michalis makes a point that, we need to be able to hold back both of EF if we're going to negate the CF. Otherwise, we're just choosing someone to throw the victory to. So he's trying to make a pitch for, do not attack me. You will only be able to hold back France then, and then England will just win the game. That's pretty much it from the East for the spring. Back to you, Tanya.
So for the fall, interesting to note that during this, there's really no discussions or not many discussions going on between England and Germany. It seems like that relationship is going to be pretty impossible to mend. At some point, I looked at the rooms and they were sitting alone in their own rooms instead of talking to each other. So that's that. And meanwhile, France is the most desired player for discussions. Everyone is always going into rooms to try and get a word in with France. So with the England-France alliance that we were sort of seeing, Nicola admitted to Karthik that he waited too long to move on Brandon. And then they had this discussion on how to handle the AIR. And in this discussion, Karthik says, regarding the entire board, and I quote, "Whatever you think is best for the alliance, I will do for you." So they decided here that Holland will be moving to Kiel and Belgium would be following back. Now, Nicholas is very, very intelligent with this play. He then goes to to Ben and tells Ben exactly what he's doing. He says, Burgundy is going to hit Munich, and I'm going to try for Munich, and Belgium is going to go to Holland. And he's like, do with that as you will. So as we can see, Ben did with that as he would, and that's about it from the West in fall.
Yeah, very interesting play there. Essentially, well, I mean, convincing Ben to support him into Holland without actually asking him to. There's some interesting stuff going on in the East, certainly more than there was in the spring. Initially, Brandon's quite annoyed that Jason has moved into Trieste in the spring instead of in the fall, because it puts Venice under threat. He didn't outright say he would move back to Venice here, but it seemed like he was definitely considering it, and obviously he went with it here. Brandon tries to convince Jason to attack Michalis and to say, get him to tap Black Sea. You can go and take Romania, and we can jump on him. If he's working with the EF in the north, or if he's working with England in the north, what's the point in sticking with him here? And Jason seems to agree. And in fact, he does go into the conversation with Michalis, and he asks Michalis to tap Black Sea. And Michalis is just, there's a pause, and then he sort of goes, why? And then Jason is talking about, Turkey could take Constantinople. Michalis says, well, you have 2 units that can support hold that. That seems like it shouldn't be an issue. And after a fair bit of discussion, Michalis changes the subject to, why is Brandon not moving harder against France here? He's very non-aggressive when you look at the moves, and like this turn proves it even more, right? But obviously before this turn goes through. Michalis is going, you need to defend yourself against a potential Brandon stab here, because that's what's likely going to happen. And indeed, at the same time, in another room, Tom is talking to Brandon going, look, you can walk into Vienna here, you can walk into Greece, we can support Russia into Bulgaria, or support me into Bulgaria, or even support you into Bulgaria. You could go +3, and Brandon is just going, yeah, I'm not sure I like the idea of that. I don't think these centers are going to be open. So Brandon's not actually going with that idea, although clearly he's not committing the other way either. But Michalis managed to get Jason scared enough of it that Jason did cover all of his centers that could have been attacked here. No one outright attacked each other. So we'll see what ends up coming of it. It certainly looks like an uneasy position for the players here. But that's been the Sideline report for 1903. I will end the broadcast here.
I don't know about you, but I cannot wait until the next year's Sideline report. There's some really interesting setup here. This is a point of the game where I think emotions are starting to go up. Stakes are getting a little bit higher. Adam, what's your take on what we just heard? You are muted.
Of course I was. This is the real challenge with Italy, and Brandon, I think, is doing a very admirable job here to achieve what he needs to achieve. But when you're forced to go back and forth between multiple fronts, you never really can gain enough momentum on either of them to put you over the top. And Brandon's going to really have to figure it out very quickly, or at least get his neighbors on both sides in alignment with him really quickly if he's going to have a chance to get to the top. We're in 1904, but we're already, it's early in the game, but we're already starting to lay the groundwork for where this is going to go.
Ed, if you're Brandon and you've got to make a choice, first of all, do you agree? Does Brandon need to make a choice? And if so, what choice would you make? Your turn, Ed.
Dictates at the time, but he's playing a game very similar to how Peter McNamara played the DBNI top board, which is no explicit warfare against France, while keeping all options available in the East to see how it sort of turns out. Look, he's in position to do a lot of things, and so I like, and he's obviously savvy enough to figure it out. What I took from the Sideline report, and I want to tell this to Karthik. Karthik, now you know how it feels to be your ally sometimes on a top board when they don't do the things that you want them to do. Karthik likes to control because he thinks by logic and he argues cases, and he's probably right on the board about what Nicholas should be doing, but Nicholas not doing it, and that can get frustrating when you are low man on the totem pole in a two-person alliance, and this can be super frustrating for Karthik, and but Karthik should know that because he frustrates sometimes a lot of his allies in similar fashion.
So let's talk builds. I have seen Karthik can be a player that can play emotionally once he gets frustrated, I would say. And do we expect that here? What are we looking for from the English build?
Fleet Eddie.
I think he's going to do Fleet Eddie, but we might see something else.
I think you'd love to build another army here, but I don't think you can get the first one off. I mean, you really don't necessarily want yet another fleet, but I think you got to go Fleet Eddie here.
And everybody wanted to talk to Nicholas. What are they doing here?
Fleet Brest.
He can't build another army. He cannot build.
I mean, it's got to be Fleet Brest. If Karthik wants him to attack Italy, he has to accept Fleet Brest as the build here. I mean, regardless of what, I mean, and then Nicola can make whatever decision he makes with respect to what he's actually going to do. But I mean, an army makes no sense, right?
Well, then if I'm Karthik and I know that's what's happening, I might build Fleet London.
That's what I was leaning towards, is Fleet London.
I don't think you do that because you don't really want to antagonize and make something like that a self-fulfilling issue. You're leaving the army on England in the spring anyway if Nicola does anything funny. So I think you still do Eddie.
I see a comment from Robert about Nicola. I agree. I've played a couple games with him. He is a fantastic player, and we have done him a disservice by not putting him in the conversation. He got to number 2 in this league for a reason. Okay. And he's playing a great game.
Well, Ed, I will point out he was my prediction for winning this game.
Come on, Brian.
We'll see. But no, I agree. I've not seen a ton of games, but the games that I have covered show, I mean, besides the amazing solo, which is just fantastic, even the other games that I've covered, very obvious understanding of this game, seems to be good, a well-rounded player on every front. So
go into a room with the two Nicolas speaking French to each other. It's pretty intimidating.
Yeah. Well, I have not had to play against that. So, all right. And then last, Jason, obviously it's going to be an army. The question for me is, where is that unit going? Is he better off starting to make a move in against Russia, or should it move towards the center of the board?
I don't know. It's a tough call. It could go either way.
I mean, I'd love to continue working with Russia at this position, but you don't. It's not obvious where the dots are coming from. I think your best case scenario is if it's still an AIR and you can get yourself as your next build Constantinople, and then maybe set yourself up for Brandon to get out of position and make a move on Italy. That's really what I would be trying to do here. If there's no way that can play out, and it's clear from the negotiation that that's just not going to happen, you might have to think about making a move on Mikarlis. I mean, at some point you're going to have to do something. I don't like the idea of sending my armies up to Bohemia and all that kind of thing at this stage of the game. It leaves me too vulnerable.
All right. Well, let's see what we get. Yep. Adam was right on all counts. I think you were too, Ed.
The Turkish disband is.
I think it's probably the right one, actually.
Probably the right
you
one.
need to keep the army, and Fleet and Black is just more flexible. You can always cover and car from them. I think it's the right disband.
Yeah, the Smyrna's lost.
Yeah, and then you go to Armenia. I mean, you know what? Honestly, Turkey has no good decisions here. Obviously, you want to keep Black Sea, but in terms of the other two, I don't think there's really a good decision. The Smyrna is a little bit more flexible because it's an army and can retreat to various places. So there's no win. It's a no-win situation for him.
Well, the pace of this game, I would say, is pretty on pace for what we've seen in most VDL games. Heading into 1904, looks like we're starting to shift out of the early game into the mid game. At this point, I'm going to keep an eye to see what decisions people are making to help set them up for the next phase of the game, in addition to finishing out their first targets. Let's see what happens in spring of 04. Adam, why don't you take the play-by-play?
Yeah, so this is really interesting in the West. So Nikolai is now, making a distinctive move south, not as aggressive as he could be, but he's kind of making this sort of some of the guaranteed options. Now, if he really wanted to be aggressive, North Africa is not stoppable. Lyon and Western Med, he sent Marseille and Mal there. At least one of them is guaranteed to go. As it turned out, both would have went. This seems like a slow play kind of situation where he wants to show Karthik something, but he also doesn't want to completely spook Brandon either. And so that's what we're seeing here from Nikolai. I think it's savvy play, along with forcing Munich. And again, this is Nikolai did a great job last turn with taking Holland. That's something that he's never going to go back on. Karthik is not getting the Low Countries in this game. Without him having to ask Nicola to throw him a dot. So this is great play by France here. Karthik supports himself into Skag. This is now McCarless, I think, reaping some of what he sowed in terms of helping Karthik against Ben when he probably should have been supporting Ben instead. And now the two of them are going to be fighting. That's inevitable. There's nothing else for Karthik to do from this position. We go into the West. That is really interesting. So Sev convoyed to Bulgaria through the Black Sea. Clearly, Jason is not on the same page as his neighbors here. He's trying to support himself into Tyrolia. He clearly wants to work with McCarless, but McCarless has other ideas. Ed, what are you seeing?
Okay, so in the West, I think the big thing is, other than France taking Munich, which is huge, is Marseille supporting Mid-Atlantic to Spain, which obviously didn't need to happen and can only lead to further frustration in the EF, because this isn't real pressure on Italy. And frankly, those fleets can easily just be turned around. And now Burgundy to slip into Gascony. There's lots of little problems for Karthik with those French moves. I think Jason thought that there was a real plan between him and Michaelis, and then it turns out there was another plan, and it was against him. He's going against Brandon. Brandon's going against him. Michaelis wins a tiebreak, or decides a tiebreaker, and goes for Bulgaria. But the big winner is obviously Turkey, for not losing Smyrna, and now has no Austrian enemy. So savvy play. I continue to be. I don't know what's going to happen with the AI war now, except it will help Michaelis, and I think it will benefit France. So maybe France will have that opening that he's been telling Brandon that he's looking for, or maybe he won't. He won't take it.
It's really hard to envision what the heck Jason is thinking he's going to get here. Even if he does force Tyrolia, he still is going to get a retreat to Piedmont and not be able to take Venice. So, as much as I was saying, I think he should ultimately go in that direction. This is really premature and really just going to put himself in an even worse situation given what happens. What happened with McCarless. I just was staring at the board, and one minor observation, and since Nikolai has played such a amazing game so far. I wanted to make one minor tactical critique on him, which is knowing that Holland to Kiel wasn't going to go. Belgium to Ruhr would have been a stronger play here to give more flexibility in the fall, rather than moving Belgium to Holland, which was guaranteed to fail. Yeah.
Well, I cannot agree with Sabi more in the comments here. This game is very, very good. Every once in a while, you'll get a top board that can be kind of a snooze fest. And this one, we are just seeing a wonderful game of top players who understand this game very well, playing really smart decisions. And in this kind of game, it often comes down to the little things, the little tiny mistakes. And I don't know if it's a mistake or not, but the butterfly effect of Tyrolia being tapped here and allowing France to get into Munich, keep your eye on that. Timestamp spring 1904. That could come back to be significant as we see how the rest of this game plays out. So, all right, let's see spring or fall of 1904.
Okay, so we do have a continued alliance play here by the EF. France has made the move, bringing all the fleets down, guaranteeing Tunis in 1905, going to Kiel this time. So building two and, well, building only one, because he's generously allowing Carthage to get into Holland through a convoy, whereas Carthage takes Sweden. The AIR is, I think, officially over as EF starts to roll. Brandon takes Trieste. I will note that the only way that happens is because in the spring, Ben got his support of Munich cut by Jason. So Ben is I hear an echo, so I'm sorry if it's bad for you guys. But anyways, Ben is a hostile unit there, cuts Vienna, has no reason not to. And Italy takes Greece. Italy takes Trieste. Just in time as the French fleets are coming.
Yeah, Brandon, this is Brandon's statement of I'm still in the game. And, it shouldn't have had to come like this, right? I mean, I don't think this is the way he envisioned him making his play. Of course, him getting two builds couldn't have come at a better time, given that he now has Lyon, Western Med, and North African enemy fleets. The West has a few interesting things here. I'm assuming that McCarless moved to Berlin expecting Munich to be supporting him there. There's really no other reason why he would do that. Continuing to help the EF doesn't make sense. Maybe he's hoping to get a bone thrown at him. Probably worth thinking about why France would actually do that, and that there's really no reason why France would actually support him to Berlin. And he's thereby allowing France to get yet another build, which really isn't helping his case here. Meanwhile, losing Sweden, which was pretty much guaranteed here. Just an unfortunate term for McCarless overall.
Well, the one thing I would say, Adam, there could be an argument. I don't know that it's a good one necessarily, but you could make the argument, hey, get me at Berlin because you don't want England to take over Scandinavia. So that would be the one pitch that I might make. But then it's Russia probably taking Scandinavia, so makes no difference for France at that point. So, all right, well, let's take a look as we head into winter of 1904. We'll take a look at our stats for our next player, and then we'll play Who Do You Like? In fourth place, we have Karthik Konath, a frequent DBN commentator, sixth place in the league, fourth place in this game. Top share of 33%, which is good for ninth place. Cap of 2.3, 14th place. Cap of 4, 1.2, 12th place. Order success rate 4.4%, 11th place. FSG of 2.1 and FSR of 1. You are going to notice a pretty significant jump starting with Karthik in the overall rankings of these players. The previous players that we looked at had elements that were strong that helped them get into the top. Starting with Karthik, you're going to start seeing much more consistent top across the board. What do we want to say about Karthik? Ed?
I've played with him many times, against him and with him. He's better to be on your side than not on your side. And actually, on the map right here, on the who do you like, and I know we're not there yet, is I like Karthik. He got France finally to commit against Italy. And he can breathe a lot easier than he was breathing before. I just think and the one thing from the stats that really pulls out for me is the order success rate, which was high. The reason for that is Karthik is he's not talked about in tactical terms like McNamara or other people, but he's tactically fantastic, and it explains why a lot of his orders are successful, because he knows what's going to happen on the board and is able to dictate the pace of play. This is just what he needed. This is just the spark that he wanted. I'm super happy for him right now, because I know he was frustrated before.
So we've got England at 7 centers, Italy at 7 centers, Russia at 6, and France at 8. I love the comment from Chris Kelly. Not that one. Nicola chooses Karthik over Brandon, the VDL Championship Bachelor competition.
Karthik got the rose.
Yeah. I mean, look at that hair. So I get it. So I guess the question to me, Ed, is what's Karthik's path to the top? I mean, I can see St. Pete, but is he going to have to make a move on Nicola to get there? And does he make that move?
He's going to have to make a move, but there's time. Right now, he's going to be bothered by 2 Russian fleets. Okay, that's going to take some doing to mess with those a bit. And I think he's going to be really worried about Russia. I mean, there's clearly a Russian wintergreen, late forming wintergreen going on. And so I don't think he has a reason to make a move against France at this point, but Karthik will always be looking for that move. I don't think he's going to build an army 100%. But I don't know, maybe waive the other build, because right now, I don't want a 5th fleet up there if I'm him.
Adam, Ed picked Karthik to top this board. Who do you like?
I like Nicola at this point. Karthik's path to victory is really challenging right here. I think it's Nicola or it's somebody in the East, and I'm not ruling Brandon or McCarless out at this point yet. I think the challenge that Karthik has is that he doesn't have a strong move against Nicola, but that's where his dots to win the game are. Putting down 2 fleets in London and Liverpool right now is just not going to get him where he needs to be. Holland is hanging in the breeze. There's just too much there for Nicola. An advancement of his army in Holland into Kiev is a loss of Holland. His really only dot that's clearly visible is St. Pete from this point. And the fact that Russia has 2 fleets in the north really limits his options, as Ed pointed out. So I'm going with Nicola.
I will be cheering for Nicola because that was my pick to start the game. But I'm going to hedge my bets a little, and I'm going to pick McCarless to top this. I think either Karthik or Nicola is going to have to attack somebody that is McCarless's opponent. And so I think just by that nature, they will be set up nicely to make that play towards the end of the game to top this board. I can see this game playing to time. I don't think we see a draw early here, and I think we're going to this is going to be fun. I think we're going to be along for the ride. We may even get to do another Who Do You Like in a couple of years after we see how it shakes out. But for now, let's get to our sideline report from 1904. A ton happened this past year. Very, very important turn. Can't wait to hear from Tanya and Marcus.
All right. Hello and welcome back to the 1904 Sideline Report. Going to hand off over to Tanya to start off with, as per usual.
Yeah, so coming in from last year, there was a lot of discussion on whether the move to Holland was agreed upon between England and France. And finally, we see some fruitful discussions between Karthik and Ben, at least ones that seem more substantive than they were before, where pretty much they talk about moving against France, sort of. So between England and Russia, you get some really interesting discussions on whether, whether England and France are working together or not. McAuliffe is upset that Karthik built a fleet in Eddie instead of in London. And there's a bit of discussion on how to blow up a Russian fleet, where Karthik proposes something that McAuliffe thinks is pretty ludicrous. It did not happen. So then you have discussions with France and England, where Karthik pretty much tells Nicholas that he's not stabbing him, and Nicholas tells Karthik what his moves are and that his fleets aren't going to be doing anything. And that's pretty much it for the West in the spring.
Okay, and over in the East, we actually have a quite interesting situation carrying over from that move back from Italy last phase and the general sense of distrust between Austria and Italy. And of course, it's benefiting McAuliffe right here. He's going straight to Austria. He's saying, you know, we need to be really careful about this Italy-France alliance coming up. You need to be moving off that way. We need to, you know, figure something out to try and counter Italy here. And then, of course, he goes to Italy as well, and they discuss attacking Austria together. And it's not immediately clear which of them McAuliffe is going to, because usually as a sideline reporter, you find that out by jumping into conversations with other people that they're having, who they might be honest with, like Tom. But in order to not look suspicious, McAuliffe doesn't actually talk to Tom at all that phase. He just messages him via text chat. So eventually it comes through, and we see McAuliffe goes with Italy here. He goes on the offensive against Jason and takes Jason completely by surprise. And of course, Tom is happy to assist with that, because anything that's breaking apart this alliance that is coming for him is good, as far as he's concerned. Okay, back to you, Tanya, for the fall.
Yep, and in the fall, we see the EF seem to still be working together. So Karthik asked for Holland. Nicholas says, okay, kind of reluctantly. There's a bit of discussion based on whether that's good for the alliance or not. But he agrees to walk out and walk into Kiel. So Nicholas is worried about, you know, moving on Brandon if he has to disband because he thinks he might be losing Munich. Karthik pretty much tells him you're not going to really be losing Munich. Asks whether, you know, he can give Karthik Holland next turn. Karthik says, no, I'm going to get this turn. So they come up with this set of moves, which do go through. And then there's discussions between England and Germany as well. Ben is quite frustrated with Nicholas, saying that he'd like to Ben over and over and over again. Karthik tells Ben that he's aiming for Holland and then will plunge a knife into Nicholas after, and he asks Ben for support into Holland, which he, I believe, gets. So the discussions between France and Germany aren't as great. Ben pretty much tells Nicholas that he doesn't see the purpose of talking to each other. So we don't get much out of that one. Between France and Italy, Nicholas tells Brandon that the fleets are going to move north for sure and not south. He can guarantee. And then after Nicholas leaves the room, Brandon says out loud to himself, that's total bullshit. He's going to move south, which he, of course, does. And that's it for the fall for the West.
Okay, and over in the East, we see actually a lot of interesting negotiation right here, specifically around getting Jason to make suboptimal moves. Tom initially talks to Brandon and McAuliffe, and he's basically saying, okay, if you're going to do this, I'm happy to sit back, because if I try and advance and I keep everyone fighting, France is just going to win this game. So Brandon and Michalis are very happy to hear that. Tom tries to convince them to give him another center over it, but they're not doing that. They're just going to leave him on 2. Outside of that, AIR all get together, and then Jason is pushing, we need to eliminate Tom as fast as possible and turn around, otherwise France is going to win this game. Michalis is sounding very, France has already won the game, I don't think there's much hope, but we have to go for whatever hope there is. And Brandon is going, the only way that you stop France here is give me Greece. There's no other option here. I need a build if I'm going to stop France. And Jason agrees to that on the condition that Brandon gives him Smyrna. And you can see that attempt of Eastern Mediterranean into Smyrna, hoping for the support, doesn't pay off. And of course, he goes for Bulgaria as well, just hoping that he can scrounge something out of this. But combined with having annoyed Germany last term by cutting Tyrolia, he's in a really bad spot right now and loses quite a lot of centers right here. That's basically everything for 1904. So I'm going to hand back over to our broadcast.
All right, Ed, you get the first response this time. Juicy stuff. What'd you like?
I'll talk over Ed's mutedness.
Say hope is the most dangerous drug in diplomacy, and they gave Jason hope, and look what he got out of it. Look, I understand all that. Everything happened, but I also really can't criticize Jason too hard. I don't think he had an attack on Tyrolia, so I don't know why he did that. But he was worried about Brandon, which is a smart play. Just turned out sort of, wrong for him. The other thing that I took out of it was this is common by Michalis. At least I think you have to play diplomacy optimistically, even though I just said hope is a dangerous drug, with realistic hope. But sometimes he gets real down when he reads the board and, he just says, oh, this is what's going to happen. And I don't know if it's an act or if it's not an act, but he's got a lot of hope here. And I think he should play his attitude hopefully a little better.
Well, let's take a look at our adjustments. What are we expecting? I think the interesting one to me is going to be England. What are you predicting, Adam, from Karthik?
2 armies.
2 armies.
Army in a wave.
Army in a wave. All right. I would say
Army Marseille from France. Maybe fleet. Probably an army.
Army Marseille. Yeah, that makes sense to me. And then I think it's obvious, but maybe you disagree. Adam, what would you pick for Brandon?
I mean, there's an argument for 2 fleets and there's an argument for a fleet and an army. So I think you could go either way here.
All right, well, let's find out.
That's probably not where I would have put the fleet and the army, but sure, why not?
Yeah, and
Fleet Brest is probably not what I would have done as France either. But there you go. But I got Karthik right, so 1 out of 3 isn't too bad.
You got them all. Yeah, I mean, you got them. I can understand the Fleet Brest. I mean, you don't know what Karthik's going to do for sure.
Yeah, it's just it's kind of suboptimal, right? And I get it. I mean, I get it. If you really don't trust Karthik from this position, I get it. But it's kind of suboptimal for whatever you want to do next, I think. Unless what you want to do next is go to the English Channel, which may be what he wants to do here.
We'll find out. All right, Ed, why don't you start with play-by-play this year?
You're going to have to go somewhere else. Okay, here we go. Sorry. All right. Well, France takes Tunis. Meanwhile, it looks like we have some sort of cooperation now between Austria and Russia as Michaelis declines the request, the offered support into Serbia. Instead, Michaelis looks like he's just going to go after Turkish dots and let Khan fall, which I'm willing to bet Brandon thought would be support held by Bulgaria, whereas Brandon convoys the army into Albania. Interesting play given the dire situation with the French fleets. And going forward, we see sort of turnabouts fair play. This time, Denmark gets into Kiel because France thought that Kiel would get into Berlin. So this is much like what happened earlier with Holland. And but this time, Karthik is the beneficiary and gets an army in Norway as well. And so he's cutting. France is cutting the support of Holland. It looks like.
I'm assuming that Holland is supposed to go to Kiel, while Kiel is supposed to go to Berlin with support of Munich.
Okay.
I think that that's actually what's supposed to happen here. But Karthik does not do what he's supposed to do, right? So Karthik is supposed to take it the other way so that the armies advance. Instead, he's putting a fleet into Berlin, which in some ways is less of a threat to Nicola, but I can't imagine Nicola would be happy about this outcome.
You must be right. You must be right. There was an exchange trade that Karthik decided not to do because Nicola was already up one and was going to get another one in Tunis.
Well, he just went in the other way, right? He went in from Denmark instead of, because he knew that Ben was going to support him. So he went in from Denmark instead of going in from Holland so he can keep both, right? I mean, this is his way to try to hold on to what he's got, because otherwise he's basically taking dots forward and having Nicola walk in behind him. So I appreciate what Karthik is trying to do here. I think the problem is it's going to create an incredible amount of tension in this alliance. Karthik also takes a big shot here by doing this conga line, right? I mean, if Ben doesn't, messes up his order, or if Nicola somebody taps Berlin or something along those lines, or Sweden, Russia does a supported attack on Sweden or taps Norway, this whole conga line of Eddie to Norway, Norway to Sweden, Sweden to Denmark, Denmark to Kiel. I mean, that whole thing could be disrupted, which basically would put him in a hole. So very risky order set. It paid off for Karthik. He probably had some insight into what everybody was doing and trusted it. But very risky, and we'll see what impact that has on the EF alliance. I would imagine it's going to really create some tension.
Good on Ben Kelman for staying relevant and active in this game.
Hell yeah. Good for Ben. I totally agree with that, Brian.
I don't know how long that'll last, but I love to see someone playing to the end, and good for Ben.
The other comment I would make is this is just a hideous turn for Brandon. This is just a horrible, horrible turn. The only way it could have been worse is if Ed Nicola bounced him in Tyrrhenian Sea. But man, is this, getting that army into Albania really does not do a hell of a lot when Michaelis is clearly not making the moves that Brandon wants him to make.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to lose Tunis. I kind of understand that choice, but then to have not just Michaelis not work together in the East, but possibly maybe setting something up to work with England here
or Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, this is not good at all. And an unexpected beneficiary out of this could be France.
I don't think that's unexpected necessarily.
Okay, so as we head to fall 1905, the Karthik is making his belated attack. It's not belated. I mean, just limited by options. It didn't work. Nicola snuffed that out. Nicola will not be building because he or disbanding because of the swap with Tunis and Kiel. I think everything with Michaelis and Karthik in the north is all arranged. Ben hangs on. Meanwhile, this time, Michaelis does go to Serbia and they work it out in such a way to where there's no possible retreat to Bulgaria for that army. And little old Turkey is going to get a build, but has more fleets to deal with. So it looks like Brandon has again gone back and said, look, you just take Tunis, that's fine. Go back and fight Karthik, who's stabbing you. Let me deal with all this mess in the east. So I love this game. This is of 7 or 8 top boards I've either participated in or watched in the last year and a half. I think this is the best one we've seen by a country mile.
This is an incredibly interesting game, and I think the other thing that I would point out, I think Ed covered just about everything there. Yeah, and I see Wardy making a comment here. Mao supports Leon to Spain, South Coast. Obviously, that's an extraneous support, but the question really is, why is Mao not moving to North Atlantic or Irish Sea in this position? Given the obvious strains in the EF, you have England convoying into Belgium with support of Holland, Ruhr actually supporting Holland to hold to prevent that. So why is Mao not in the English Channel or the Irish Sea or the North Atlantic in this position? It suggests
he's not sure that Karthik is offside.
That's right. No, exactly, Ed. And I think that's what's really fascinating about this. Nobody wants to move too early. And will the conservative play end up hurting Nicola in the long run? Or is he doing the right thing by being restrained in order to try to get the EF back on track? And I don't know the answer to that, right? I mean, that's something that's really deep within the conversations and the personalities of the player. But that's what makes games like this so incredibly fascinating, and how a simple single order could be making a huge difference in the outcome of this game. Mao hold, or Mao whatever, whole support, making an unnecessary support, versus Mao going to the English Channel or Mao going to North Atlantic. A simple failure to make that move or make that move could make the difference in this game. This game is going to be won by inches, I think.
And if Nicola really trusted Brandon to move back, Western Med could have moved back. I mean, there's lots of little things that could have happened there. I suspect Karthik will lay down the fleet Liverpool now.
There's no circumstance where you don't have West support Tunis in this situation, I think, regardless of what you think Brandon is or isn't going to do, because it's just foolish if you end up losing it. But man, there are so many hard choices here, and there is so much pressure on these players. I think for those who haven't been on a top board before, it's hard to really get that across, but there is so much pressure right now. You are playing for one of the biggest championships that's going to be played for this year. I mean, this is just incredible tension for those who are in contention, which is really, I would say, 4 players right now, and they are really all feeling it, and it is really tough.
And Brandon has a heck of a disband choice.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. I want to just give a shout out to Dip Chat right now. Our audience is very educated and understands this game so well. Adam, you were mentioning tension, and I mean, just look at the comments here. You've got Chris, tension in the alliance. Is there any long-term alliance without tension on a top board? I mean, this community understands this game. They can feel it. We can feel it. The stakes are getting so high, and there's 4 players who have a shot at winning this thing, and they are doing everything they can to fight for every single space, every single move. Like Ed was saying, the loss of tempo on a single piece could make the difference that comes out of this game. Cannot wait to hear from our sideline to see get some insight into how our players are feeling. Before we do that, though,
did I say 4 players? I want to point out that Turkey is building, and we're talking about freaking Turkey here, building in the back. Okay, we got 5 years left to play in this game. I'm not saying Tom's going to make the remarkable comeback, but let's not rule that out.
Right. 1905. Let's take a look at our third place. Michalis Kamaridis playing Russia. Top share, whopping 50%. Cap of first place, 6 points, 6 centers on average higher. Capo for 5th place, 2.2 centers above average. Order success rate, 8th place, Foreign supports given third place, foreign supports received just slightly above average at 25th. There was a period of time where I felt like McAllis was going to be unstoppable. Nobody was going to catch him. He was dominating the early season. Kind of took some time off a little bit, and I was a little worried we might see a little rust from McAllis, but we do not. He's playing very well, making excellent decisions in this game. What stood out to either of you about McCarliss's play here and his stats?
Well, I think what happened is he soloed so early that what he did was he spent the remainder of his games building capital with other players, which is why you see a lot of foreign supports given, which is why you don't see a lot of foreign supports received, because his pitch, and I know this because I was in the first game with him after he soloed, was I've already made the top table. This is in May. He's already made the top table. If I can help someone else in their game, and he was helping me, he goes, I'm going to do it.
Well, let's hear from McCarless now, and then we will hear from our sideline.
Congratulations on making the top board. You had one of the 3 solos coming into today. So how do you feel? Are you nervous, excited?
A little bit nervous. I mean, I haven't played very much recently, so got to shake off the rust quite quickly. It's not going to be an easy board, but yeah, hopefully it goes well. And thankfully, I think I'm glad I'm not the only person who soloed, because I think that means there shouldn't be a target on me for that.
And so you picked second. Why did you decide to go with Russia?
I wasn't really feeling any country in particular. Russia has a lot of options, gets to talk to a lot of people, and if you're not feeling great on one flank, you can always look to go on the other one. So yeah, I think I just wanted to have as many options as possible, and Russia was the way that I was feeling like I'd get that.
So did you specifically try and avoid a certain player?
No, as I was picking second, the only one who went ahead of me was Nicola, and I've not played with him before, so not really any reason to try overthinking and that sort of thing.
Is there any player you're excited to play with or thinking that you might get along with?
I don't know. Me and Tom have a pretty good relationship from all the years we've played Mafia together on WebDip, even though we've only played Diplomacy twice, and that was both virtual last year. But yeah, I get on with everyone on this board, I think, and obviously I haven't played with Nicola before, but I hope I get on well with him too.
Do you have a strategy coming in as Russia playing here, or are you just going to see how it goes?
Hopefully to win, but short of that, yeah, just see how it goes. Take it as it. Maybe try not to grow too quickly.
Perfect. Well, look forward to seeing you on the board, and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, hello and welcome back to the 1905 Sideline report. One of these days I'll remember to change the map back before we start. Tanya, over to you for the West.
Yep, so in the West we have England and France having a discussion on why France built a fleet in Brest, and Nicholas pretty much tells Karthik that he was worried Karthik got 2 builds and he was thinking about stabbing France, so he put the fleet in Brest just in case. And there's also a discussion about Karthik wanting Nicholas to take Berlin while Karthik takes Kiel. The discussion wasn't actually resolved, but it did happen. Then we have Russia. McCullers plays an interesting game here. You know, he tells Karthik, you won't get much from attacking me, and that you need to move to France. And then he tells France, you know, that you won't get much from, that you need to move up against Karthik. And if France does move up against Karthik, McCullers offers his northern fleets as help. So then with Italy, you have Brandon actually offering Nicholas Tunis for free if France turns around. And Brandon also pitched to Nicholas, like, you know, whichever of him or Karthik stabs first is going to be the one who wins the game. Meanwhile, Ben is actually trying to convince Karthik to help him out. Karthik seems unsure about not wanting to work with France, but Karthik does ask Ben for support into Kiel, which Ben does give. And I'll move it back to you now, Marcus.
Okay, in the East, we have Jason basically fighting for survival in his negotiations here. He's saying that these guys need to have armies on the front in the center, and he is the one who can do that. Italy's armies need to go west against France, so he's the one who can move up north. He said in order to do that, he needs to see a round of Albania and Galicia being completely open and not invaded. And Brandon and Michalis agree to that. And then, of course, in their own conversations, they're not going with that at all. Michalis says we cannot afford to pin down Nicola here, otherwise Karthik just wins the game. The other interesting thing that happened in the south was this move into Constantinople caused a lot more discussion than you would have thought for a move that seems relatively obvious. Tom was saying he assumed that Brandon would be okay with Constantinople going to him, because Brandon had said before that he would just leave Tom alone in the corner, and they'd had this discussion about whether he would be on 2 or 3 centers. Michalis reacts surprised, said, I'm not sure Brandon would agree to that. Tom goes to Brandon, tries to convince Brandon to give it up. Brandon goes, I will throw the game to France if you take Constantinople off me here. Obviously wasn't enough to convince Tom here. He goes for it anyway. Let's go into the fall here. Tanya, what happened on your side of the board?
Yeah, so that move to Kiel did stir up quite a bit of discussion. Nicholas immediately goes to Russia and says, how can I help you here? So Nicholas offers Russia support into Kiel. Michalis says that's contingent on what Ben does. And then meanwhile, Nicholas goes back to Karthik. Karthik, these discussions are a lot more tense than the EF discussions have been so far. Karthik offers Nicholas support into Berlin. Nicholas flat out says he doesn't like the move to Kiel. Karthik says, well, this was prearranged, and Nicholas says, not really. He says, you're taking a dot from me and not our opponents, and he's worried about Karthik's growth. So a lot of the discussion, and they talked for a long time here, had to do with, are they balanced? Can they continue moving forward? And Karthik spends a long time convincing France to stick to the alliance. And there's a huge discussion about who gets to keep Holland. Karthik is adamant that he's not going to give it up. And also a huge discussion on a bounce in the English Channel, which Karthik says, if you move to the English Channel, it's war. I'm not moving there. So then with Ben says that he's on Karthik's side and he'll support hold Kiel. Karthik tells Ben then that he's going to force himself into Belgium, which he tries to do. It does not happen, of course. So you've also got a bit of side conversations where Michalis is trying to convince Ben to help him against England. But Ben says that he dislikes France more. But overall, Ben says he just wants to survive. So, Michalis is trying to convince everyone that England is the threat to win this game. And Nicholas tells Brandon that he's moving against Karthik, which did not happen. So bit of a development there. Somewhat did not happen, I should say. All right, I won't go into the analysis. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, on the south side of the board, the story from Michalis is exactly the same. He's still saying to Brandon, Karthik is the threat to win this. You cannot fight against France here. We need to do something else. We need to attack Austria. Brandon initially opens the phase by going to Austria and sounding very defeated, saying to Jason, your defense was very good. I think someone on the other side of the board is going to win this game, yada, yada, yada. Jason is saying, well, we should work together. You need to let me survive then. And Brandon seems initially agreeable to it. And then when he jumps into the conversation with Michalis, he's suddenly a lot more upbeat. He's saying, I think we have a chance. We need to take out Jason and Tom as quickly as possible. Now, it's clear that these two, I think we missed some of the conversations between Jason and Tom and Michalis and Brandon, but those two, Tom and Jason, are both being told opposing things by Michalis and Brandon, and this is the moment they finally get together and start telling the truth to each other, just saying, okay, we're not going to win this game, it turns out. We can at least do our best to survive. Let's just work together. Let's be honest with each other from here on out and just, make sure that we don't die. And both of them are pretty annoyed at Michalis and Brandon because they work out that it's obvious that the two of them are coming for one of them and probably for the other afterwards. Turns out there's not a ton they can do here, as those two powers just collapse in on them. And obviously, Michalis ends up getting Serbia here. I think that about wraps it up for 1905. Let's hand back off to our broadcasters.
The name of this game is Diplomacy, and it sounds like at the moment Michalis is the one making all of those diplomatic plays right now. His name was brought up, both sides board in conversation with pretty much every single other power in the game. Adam, what's your take on what we just saw?
I think I alluded to this before, but it is really hard to be in this position. You've got powers who are at 8-7-7-6. They each feel like something needs to happen for them to win this game, and they're getting to that point in that point where they need to stay in it. They need to be able to make a move, and there's a lot of tension as to what is the best way to do that. I love the fact that they're all so active diplomatically. Everyone is talking to everyone. That's clearly happening on this board. That's got to be happening now. But this is really hard, and there's a lot of hard decisions that everyone is making every time. And, this is people. It's not computers. It's hard to make the right decision with every unit, both from a tactical and a diplomatic standpoint. I just think this is diplomacy at its finest. Absolutely.
Ed, speaking of hard decisions, Brandon Fogel has to disband too.
Yeah, I thought it was one for a second, but it's
how did it end up being two? It's Khan
and Tunis.
And Tunis.
And Tunis.
So Brandon is not
my
a player
God.
anymore in this game, and
my goodness.
so his threat to throw can be very credible, because if he disbands Ionian, he can throw to France. But
is that a threat to Turkey? Does Turkey care? I mean, what?
No, I don't. No. I don't think Turkey does care, because why should Turkey care?
Right. I mean, if you're going to make a threat to somebody, make a threat to somebody who is actually impacted by that threat, right? I mean, that's a legitimate threat to Karthik, but it's not a legitimate or Michalis, but it's not a legitimate threat to Turkey. Turkey doesn't care.
Well, I know, but he had no other. Well, I guess he could have gotten Russian support in Khan. I don't remember. But in any event, I mean, it was the only move he had. I mean, but if that happens, then whatever Karthik does here is irrelevant, right?
You got to disband. You got to disband Albania and Eastern Med here. That's what he's going to do.
All right, let's find out.
Oh, geez. Okay, you win, Ed.
Well, I don't think Brandon is the kind of person who makes a threat and doesn't follow through on it.
Yeah.
I don't think he makes that threat lightly. And maybe it was a threat that should have no impact, and frankly will have no impact because he can't do anything to Turkey. But what he can do is give France the game. And if he does not move into the Ionian here, France can pick up two off of Italy.
Karthik made it harder, right? I mean, this goes to what I was saying last turn. Mid-Atlantic, if Mid-Atlantic was in North Atlantic now or in Irish Sea now, this might look a little bit different. But now that Liverpool build is looking somewhat dangerous, right?
Well, yeah, it looks dangerous. I think you should have gone with my decision to wave before.
Of course, the consequence of this is the world is Michalis' oyster. Everybody's Michalis' friend right now. How amazing is that?
That is very true. Except Brandon takes Bulgaria.
With support.
This must be an argument for Michalis to take it. Right?
This is incredible. I mean, look at the conga line. Look at the French conga line. This is incredible. I mean, great job to Brandon to get France to move like that, huh? I mean, how can you compliment Brandon's diplomacy enough? I mean, it was obvious that France was going to move some things north, but to get France to completely shift or try to shift in that direction is just a I mean, that's just a coup by Brandon. Absolutely incredible.
I mean, the utterly ironic portion of this has had Western move to Turnian and Tunis move to Ionian. It would be a guaranteed 2 for France. I don't quite understand why that didn't happen. It's also the wonders of diplomacy, where one unit, Fleet North Sea, stops 4 from their goal, which is part of the beauty of the game. And I prematurely have written Brandon off not 2 minutes ago, but now has a significant shot here because he's getting support into Bulgaria from Michaelis. So kudos to Brandon for his diplomacy. We'll see what happens in the fall, but fantastic.
Can you explain to me why Michaelis would be directly encouraging that move to Bulgaria? I mean, there's not much he can necessarily do about it, but why?
I think the argument is we'll get you Khan back. Black Sea will support you to Khan. I'll cut. You'll put.
But that's not even guaranteed, right? It's not guaranteed because you have Ankara and Smyrna, so Eastern Med can cut Smyrna. I guess
one of them's guaranteed.
Yeah, I guess it can be guaranteed. I guess it can. Well, it can't be guaranteed to take it from Bulgaria, though. It can only be guaranteed to take it from Aegean.
Yes, you are correct.
That's completely backwards from what you want if you're Michaelis.
Well, maybe Serbia takes Greece.
Oof, maybe.
To me, the big head scratcher is Tunis and West not moving to Ionian and Tyrrhenian.
I can see a world where that happens, where Brandon just did a great job there. I don't get the conga line move. If you really want to shift, then why are you doing it in this particular way? That's a little bit strange to me. Let's not completely write Nicola's moves off, right? He does force Holland, right? I mean, so this is not a total wash for him. I'm not sure whether he can hold it or not, given that Karthik now has Helgoland, Kiel, and the North Sea. But on the other hand, I think that Ben has been supporting Nicola to some extent. I'm super puzzled by Bothnia to Livonia. I mean, that looks like a diplomatic move to free up Karthik a little bit. But again, what is that unit doing there? It doesn't give you any flexibility. It doesn't give you any options. It's just a tactically bad place for a fleet.
I think Michaelis is being too clever by half with a lot of this, but he's not in super great position to dominate. So I can. You're right. It's a diplomatic leverage move. I don't know what it does get him, except some goodwill with Karthik, which he frankly needs.
Well, what it gets us is a game that is still incredibly dynamic and fluid. We get more of this. Let's see Fall of 06.
Okay. Oh my gosh, this is a good turn for Brandon.
You're looking in the east, and I'm looking in the west. I can't tell what happened. I can't tell what happened with Berlin other than it got destroyed.
I think France support. Did France support the English there? Are they somewhat back on track to some extent?
I honestly can't tell who took it.
I think that England took it with support from the French. They cut Baltic from Sweden, so that was the thanks that Michaelis got for moving out of Bothnia was to get their support from Baltic cut. Meanwhile, Karthik tried to take Holland. Nicola protected that. So
is the EF back on track? And if it's back on track, why didn't Norway go to St. Petersburg?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Unless it's again a balancing move by Karthik's part, but you're right. It would be normal for you to just order that with an expectation that it's not going to work, right?
Right. Okay, I haven't even looked at what's happened. Brandon got Khan
and Smyrna
and Vienna,
Vienna.
and Vienna.
He's building 3 right now. This is a great turn for Brandon, as much of a disaster the previous fall was. And he doesn't have a French fleet in Ionian or Tyrrhenian Sea for some unbeknownst reason. Because you're right, Ed. I mean, this is like the Jedi mind trick on Brandon's part. I mean, it's absolutely incredible what's happened here.
I'd written him off, and that's a big lesson, is to never write off Brandon Fogel. I mean, my God, you think he plays well from the front. Well, he was behind here, and to see what he's done, I mean, I don't care if he wins this game or not. This last year is one of the best years I've seen a player play, from where he was to where he's going to be.
It's really beautiful play, and I just to respond to Wardy's comment, I think this is just a misorder on the part of Tom. I think probably Tom's an experienced enough player. This stuff just happens. I think he probably knows that he needs to support Con there, and it's just a mistake. It happens.
The other move I'd like to point out is McAllis moving Moscow to St. Pete leaves St. Pete open for a build, which he should get from taking Budapest. That it takes some stones to move or to leave that open in a fall turn when you've got Karthik sitting in Norway. Had to be very confident that Karthik not moving.
It's so puzzling why Karthik wouldn't just order Norway to St. Pete there with a full expectation that it's not going to work, but just as a move to keep McCarless honest. And this is why you make that move, right?
Fascinating. This game continues to keep on giving. Let's take a look now. We move on to our second place player, Nicolas Taillet. Top share of 22% and 18th. Cap of 3.3 puts him in 6th place. Cap of 4, 2.4 in 4th place. Couple of good solos or a good solo and a couple of good tops will get you a nice cap like that. OSR of 1.4%, FSG 2.7, and FSR 0.6. Not a lot to say, I think, about Nicola, except he's consistently playing well and scoring well, and we're seeing that in this game. Continues to play well. Ed, anything stand out to you about Nicola?
No, but I think we can see he's an extremely solid player. He did well at the VDC in December, and only didn't advance to the top board because he lost a coin flip to Nicolas Sauguet. And you can see why he's a really good player here. Right. I look forward to seeing what's going to happen, because I don't know.
Well, let's hear from Nicolas' interview now.
Excellent. Thanks, Brian. And I am here with second seeded Nicolas Taillet. Nicolas, welcome to the broadcast here.
Hi, pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I bet it is. It's so I heard in the pregame chat, this is your first top board. How did you kind of prepare for it going into today?
Actually, I didn't really prepare much. For me, it's a game like the other. Basically, I play every game to try to have the best results, so it's not going to change anything. It's exciting for sure because you have like 6 great players in front of you, but like no special preparation. I've just looked a bit at the VDL games, like to see what were the tendencies of the players, but it's kind of everything, I'd say.
So your selection going into the Powers was second, but top-seeded Brandon Fogel dropped down. Were you prepared for France if it fell to you?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, Brandon has been very vocal in the VDL that he was willing to drop. So I was kind of prepared with that. The risk I was taking is that I never played France, actually. So I'm kind of a rookie. I only played the extended deadline like 3 or 4 years ago, and then came back 6 months ago with the VDL. So I've never played France face-to-face, but I feared that Nicolas Sauguet would remove my French citizenship if I didn't take France. So,
nice. When you get mad, though, you could still swear at him in French, though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, perfect.
So, no, but like with France, more seriously, I thought there was a high probability of me picking first, and I looked at all the countries and I was like, I don't want to play Austria and Turkey. I'm seen as a rookie, so I want to play on that. And I have soloed as Russia, so I think this would somehow dilute my rookie status playing here. I don't like corner powers, so I didn't want to play England either. And then it was between Germany, France, and Italy, and it was I chose one just to try it.
Excellent. All right. So lastly, with your neighbors being Karthik to your north, and Ben to your east, and of course Brandon falling to Italy on the south side. How does that shape your plan going into the game?
Actually, I was not expecting Germany to fall down that much, to be fair. So it doesn't change much. I'm going to see. I've already played with Ben, only once with Karthik. So let's see what happens. But I'm not too worried about that. I'm really happy to have a really strong player in Russia. For me, that's the most important when you have friends. So I'm happy to have Michaelis, but I'm not sure if he opens north. So that's going to be something decisive. And also with Jason in Austria, I know that there is some kind of a potential wild card in the back of Ben. So it's nice to know that. Now, if the three come after me, if the three neighbors come after me, well, it's game over, and I'll have to work more on my diplomacy in the future. So.
Well, we definitely wish you bon chance, and we look forward to maybe speaking with you at the end of the broadcast.
I hope so.
Excellent. Take care. Good luck.
You too. Bye.
Thanks.
My goodness, if he's only played a little bit of extended deadline and 6 months of virtual play, look out, world. We've got another potential elite caliber player on our hands. Ed, what stood out to you about our interview with Nicola?
He's charming. And charm can do a lot for you in this game. You have to connect immediately without seeing a person, by voice, and we got to see what he looks like, but you can just tell he's a genuinely good person, and you're gonna be able to build alliances when you do that. Now, he's obviously, you have to lie, it's part of the game, but I think that contributes a lot to his success in virtual.
A winter of 1906. Let's just take a moment to kind of reset. We've got our leader, France, Nicolas, in 9th place. We've got England and Russia and Italy close behind with 8 centers each. I think it's time to pause and play Who Do You Like again. Ed, any changes to your prediction on Karthik?
Well, I'm liking Mastbaum right now for the bar. Say goodbye to Mr. Mastbaum and goodbye to Mr. Kelman. So we have 5 left. I'm going to stick with Karthik right now. I think Brandon, well, I don't know. It's really hard to tell. I'm looking at Russia, got the 3 fleets. I'm going to stick with Karthik. I think Brandon is going to maybe put some pressure on him, on Nicola.
Adam.
You're on mute, my friend.
I'm not even sure what to say, Brian. This board has 4 powers left, and it is so balanced from a position perspective, from a tactical perspective. Honestly, from what I've been seeing, this game is going to be won by diplomacy, not tactics. And frankly, Brandon has impressed me the most. I think he's going to pull it off. I'm going to go back to what my contractual obligations tell me. No, I mean, but in all honesty, Brandon was looking down for quite some time in this game. But he hasn't put himself in this position by having a superior position, because his position has been fairly horrible most of the game. He's put himself in this position by his negotiations and his ability to get people to do what he needs them to do to get to get the dots he needs. based on how the momentum is swinging right now, I'm going with Brandon.
All right. Well, I will ask DipChat to go ahead and put in their predictions at this point as well. I, for one, am just hoping that we continue to see this game play out. At any chance, do you think we could be moving into draw conversation here?
Hell no.
No.
There's never a draw with Brandon Fogel.
These folks are so hungry. This game, I mean, it's so hard to envision unless somebody really just jumps out ahead. It's hard to envision this game not going the distance. It's so balanced right now, and I think it's like I said earlier, it's going to be won by inches.
Yeah,
9-8-8-8.
Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out as well. This game. As far as the points go, most top boards, the winner wins the championship and there's no adjustments to the standings. In the Virtual Diplomacy League, that's not the case. So your standings will impact the final results of the VDL standings, which will be meaningful for players that intend to play in the DBNI in February. Because the Virtual Diplomacy League scores have not been added to that tournament yet. And they will be scored the highest of all of the league formats. So Nicola, for example, does not have very many events recorded, and this would go a long way to adding a very large score for that. Even for those who aren't interested in the DBNI, the bragging rights on the standings for winning the largest Virtual Diplomacy League, one of the largest leagues in existence, goes a long way as well. So a little more than just the winner takes all for this game. Also, it's worth pointing out these games are time limited. They usually end somewhere in the neighborhood of 1909 to 1911, depending on how fast the players go. So we're getting to that point in the game where we're running out of chances. Tensions are already high, and we're going to see somebody's going to have to make a move to try and win this one. It's going to be fascinating to see who pulls that off.
Something's wrong here. Oh, I see. There's a -2. Turkey has 2. Yeah, okay.
Yep. Turkey's going to keep a G in.
That would be cool, actually. I wouldn't dismiss that possibility. That actually seems like a good choice. Well, I mean, probably will keep it, but I think Aegean would be a great choice. Why not? It can do a lot more damage than Ankara can.
All right. Well, we'll give a shout out to a member of our Twitch chat who just said this is the first time they've ever heard of this game. Welcome. Congratulations for watching. This is one of the best games ever made, in my opinion. I've been playing for about 30 years. The thing that makes this great is you play the players more than the pieces. The human element of this game is the critical factor. So it doesn't matter how many times you play this game, you will always have something a little bit different because the 7 humans on the board are different. So you are tuning in to the championship game for the Virtual Diplomacy League. It's a year-long event that is playing their final game today. Winner of this game will win the 2022 or 2021 season. And you're also tuning into one of the best games I've ever seen. So let's keep this moving.
Absolutely. What does Russia put down here, Ed?
Army Sev.
You don't want a fleet North Coast? Nah, you're not going
to be the way he's playing.
You're not going to be provocative based on what we're seeing. I think you're probably right.
Here we go.
Oh, South Coast.
He likes the South Coast. He likes the South Coast.
That's no more friendly to England, though, is it?
No more. I'm not going to.
No more friendly to England than a North Coast would be. In some ways, that's even more aggressive, isn't it?
It's as anti as it gets England.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm Carter right now, I just what can I do? I'm doing everything you wanted, Michaelis. I couldn't get rid of those 2 fleets. I'm darn sure not going to be able to get rid of 3. I'm in full-fledged war against Nicola.
Yeah.
But Brandon, with the two fleets in the army, love those builds. Aegean is the choice from Turkey. And and an Army Marseille. It's almost telling Karthik, I'm not too worried about you. Now I got these 3 builds because I engaged in malpractice, not taking Tyrrhenian and Ionian before, and now I've got to go play D again. So
there's a completely reasonable argument that both Karthik and Nicola can make to one another. That's like, hey, we probably should be working together right now so that one of us can win this game. And maybe it takes a turn or two, and maybe it's one of us. But why do we want one of those guys on the other side of the board to win this?
EF is back on.
I would imagine that's the conversation happening right now. I agree. EF is going to be on this turn. Hell yeah. There it is.
I'll show you your South Fleet Coast. I'm going to take Baltic. I'm going to give France Kiel. Look at this order. The OSR. Look at me picking up the stats. The OSR of Karthik here just went up tremendously. Every order he entered succeeded.
I want to just go across how bold these moves are by Karthik. He convoyed that army out of London. Mal could have walked up into North Atlantic or Irish Sea and had a free take on Liverpool. That is how much he was sure that Nicola was going to go for this. And why was he so sure? Because this is the right thing for them to be doing right now. That's why he was sure. And Karthik is a savvy enough player, and Nicola is a savvy enough player to have that figured out. That is just amazing. This game is incredible.
Yeah, I need to see a convoy out of Kiel if I'm Karthik right now. But otherwise, Nicola will be up 2. Yeah, super wonderful.
I guess we should talk about the East, which there's not a heck of a lot going on. One of the interesting things to me, I suppose that Romania is going to Bulgaria with support as a consequence of that Turkish fleet in Aegean. It's moving to Bulgaria in case there's some shenanigans there, or when it goes to Aegean, he can help Brandon back into one of the other dots. But ultimately, Ankara is sitting there for the RI to take. Man, this is going to be just a show 2-on-2 right here. That's what we're about to get.
And I think EF has the better of it.
Well, St. Pete is gone, right?
Well, no, because
no, it's not. Is it gone? We've got
the fleet retreats to Bothnia. There's a unit in Livonia. I mean, I can't do the math, but I think he can hold it.
I think he can hold it, right? Even with the cut on Bothnia, I think because he can. Finland 1, 2. He's only St. Pete holds now.
Which is why Karthik doesn't want to go down one. They're going to have to try and push it into Prussia or figure out some way. I know Karthik well enough. He's not going to want to lose one.
I think getting that fleet into Baltic could be the linchpin that helps push the West across the line.
That is huge, absolutely huge tactically.
Yep.
By the way, I think this was enabled by the fleet South Coast build. Had Michaelis not done that, I'm not 100% that we would have seen these moves in spring 1907.
Well, there was nothing to lock up the EF like a build like that, right? I mean, there was nothing going to ensure that the two of them got back together and said, we need to do this.
Well, what we have previously had as a primarily diplomatic game is rapidly pushing towards a tactical one. We've got the East facing the West. We'll find out who comes out the better in this situation. Fall 1907.
The answer is Nicola.
Yep.
Whatever promises were made or whatever. Yeah, okay, so St. Pete got taken because Michaelis prioritized destroying the English fleet. France takes Berlin. France moves his fleets into position against England. Liverpool is gone. This is devastating. But is it too early is the question now obviously there's tension between Russia and England. Oh my God. But Nicola made his move and he made his move against Brandon. Continuing to move against Brandon at the same time. So, and Turkey kept Greece, if I'm reading it correctly.
Yep. This is good moves by Nicola, I think, because there is not a heck of a lot that can be done at this point. He's got the South pretty much is going to be locked up regardless of what Brandon does. Even if Brandon manages to push his fleets back, he's got enough units down there to hold the Marseille-Spain line. So now he's basically taking the dot off of Carthage. Actually, he's taking 2 dots off of Carthage while Carthage is just taking St. Petersburg. So Carthage is going to be even with the he's building with the disbands. Actually, he's got two pulls, 1 gain, 2 losses. So he's actually going to rebuild, which makes this a little bit harder for McCarlos if he's going to get to rebuild an army in Liverpool. Nonetheless, it's not a huge risk, right? Because he's got the units in the South to hold tactically against Brandon. Even if he has to push the units back, he's not going to get pushed out of Marseille, Spain. He's getting 2 builds this turn, which will certainly help with that. And he left Marseille open for one of them.
And how angry is Brandon?
Brandon's not very happy about that. There's no way Brandon's happy about that because Brandon thought he had the jump here and he doesn't, right?
Well, no, but Bulgaria doesn't support a G into Greece.
Yeah, I mean that's a interesting choice on McCarlos's part, and I'm not sure what to make of it.
I guarantee you what Brandon makes of it.
Yeah, combined with the move to Budapest, which I mean you could argue is a good play either way, but those in concert plus moving to Ankh, there's a lot not to like here.
I guess Michaelis could say, well, I could have moved to Serbia, and he didn't do that. It's typical Michaelis, clever by half.
You would have to assume that the deal for McCarlos to take Ankara was for him to be giving Brandon Greece back, right? I mean, the point isn't that Russia gets a build or gets to stay even and Italy has to pull. I would say that this is now Nicola's game to lose from this turn. This is just beautifully played.
Winter of 1907. Let's take a look at our number 1 player going into this game. Won the Virtual Diplomacy League regular season. One of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, Brandon Fogel. Top share at 49%, 4th overall. Cap 5.4, 3rd place. Cap 04, 2.6, 3rd place. Order success rate of 10.9%, above average, 2nd place. Foreign supports given 5.4, good enough for 4th. Foreign support received 2.6 in 15th. Every single stat is high, which you would expect from your league leader. Brandon Fogel is a complete player. There's not a element of his game that is you could call out as a weakness. In this game, he's had some incredible comebacks. We're going to see if he can do it again. It is not looking great. He's running out of time for those chances this time around. Let's hear from Brandon, and then we'll hear from our sideline on our winter of 1907 report.
All right, welcome. Well, it's not really quite the back channel. I got promoted on DBN. Congratulations, Brandon, on making the VDL top board.
Thank you very much.
And also condolences. I'm sorry to hear that even though nominated, you did not win the Ambassador of the Year award.
I thank you for your condolences. It was something that I had my heart set on, and I have been recovering slowly with the help of a lot of therapy.
You're always one step ahead. You knew where I was going with that joke. All right, that's like your diplomacy game here. Although, I'm going to say I think you were a step behind here. You dropped to 4th, and you seemed resigned and frankly a bit melancholy with having to have Italy. Your 3 favorite countries went before.
Is that right?
I don't know. Is that true or not? You tell me.
No, it's not. I with the top board stuff, I like to see where people land more than picking a specific country. All the countries I'm sort of more or less happy with. I tend to like the ones in the middle a little bit better, just because you have to sort of do more dancing. When it fell out, though, it was really between Germany, Austria, and Italy. Russia is one I really like as well, so I might have taken that if it was available. But I decided I didn't want to be in between McCallis, Nicolas, and Karthik. I thought having all three of them as neighbors maybe isn't what I wanted to do at the outset. And I also thought that Nicolas is probably unlikely to come after me in the Mediterranean, at least at the outset of the game. So if you're in Italy and you can get France to focus on their own theater at the beginning, then that's a pretty big win. So that was why I took Italy in the end. I was happy to see somebody choose Austria, that it didn't just fall to them. So it wouldn't surprise me if Jason proposes a strong AI to start the game out.
Okay, and how would you feel about that?
Just fine. I mean, I don't know if I've ever actually been mass bombed before, so I'm all for new experiences. I've got some towels nearby just in case.
What will the emotions be like when he builds a fleet in Trieste at the end of winter of 01?
I will probably shed a tear internally. Externally, I will have a cold stone stare for Jason. Even though we can't see it, I will stare him down.
Give me a metagame thing. You obviously have a big target on your back, and you're well known in the hobby, and you've had an incredible year, including a solo win at VDL. Not the only one, obviously, in this game to do it. But how do you manage that? And I'm assuming Italy, picking the country of Italy helps with that a little bit.
Yeah, honestly, it's about finding people who are willing to take me seriously, not just view me as a threat. And so that will be the thing that I start out with in the beginning. So it's going to be Tom and Jason and McCallis to some extent, but especially Tom, Jason, and Nicolas, figuring out which one of them is going to be willing to cooperate with me and not just be afraid of me. So that's the task to start out with.
Okay, my last question. In diplomacy, is it better to be loved or feared?
I think loved, actually, because when people play from fear, they are too cautious and not willing to give you enough room to maneuver at all. So at least if you're loved, you can get people to hold your hand a little bit.
Brandon, you've had an incredible season. I am really looking forward to tonight to watch the broadcast and to comment on it. So good luck, sir.
Thanks, Ed. See you later.
Some deep thoughts from the professor himself. Really love that perspective on being feared or loved. And Ed, great interview as always. Adam, talk to us about the interview and Brandon's play as a whole.
Well, I just want to start by saying, for those who don't know Brandon, he is truly, truly one of the good guys of the game, and I'm personally honored to call him my friend. And aside from what he does for DBN, he is just an all-around great person and just an incredible guy. So I just want to say that, and I think that probably came across through the interview and probably comes across to anyone who plays with him. You can see his personality on the board, and that's the kind of person he is, and he comes across very very naturally on a board and very cooperatively and collaborative, and that's how he is as a person, and so it comes across as genuine, which makes him even more of a threat when it comes down to it, right? Because he is being genuine. He's just so good at this game. I mean, for those who back in March watched the broadcaster brawl and saw how much he kicked the ass of the rest of us who do this kind of thing, he's just all around a great player. It was great to hear some of the insight into why he chose Italy. Feeling that he could work with Massbomb, and feeling that Nicolas would work with him from France in the early game. It's always good to see those kinds of insights. But all in all, Brandon is really strong diplomatically. He knows what he's doing tactically, and we've seen that throughout this game, and which is why he's remained in it to the end.
Two things. One, man, do I have a lot of gray hair. This has been a rough year. 2, Brandon stabbed me because he was not nominated to be the ambassador of the year. And yet he didn't fall for that. And he pretended that he was. This guy, he's always one step ahead. He's very quick-witted.
All right. Well, we'll find out whether that quick wit and being a genuinely nice human being will pay off in this final championship game. Winter of 1907. We've got another disband from Brandon and 2 builds from France and 1 from England. Ed, let's get your predictions for each power.
I think France has to build a fleet Marseille, and if I'm on the alliance, I don't think Karthik wants to see another army. Yeah, I don't know what France is going to do. I got to be honest with you. Adam will get that one right.
Fleet Brest Army Marseille.
Okay, you probably thought it through a little better. The Italian disband, I think, is tricky because Michaelis has definitely stabbed him. And I don't know what to do. Brandon might disband Piedmont.
Yep.
Yeah.
I totally agree, Ed. Totally agree. That's probably what we're going to see.
And Karthik will build an army, but where? I don't know.
I think we're going to see an army Eddie. We're going to see Fleet Brest, Army Marseille, and we're going to see a pull of Piedmont. We'll see. But
all right. Well, how angry is Brandon Fogel? Oh, Fleet Rome. Works too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
yeah.
Double fleets from France.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Spring 1908. We've got France up to 11. Can anyone stop France at this point in the game? Is the question, Adam?
Well, I mean, there certainly are some holes in France's position right now, which is why I was actually really expecting another army to go down and not solely fleets, right? I mean, there's some holes in the Low Countries. The position against Russia is not completely solid, especially if England and Russia all of a sudden are like, okay, maybe you and I can do something and we can push them back. I could see that working in a situation where Karthik was giving some dots to Michaelis. I don't see Michaelis having a lot of incentive to, change the dynamic of the game so that England can win instead of France. But if Karthik's willing to give Michaelis something, maybe there's something there, right? And maybe the two of them could figure out a way to work together. So I don't want to rule out other possibilities right now, but the French position is good, but it's not without some holes.
Well, before we see the results, let's hear from our sideline reporters. Again, Tanya and Marcus have been hard at work this entire time. Looking forward to hearing about our 1907 recap.
Hello and welcome back to the Sideline Report. It is 1907. We have 5 players left in the game, and I'm going to hand off over to Tanya to go to the west-ish.
Yeah, so the spring started off with, this very obvious IR versus EF, the EF saying they're still committed to working together. How do they push forward? And then their trusty sidekick, Tom, also, joins the discussion, offers his fleet up. And the EF also talk about not wanting to put on too much pressure on Michaelis at this point because then he won't be able to stab Brandon. So then Karthik also tells Michaelis that, he can't make a move against France when Michaelis has 3 South Coast fleets. So Michaelis offers a very interesting move to convoy Berlin to Kiel. Karthik says, as much as he loves the move, diplomatically, it's not going to work out. Karthik also gets frustrated with Michaelis' builds and then rants for a full minute. Funny little moment when Tom hops in without being noticed and goes, well, I like your use of the word entanglement, but the deadline is passed. That's about it for spring.
Yeah, and in the East, we had Italy and Russia just talking to each other for a very, very long time. Michaelis made a very strong point that if he gets stabbed, he will disband in the North and give everything to Karthik. So that was Well, it's a very McCarless approach, I think, from past experience. Brandon suggested maybe an alternative method to break the deadlock here would be to put him, Brandon, on 9 centers so that the two Western powers would have to attack each other to beat him. But McCarless doesn't seem incredibly happy with that idea. Later on in the phase, we see Italy and France get into a room together. They were generally quite friendly in their negotiations. They discussed the fact that Karthik will stab for a win if the game goes to time at a stalemate, because France doesn't think Nicolas doesn't think he's in position to defend himself. So they generally agreed on bounces rather than actually fighting each other. Let's go on to the fall here, and back to you, Tanya.
Yep. So the fall was, of course, very interesting. It started off with England and France, more discussion on tactics. Karthik asks Nicolas to walk out of Kiel, to which Nicolas does agree. Obviously, that doesn't happen because immediately after there's a conversation with Nicolas and McCallis, where McCallis convinces Nicolas to take Karthik down now. Nicolas starts off kind of suspicious, but then asks if McCallis would support him into Berlin, where McCallis says, you know what, let's do it. Let's change up the pace of this game a little bit. McCallis also indicates that he won't help Brandon into Greece to keep Tom alive. So meanwhile, Karthik thinks that McCallis rightfully will support France into English centers, and he wants Brandon to stab McCallis now. Karthik says that he's only going to fight France if he has a chance at the board top. Brandon says, me too. And Karthik also says, this is McCallis' style. Remember the Summer Classic. He'll do insane stuff if he can't board top.
Right. Are you done with yours?
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. So in the East, we had, I initially started off in the East because Tom got left behind at the game table when these two pairs went off to talk. So I got a brief chance to talk to Tom. He said that his quote that he wants to go out on if he went out, which obviously he didn't actually go out, but he said that his quote would be, when you come at the sheriff, you better not miss. And I missed badly, referring to the fact that he attacked McCallis off the bat, and it did not work at all. He thinks that McCallis will win the game, but he doesn't want to underrate the other players. He just thinks that McCallis is shrewd and he's in the best position. There was one other interesting thing that happened this phase. McCallis suggested to Brandon that they go and trigger a draw vote to force Karthik to veto, just so that France will know that Karthik is not willing to let the game end here. They all go back to the game table, and the veto comes from Tom, the one sent to Turkey, saying, no, you are not going to end the game like that. So Tom definitely making himself known, even on one supply center. Right, so that has been Sideline for 1907. We'll see you next year.
I love seeing players play this game. Thank you, Tom, for that fantastic way to contribute meaningfully to this game. All right, Ed, tell us about what you heard. What implications does that have on our board as we're about to see the spring 1908 results? Ed, you're on mute.
Welcome to the inside of my new apartment. It got too cold in Houston for me, but I switched to an artificial cigar.
Is it 60 degrees now?
It's 72. It's warm and toasty for me. So, look, McCallis is very difficult to play with. The comment that was made that if he can't win, he does insane stuff. Everyone's making sort of logical points. Everyone's playing to win. But ultimately, if Russia and England cannot work it out right now, France cannot be cracked. That's it.
100%, Ed. You're spot on. The only chance for anyone other than France winning this game is England and Russia patching it up to now, and that's going to involve England figuring out a way to get Russia into some dots, because McCarless has no incentive to put England into dots right now with the loss of St. Pete and the army up there.
All right, Adam, lead us off.
And there it is. Wow. I'm just trying to process what France did here and try to understand why there was so much pullback. And this is devastating.
Not what France did. It's what Brandon did to France. Brandon got France to move back again while he goes towards Michaelis, just as Michaelis decides to work with England and they take 2 from France.
This is just crazy what happens this turn. I
will note Turkey is now in Bulgaria.
And has 2 centers with no place to build.
This is Brandon Fogel.
What did I say when Brian asked me who's going to win this game? And I said it's going to be won diplomatically, and that's why I put my money on Brandon. Now, I don't know if Brandon's going to win this game, but man, if Brandon orchestrated this is just incredible. France is down 2 in this position. Why? What is France even doing? Why Tyrrhenian Sea moves to Lyon, moves to Western Med, supported by Tunis, and then Mal moves to Western Med? I mean, these moves don't even make sense.
I don't know what's going on. The moves do not make, like, it's playing both sides against the middle.
These are just tactically problematic moves from Nicola's part. Now, I guess there must be some mistakes here, the time pressure or the overall pressure just causing him to screw up, because these moves don't make any sense. If he was going to self-bounce in the Western Med, why is he supporting himself there for one of those moves?
Why is he supporting himself back to Holland? Why? Like,
yeah, you don't need support. You don't need support. You could self-bounce or you could move 1 there, but you don't need to support it. These are really, really strange. This is a really, really strange set, and I just wonder if the pressure or the time got to Nicola here, and it was just sort of frantically trying to get an order set in. And this is a real issue in these types of games with the time pressure, that you're just frantically trying to get orders in, and maybe he was trying to change some orders. He had some prelims in. Tried to change him, didn't have the time to do it. It's hard to understand, but this is devastating. He loses. It's a spring turn, but he gets Berlin destroyed. He loses Kiel, is not really in a position to retake it.
EF is back on. Let's turn it back on.
Is it though? Is it though?
No,
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. It looks good for Brandon, but I'm not even sure what he does from this position. The Adriatic move is a little bit puzzling. I'm not sure why he needs a fleet in the Adriatic in this position where there's nothing threatening Trieste. Otherwise, Brandon's moves look pretty good, but certainly I don't understand the Adriatic move rather than going to Albania to put yourself in a better position to retake Greece.
He's going to convoy the army there, I suspect.
That's a lot of real estate to convoy an army from Venice into Greece. You're probably right, but I don't like it.
Or he goes back.
And he's in the Black Sea?
with Turkish help.
What a turn for McCarless, though.
Yeah.
I guess
Carthage had to give up Kiel.
But that's a +2 for McCarless. Now McCarless is in the driver's seat and in the lead on this board.
Right, with 2 very handy builds coming.
I'm just incredibly confused about what Nicola is doing here. I'm incredibly confused.
Again, I note that if he had moved to Tyrrhenian, he'd be in Rome. It's like,
well, stuff like that is sort of hindsight, but especially in the north, he's supporting himself into the English Channel and holding in the North Atlantic rather than at least taking a pot shot at something or going up to the Norwegian. Spain holding. I mean, why not move Spain either into Lyon or into the Mid-Atlantic while shifting the Mid-Atlantic up? I mean, this is just inefficient unit usage at this stage of the game, which you can't afford that. Ugh.
Michaelis only goes up 1, I guess, because he loses Bulgaria.
But this says to me that Nikola's supporting Berlin into Kiel. This says to me that Nikola is now saying, you know what, Karthik, I would rather Michaelis takes this than you, right? I mean, doesn't it send that message?
It does. Man, how this game shifts, because, I mean, we're in 1908 now. There's at max 2 more game years left with the time limit. Brandon's now fully focused on Russia. France is fully focused on England. What a game.
You know, the reality is this while this position looks good for Michaelis, he's got a lot of stuff to cover and only 1 build, which has probably got to go in Sev at this point, even though you'd love to put it in Warsaw. But with Brandon in the Black Sea, apparently working with that Turkish unit, you know, you guessed right about not covering Budapest, but I mean, Brandon's got 3 armies up there. This is not an easy position for Michaelis to hold. I think tactically, if that matters at this point, Brandon does have the edge.
Well, one of the best games that I've ever seen continues giving. You can just see these shifts in center count continuing to swap back and forth. Let's get a little insight into what happened from our sideline reporters for our 1908 report.
Okay, hello and welcome to 1908. Just quickly to note, it's become less of an East-West game now, but we're still going to be more or less covering what conversations we each listened into. So first, over to Tanya.
Yeah, so I followed around Karthik for most of the spring here, and the conversation sort of start off with Karthik going to Nicola and saying that he's okay with second place and he would cede the win to Nicola. And then they talk about, getting Karthik the 8th center in Kiel. So the move to Kiel and the move out from Kiel was actually coordinated between these two. Then you have Karthik telling Tom that eventually he'll be making France pay for his moves. And then Brandon then tells Karthik that he's now going to fight Michaelis. It's sort of a trend with Karthik's conversations in the spring. Karthik says to Brandon, I told you so. This is what Michaelis was going to do. Brandon responding, are we done with the I told you so portion of this, after Karthik goes on and on about how he knew Michaelis was going to do this. So this is sort of what Karthik has been telling everyone. Seems slightly bitter. And we get a pretty fun discussion from Karthik and Michaelis, who, for the record, have been sort of giving each other moves that have been not full lies, but half lies all game. They haven't seemed to really been getting along, but Karthik tells Michaelis in the spring, to put the Baltic fleet in Berlin. And he pretty much says, I give you Berlin and hopefully you give me Kiel in return. And Michaelis says that that's fair. That's what happened in the spring. On
right. And yeah, I started out with Michaelis and with Brandon mainly, and Brandon was very, very irritated after the moves last phase, specifically not supporting Brandon into Greece. Brandon says, I can end this game very quickly by throwing to France. You have one chance to make good on this by telling me the truth here, basically. Michaelis is claiming that he didn't realize Brandon would have to disband. Seems a bit tenuous of a reason, but like Brandon's not accepting it. He's just saying, just make sure you're honest now. So the interesting thing with what we then follow Michaelis for a bit, and Michaelis is being very, very upfront with Nicola here with France. he's basically outright said, obviously, I'm not playing for second. I want to try and keep everyone in check, and that includes you. So Michalis is not even pretending here. He's just saying, I'm going for the win. And it seems like everyone on this board is. Meanwhile, Nicola and Brandon then get together. And Brandon says, go back to Western Mediterranean and I'll attack Michalis. If you do that, you probably win the game. The only thing I could possibly do is throw to Michalis. Don't make me do that. And they agree on doing that. And then finally, conversation with Tom and Brandon. Brandon agrees to put Tom into Bulgaria against Michalis. Tom basically says, okay, you know what? I'm going to tell you the truth every single time from now on. If I tell you an order, I am doing it. And if, the only... Anyway, Tom then tells Brandon that Michalis just messaged him to go to Albania, and Brandon basically takes that as confirmation that Michalis is attacking him. Brandon said he won't eliminate Tom unless it would give him the win. So that's what happened in the spring. Tanya, do you want to take it with the fall again?
Yep. So the fall, of course, we see dynamics change again. But Karthik starts off by asking Nicola if he can wait to take a turn to take Berlin back, so he doesn't want to piss off Michalis. Nicola agrees to that. Karthik stresses to Nicola again that he doesn't think he's going to win the game, and it seemed as if him and Nicola had come to some sort of non-aggression agreement. The rest of the fall, really, most of it was them sitting at the game table with Tom, speculating what Brandon will do. But then there's a few discussions after where Karthik tells Brandon that he can't do anything against Nicola, and Nicola tells Brandon that he won't be coming after him. So Nicola pretty much agrees with Brandon that they won't be coming after him, and then there's a few discussions about what happens in terms of Karthik centers, and Marcus, I'll let you take that away.
Yeah, so essentially on that front, Michalis goes to Nicola and he says, well, they have some debate about Berlin. Basically, Nicola says, I really need the unit. If you're making me lose a unit, it's taking away a unit that's being used against your neighbors, right? I need this unit. Michalis says, why do you need an extra unit? It's not like you've been using them effectively, pointing to Mid-Atlantic Ocean going to Western Mediterranean last phase, unsuccessfully self-bouncing himself. So he then pitches, you could support me into Kiel from Berlin. And Nicola goes, are you going to leave Berlin empty? Michalis went, well, Karthik could go after Berlin. So then Nicola said you can self-bounce yourself there. Michalis agrees to do that. As you can see, it wasn't what he actually did. He went to Brandon and he offered Brandon support into Munich just to completely dismantle that center. Brandon agreed to do that and then obviously didn't. So a lot of stabs going on here. It's been a super interesting phase and everyone's still very much playing for the win.
Every player remaining on the board is going for the win. That is the recipe for one of the best diplomacy games that I've ever seen. Adam, what is your takeaway from our sideline report?
Everyone is saying what they need to say, or what they feel like they need to say.
What do you need with that unit? It's not like you're using them effectively. Is the quote of the year?
Yeah. I mean, look at where we're at. We had an 11 center board topping France, and now we're back to like this 9-8, 9-9, 8-7. I mean, this game is still in play for everybody. I know we're in 1909 and we're probably going to go, get timed out in 1910, 1911 or something, but all four of these players are still 100% in it for the win. Nobody's thinking about their DBNI ranking or their VDL final ranking. They're thinking about, how can I do this? How can I get one center higher than the person next to me? That's
Yeah,
all that.
I think it's worth reminding everyone. I don't know if we made this clear enough, but it's at that phase that it's meaningful. One of the intricacies of the Paris method is in event of a tie, the person who selected lowest will win and break the tie. So if you were the last to pick your power, then you would win. You'd break all other ties. So keep that in mind. Let's just run through real quick the order of selection. First, we had, I believe, Nicola, and then Karthik was next. Then was it?
I think McCarless was next, actually.
Okay, Carlos was next, and
Yeah,
then
and then
Karthik,
yeah,
and then Brandon.
Yeah.
So in event of a tie, as time runs out, then Brandon being the lowest ranked, assuming Tom doesn't have the comeback of all comebacks, would win this game. So keep that in mind. It's Brandon needs to tie. Karthik needs to beat Brandon and tie everyone else, and so on.
Mao. I'm shocked that I'm shocked that it's Mao and not Spain. I think that's a mistake. Wow.
I mean, what's the message?
I'm totally shocked by that, Ed.
The message makes no sense. If the message is not one of love to Karthik, otherwise it would have been North Atlantic or Channel. It's nonsensical, and it's late in Europe. This has been a bad 15, 20 minutes of game for Nicola.
The only rationale is if it's all of a sudden like I've decided that I'm going to rush in on Brandon, but too little, too late for that.
The med is very difficult to break through if you don't have support from the other side. Maybe Russia and France are trying to cut some kind of deal here. It's a dangerous game to play.
I'm agreeing with that. I think this is a mistake. I think Spain should have been the disband.
Look, yeah. Oh, we're back on an EF, I guess, with Holland supporting. Now everyone's worried about Michaelis. So there goes Denmark to Kiel. There goes St. Petersburg to Livonia, Norway to St. Pete. But man, if I'm Karthik, I'm frustrated with this self-bounce in Mid-Atlantic. I mean,
it's a baffling choice from Nicola's perspective. Honestly, what is he actually getting out of this? I mean, and why is Belgium holding in this position? Why aren't you going to Ruhr? I think Nicola played great through most of this game, but I've been really puzzled by some of his moves the past few seasons.
Well, that could be the fact that the inexperience showing. This is a high stakes game to be in a stage of the game that a lot of times you don't get to in the VDL. I think that maybe we're seeing some inexperience show. Could be fatigue. I don't know.
Also, let me also just say it's very easy to make these critiques from the perspective of the broadcaster booth. I have nothing but respect for everybody on this board. So let me step back a minute and say that we're realize how hard this is from the perspective of the players.
I'll say this too, which is a game like this is not played very much.
Right.
You know, a lot of tournaments, such as Adams, I believe, don't have a top board. And I hear those cases and they make total sense to me. And then I hear cases where they say they need a top board. And those make sense to me. But when I play a tournament without a top board, I play Ed Sullivan style. I'll take a Alliance a long way, score high in 3 games and be in the mix. They're not used to playing a game to win where it's all on the line, all the marbles. You can't trust anybody. And it's a snake pit in there, man. And you got 5 snakes.
This to me is the game that diplomacy was designed to be. What we're seeing play out right here.
I just want to point out the craziness of the tactical situation right now in Russia, around the middle of the board. There are some really interesting tactical choices, and I know that I and others have been pushing the diplomacy angle of this game. But man, from a tactics perspective, some people got some hard choices to make right here. McCarless in particular. This is live or die here for him.
Well, we're going to see right now the Brandon Tom relationship. It looked like there was a little bit of a skirmish in the spring where they didn't get along. But what does Brandon do? Does he put Romania and Sev supported by Black and hope for a bounce? Does he help Tom into Ankara? Does Tom help him into Ankara? Oh my God! What's going to happen?
Yeah, that's a tough choice. Lots of tough choices on this board.
They both try to support each other into Ankara. Well, as Siobhan would say, that's a choice. That's two choices. I can't believe they did. It inures to the benefit of Michaelis because he gets Romania. He doesn't lose Ankara.
Brandon loses Naples.
Brandon loses Naples. Finally,
this is insane. This is everybody's taking centers from everybody else.
And I know, look at the genius. I'm going to call it genius of Karthik here to bounce Munich. Well, I don't know if it is genius because Michaelis keeps it. I don't know what's going on, guys.
Keo stays with McCarless because
not genius.
Yeah.
Karthik, you're not a genius. I can't even keep up with what's going on here. Yeah, this is. I don't know who's on what. There's an attack on London, an attack on Liverpool. We're just going for dots. There's no more working together.
Let's step back a second and actually break down what happened here, because actually I think there are some telling things. I think this is very clear that McCarless and Karthik struck a deal here. This really, that St. Petersburg moving back to Norway is a pretty strong statement, along with Livonia convoying to Kiev. That was the price to pay for getting that unit out of Russia, right? And McCarless clearly believes it, because look at Warsaw and Moscow, right? Neither of those are covered. So this is a deal that was clearly signed in blood, and everybody was on board for it. And there was such a convincing negotiation that that McCarless was like, I can go ahead and make a supported attack on Romania and use Galicia to protect Budapest and leave Warsaw and Moscow alone. That is a bold play on his part, right? To say, I don't need to cover either of my home dots here. So there was a deal struck. Now, how did that play out for McCarless? Not too bad. He kept Budapest. He took Romania back. He didn't lose any of his home centers. He held on to Kiel because France bounced England there. How does it play out for Karthik? Well, Karthik is even. That's something, I guess. Who gained here? It looks like France took one off of Italy net. And that's about it. Am I missing something, Brandon? Brian?
I don't want to state this too strongly, but I think that McCarless may have won the game right here.
Who's in Berlin?
McCarless is there.
I can't even tell.
I can't tell what it did. I can't see what it did, but it's a Russian unit there.
It's a Russian fleet.
And I think it supported the convoy of Livonia to Kiel, which is what effectively this is a master stroke, and it was a guess. It was a understanding of diplomacy. It was a read, but it was just a beautiful turn for McCarless.
Yeah,
it really worked out for him very well. In fact, if you looked at the units before the moves and then suggested.
He's got no business. He's got no business keeping Ankara. Aside from everything else on this position, he had no business keeping Ankara from here. I don't know what happened between Brandon and Tom there, but that was just a screw up, right?
Yeah.
So I think McCarless just won this game. Does anybody disagree with that? Is there a different path where that does not happen?
Well, he's still not leading the board. He's at 9. France is at 10. I'm not willing to go that route. It was a great turn. We've got a year. Can he get another dot or two? I don't know.
Here's the thing. Rome's vulnerable, maybe Ionion's vulnerable.
Yeah.
France is not out of this. He's got the armies. All Michaelis has got is a fleet in Berlin and an army Silesia in the center of the board. But
at this point, Nicola might say to Karthik, like, "Hey, cool, let me put you in. Let me put you in Kiev. Why not? Why shouldn't I do that? Right? Because who's my main threat right now? I've got England at 7, or I've got Russia at 9. So I don't know, Brian.
Yeah, it seems the relations may have broken down irrevocably there, but there is a path for Karthik to grow and Nicola to gain by that growth because it reduces Michaelis. Whether or not Karthik cares, I don't know. It seems like Karthik made his decision that he's going to help Michaelis.
Let's find out. Actually, before we do that, let's hear from our sideline reporters, see if we get some more insight.
All right. Welcome back. This is the spring of 1909 report, not the fall so far. There we go. I'm going to hand over to Tanya to start off in the spring.
Yes, so the spring starts off with Michaelis, Nicola, and Karthik all sitting in a room together, talking about how to untangle the West and stop the great force that is Brandon. So Karthik is working really hard to tell Nicola that, Karthik isn't a threat and Nicola should move his fleets against Brandon. This conversation was quite long, and a lot of it was just like long, silent pauses. Karthik is really pushing Nicola to move south against Brandon. Nicola said that he's going to leave 2 fleets in the north, which Karthik is quite frustrated about. And then we get this conversation with Karthik and Michaelis, where Michaelis asks Karthik, if it comes down to it and we both can't win, who do we prefer wins? And Karthik responds, me. So, Michaelis tells him that's not the question. And there's a discussion on which of Brandon and Nicola they'd rather win. And the consensus between those two seems to be that it would be nicer to beat Nicola. And that's what I've got. So on to you, Marcus.
Okay, well, over in the East, obviously those 3 talking for so long meant that the only person Brandon got to talk to and the only person I was listening in on for most of the phase was Tom. They had quite a long discussion. They were talking about how Tom, his only goal now is to survive, and he is making that very clear. He says, as long as I survive, I'm okay to do anything. I will be looking for the route that gives me the survive. Michaelis messages him to ask him to go to Aegean during that conversation with Brandon, and he immediately tells Brandon this. Brandon says, would you be okay to hold instead? And Tom agrees on the condition that Brandon does not eliminate him. Then Michaelis changes the message and says, could you go to Con instead? Again, Tom asked Brandon for permission beforehand, and Brandon says sure. So this was actually arranged with Italy here. Finally, Brandon gets to talk to someone else. He gets to talk to France right towards the end of the phase. France says that he's not coming after Brandon. He's just going to keep him honest with the fleets. And Brandon threatens to turn around if Nicola comes for him. And then it leads to an interesting conversation afterwards because they're both going back and forth on it, where Nicola goes, I'm not coming for you. I just want one more sensor. Brandon goes, which? Nicola goes, that's a mystery. Brandon goes, okay, so you are coming after me. And then Nicola goes, maybe, which was an interesting way to respond to that. Back to you, Tanya, for the fall.
Yep. So the fall starts off with Brandon pulling Karthik into a room to discuss how to keep Nicola away from winning this game. Karthik says that he doesn't know how. Then we get another 3-way conversation with Karthik, Nicola, and Michaelis, where Karthik apparently had gone back on his word not to put that army in Livonia, but agrees to falling back and continuing on with the plan. Karthik tells Michaelis that Brandon is more focused on Nicola than he is on Michaelis. Then Nicola leaves to chat, and Karthik tells Michaelis that he put the army in Livonia in order to convoy it over to Kiel, as it is his only hope of winning the board. We see that Michalis agrees to do that convoy, and Michalis tells Karthik, perhaps not a full truth here, that France is going to attack him in full force. Because we then get a conversation with Michalis and Nicola, where Michalis lies to Nicola and tells him that Karthik told Nicola that Karthik will, told Michalis that Karthik will be tapping Berlin. Nicola tells Michalis that he's going to be staying in the south and moving on Brandon. And that's about how the fall went for the conversations I heard. On to you.
Okay, yeah, I got another half of this conversation about, hang on, let me quickly bring up my notes here. So this was Michalis and Nicola. They were both trying to get each other to support them into Kiel. And they were constantly arguing about it for a little while, actually. They both, Nicola says, "You're the kingmaker here. You're deciding who's winning." Michalis goes, "Everyone is the kingmaker on this board. That doesn't work." Michalis was arguing that he needed units. If he has to disband on either front, he's essentially choosing a winner between Karthik and Brandon. Nicola didn't seem to agree. They didn't really come to a conclusion on this. Then Brandon managed to get Nicola in a room, and they were both accusing each other of being in the best position. Nicola eventually agreed to put Tyrrhenian Sea back in the Western Mediterranean, which was an interesting one, keeping this yo-yo going, as he put it. When Brandon went back to talk to Tom, his first words were, Nicola, he tells so many unnecessary lies. So he clearly thought that this was a lie, but he didn't seem to defend against it that much. So finally, Tom, there was an interesting thing with Tom here where Tom initially refused to go to Ankara. Brandon was trying to get him to go there with support. And he also initially refused to put Brandon in Ankara even, but eventually agreed on the condition that Brandon would keep him alive no matter what, even if eliminating him would give Brandon the board top. And Brandon actually agreed to this. Whether it's true or not, we don't know. So as you can see, he did eventually go for it, despite a lot of back and forth on that. So that is the Sideline report for 1909. We'll see you again next year.
All right, Ed. What was the insight we learned from that Sideline report?
Tom really wants to survive. I learned that from the Sideline report. I mean, look, they can't get it together. Everyone's trying to win, and when you're trying to win, when you're clawing, when you're slinging mud, it's like The Walking Dead right now. Okay, you get through one, and then you got to go stab another. And be honest with you, if it is a snake pit, it sounds like the biggest snake. The biggest, baddest snake is Michalis, that he's playing everybody as best he can like a fiddle. And that's really hard with these players. I will tell you that. If he comes out on top, man, did he earn it.
When there is no objective alignment in goals, which is pretty much where we're at this point in the game, how do you negotiate with your neighbors? How do you find some commonality? How do you find a way to talk to someone when it's all about me winning? And if it's not me winning, I don't really care whether it's you or somebody else. How do you have those kinds of conversations with somebody with a straight face and try to make influence? That's what this game is all about right now.
The other thing is Nicola, as I said, he was charming. He's not. He may be lying. I'm sure he's lying. I heard the report that Karthik says he's lying every turn, but he's not an effective liar. You can't say maybe, to Brandon Fogel and not understand what the deduction is going to be. But this is going to be a great year. This map now is officially gunboat. They may be talking to each other, but everyone is wanting to get whatever centers they can.
So Ed, you're arguing this is all tactics at this point. You're arguing diplomacy is dead.
There's no. I don't believe The only diplomacy that matters is finding the person who knows they can't win to see if they will help you. And right now, the only person who has any leverage in that, say, the real kingmaker here is Karthik. And I don't know if he's incentivized to help anybody.
I think both of those adjustments seem reasonable.
Armies all around. Yep.
Yep. All right, let's get to spring of 1910. I will just point out for the record, the game has not drawn. I know they were talking earlier about some vetoes of draw votes. Really happy to see this one continuing to play out. Adam, why don't you take the lead?
I was going to say, the other thing is it's a time limit. It's not a year limit. Most of the games end in 1910 if it's timed, but that doesn't mean that they haven't been playing faster.
Yeah, game could end here, may continue. I think the longest or the fastest we've seen a VDL game go this season is 1912. So we'll see where we end up. Adam, spring of 1910.
Yeah, I mean these are very sensible orders by Nicola this turn, going to Ionian, which I think was probably supposed to cut a support, but Brandon moving into the Aegean. And
this is Brandon giving the game to France.
It certainly might be. It certainly might be Brandon saying, "I'm more concerned with McCarless's play the past few turns than I am with France winning this game, and I would rather France win it than McCarless." That is certainly a logical interpretation of Brandon's moves here, though it's not the only interpretation, right? I mean, there may be other reasons for why he's making these particular moves with Rome and Ionian, but Rome to Apulia is a pretty strange choice here if that's not what he's intending.
He's going to go to everybody and say, now he has Venice. We are drawing.
Otherwise, we see England actually successfully convoying back to Kiel. This time, McCarless does support it, and it's not bounced. But otherwise, I mean, we've got Russia moving down to Armenia, presumably to take Sev, to take Smyrna, which may explain the Ionian to Aegean move. Yeah, I mean, this looks like it's in Nicola's hands right now. To your point.
Just a reminder, Nicola does need to have a higher score than everyone else on the board. So a tie will not win it for Nicola.
Now I think the thing is, well, look, Brandon is doing just what I predicted. Piedmont is in Venice. Of course, he could have given Nicola Greece if he wanted to. I think the game will not end in fall 1910, but this is bad news for everyone not named France. It's even worse for Michaelis that St. Petersburg is now in Moscow. It seems to me that I think this game at this point will draw. That the board has effectively selected a person who's not going to win, and that person is named McCallus.
The only person who might have some incentive to keep playing is Karthik, given that he's putting two units down on the board. But by virtue of the fact that France now owns the entire boot, the result, I think, is a foregone conclusion.
All right, well, let's get our sideline report for 1910 and find out what happens.
Okay, we are in 1910. Well, 1910 just ended, going into 1911, which time-wise is definitely going to be the final year of this game. Here is the sideline report. Over to you, Tanya.
Yeah, so sort of starts off with a conversation with Brandon and Karthik, where Brandon tells Karthik that he's done. He's quite obviously frustrated. He can't win this. This conversation doesn't last very long. Brandon then leaves the room after this quite verbal frustration. And then a conversation with Brandon and Nicola, where Brandon pretty much tells Nicola that his choice is between throwing to McCallus or letting Nicola win. Nicola then asks if Brandon would throw him the game. Brandon said he's not throwing. All Nicola needs to do is hold his dots. Brandon tells Nicola to support himself into the Ionian. Says objectively this is the best move. Nicola says, "Why should I support myself? Why don't you just let me in?" Brandon says, "All right, I guess you can help me with Greece in that case." Brandon then says congratulations to Nicola and tells him not to give Karthik anything. So then a conversation between Karthik and Nicola after that. Karthik opens by saying, "No more shenanigans this turn," and Nicola laughs and says, "Like last turn." Karthik asks Nicola for Kiel and second place for what I think is about the millionth time. Karthik then says that he's going to he'll let McCallus into St. Petersburg if Nicola tries to move into his centers again. Nicola says that he won't be moving to London and that they'll bounce in the North Sea. It's a big discussion on Kiel and what Karthik should be taking Kiel with. Karthik very aggressively says that he needs to put an army in there. And Nicola just says, okay to that. On to you.
Okay, so the order that Tom made last turn of supporting Black Sea into Ankara, that had been one of the discussed possible orders between him and Brandon, but not the one they landed on eventually. Tom claimed to basically everyone this phase that order was a misorder. It does sound genuine. So then Michalis then says to Nicola that he cannot go north. There is no choice in that matter. He needs to outguess Brandon in order to have a guess at this win and focus on the south. Michalis also says that Brandon has no chance. It's just a case of who Brandon chooses to win at this point. Back to Tom. After that misorder, he goes into a conversation with Michalis, and the first thing he says is, "You should have killed me a long time ago. Now I have to make hard decisions." And then he proposes that they should dislodge Black Sea and go to Armenia, and of course they try that. It doesn't work out. Another interesting quote that came up there, Tom said to Michalis, "I know your user manual. You will do what you say. That's just dangerous if you don't know what you're doing." Michalis replies, "That's my secret. I never know what I'm doing." And finally, Brandon said that there was a possibility that he could hold Nicola off, but then Michalis would eat him. So he just thinks that Nicola has won this game. Going into the fall, we initially had Brandon saying that he wanted the game to end, but everyone else just refused and said they would play it to time. Over to you, Tanya.
Yeah, so in the fall, Michalis agrees to support Karthik to hold in Kiel, and Karthik agrees to support Michalis into Munich. Then we get a conversation where Nicola tells Karthik that he'll support him into Berlin, despite the mini North Sea stab where they were supposed to bounce, but Karthik supported himself in. They spend a long time talking to each other here, and at least 5 minutes was about trust and about Karthik getting second place. And then, the real last conversation I heard was Tom telling Nicola that really all he's trying to do is survive, not decide the winner. Unfortunately, Tom does not get his wish there. So on to you, Marcus.
Yeah. So Nicola, his only worry right now is that Karthik could potentially throw to Michalis. Brandon was saying he could offer to throw Nicola dots, but he doesn't think Nicola will be able to keep them in the sense of Greece and such. He won't defend his home centers, though. Michalis then goes and has this interesting discussion with Brandon where he goes, what's your aim here? Are you aiming to punish someone at the end of the game, or are you aiming to maximize your score? And Brandon is just like, I really don't know. I want to eliminate Tom for what he was doing. Michalis thinks about this for a bit, and then he says, I can offer his elimination in the final year, so next year. Brandon, on the condition that, you agree to do some defending against France here. Brandon says, no, it has to be this year, but I'll go in from Black Sea. So will you support that? Michalis goes, yeah, that's okay, I guess. I guess I can cover Smyrna. And then Brandon says, I'll be bouncing Smyrna. And Michalis backs out again. And says, okay, let's do it in the final year instead. Brandon says, that's not okay by me. It needs to be now. Eventually, they come to a conclusion. They agree that they kill Tom now on the condition that Brandon lets Michalis have Smyrna. And if you look at the moves here, Michalis holds up his end of the deal, kills Tom, and Brandon does not let Michalis have Smyrna. He's committed to throwing at this point. One final stab there. So, that is 1910. The game may end in a draw vote here, or it may go on. We don't know yet. You will. So let's hand back over to our broadcast.
Drama continues. At this stage of the game, oftentimes players have resigned to themselves whether or not they're going to win or not. And at that point, identifying a player's secondary motivation becomes critical. And that's very much what I heard in this round of negotiations. Adam, what stood out to you?
I think this game is over. Nicola has won this game. I don't think there's anything we can take from that broadcast other than, I mean, whether it draws now or it draws in a year, that's inevitable.
All right, well, let's see what happens. Winter of 1910, we've got our adjustments. Anything change on your opinion here, Ed?
Oh, yeah, Ekta, the die is cast. It should draw right now.
Yep.
And it does. Congratulations to Nicolas Tellier and his win of the 2021 Virtual Diplomacy League Championship. Well played game. Ed, we'll start with you. What were your how did Nicolas win this game?
He won it through diplomacy. His relationship with Brandon, all the things that we dinged him on, saying he should have attacked Italy earlier. He had those two open centers, he could have put the hammer down. Maybe that was true. But by not doing that, he gained a personal relationship with Brandon that when Brandon was out of it, allowed him to get those centers anyways and get the win. And you don't get that through tactics. He got it through his skill and his diplomacy. This is the best virtual game. I've watched every DBN broadcast, and I've probably gone through Backstabber of every game of virtual diplomacy played. This is the best virtual game I've seen. It was a privilege to watch. I don't think anyone should look back and be upset. They can be upset that they weren't first, but everyone played a really, really strong game. But diplomacy won.
Adam, we will get your thoughts next. But first, Tanya Gill, the 2020 VDL champion, did a Sideline interview with our 2021 champion. Let's hear from Nicola and Tanya now.
Thanks, Brian. We are here with the 2022 VDL Championship Bowl Super Saturday number 2, Nicolas Tellier. Nicolas, welcome to the winner's circle.
Thank you.
So going in, you had thought about who are your neighbors going to be. Kind of the opening pitches of the game. It seemed EF from most of the tactics. Was that how it worked out?
I didn't know with whom I wanted to work at first. To be completely frank, I wanted to open safe. That was what was really important to me. And then where in Germany was really insistent on some stuff. Like he didn't want me to go to Burgundy. He seemed really nervous about me going there, whereas I proposed the bounce from the start. So I told him, "You're safe, no worries." And basically his pitch was, "Well, Karthik is a better player, so I'm going to we need to destroy him." So that was his pitch basically, and I didn't find that very convincing, to be honest. Whereas Karthik was much more straightforward. He told, "Well, that's what we can do. That's where we want to be in O2 basically, and that's where we're going to." So it was a much clearer path basically.
So I got to listen in on quite a few of your conversations, Nicola. So, I have sort of the inside view of things, but you did a really good job in sort of telling Ben and telling Karthik, both of them, what your moves are, and then, letting them figure out what they're going to do with those moves. Did you at any point consider working with Ben, or were you pretty solidly in, your camp with Karthik, or was it up in the air until a few years after?
No, until F01.
This will be different.
I didn't choose, but in fall of 01, it was chosen. That was like going to Burgundy. It was a declaration of war for Ben. I knew that. It was important for me that he didn't go to Burgundy also. So it was then, I think it was a foregone conclusion before he fell, because like we were really well coordinated with Karthik. And I actually thought Michaelis could help in the north also. He had a weird attitude towards Ben, basically building fleet south coast, but not really intervening in the favor or really against Germany. So it was a bit weird, because at first I thought we had a really good talk with Michaelis, but it was like it's so short, the deadlines, that you can't talk with everybody every turn. But we had a really good chat at first, and I really expected Russia to do more. But he told me after the game his goal was to always balance me and England out. So it's not the way I play Russia, but it's how it works for him, and it almost worked for him tonight. So
great. So can we move to 03 here, like the spring? Yeah. So here you've got pretty good position with a mid-Atlantic Ocean and Spain South Coast. You have a bit of flexibility. You're in Ruhr, so you can take Holland or you can keep fighting Germany. This seemed to be sort of a key moment on you deciding whether to attack Karthik or to focus and continue to work with Karthik. Did you consider at all working with to attack Karthik at this point, or were you pretty set that Ruhr was well, we know what happens in in the fall. So why don't we move to the fall quickly, Kevin? And then you take Holland here. So why don't you talk us through what your thoughts were in 1903?
Well, I saw that I couldn't get any more dots basically, but I didn't want to stab Karthik, because I think as long as there is an army in this island, I would need much more fleets and much more units to stab him. So I told myself, what I'm going to do is give some hope to Ben, basically, and so that he helps me into Holland. And of course, for Karthik, it could have looked like an accident. And so it was nice, because it kept our alliance floating, and it gave me a build. So that's the two things I wanted. So it was a way to two birds, one stone, but I never really intended to work with Ben at this stage, because I think at this stage it was too late, and especially because he had 3 armies. I think if Ben has 2 fleets, 2 armies here, the pitch is different. But with 3 armies and a fleet, it's much more Karthik, who had more interest than me in turning, basically. So that's the point.
I was in that room, and I didn't hear a specific request to Ben to support you to Holland. Did you ever ask him of that, or did you just lay it out there hoping he would take the bait?
No, I told him that, but it was like 30 seconds before deadline, I think. So maybe it's not the conversation you saw, but it was like 30 seconds before deadline. And he told me, well, you're going to Holland. I cannot get it. So if you want to stab Karsik, it's now. Take it. And I took it. It was there for the taking.
Yeah, that was the one I was in. I didn't know, and that's why I kept messaging to Tanya and Marcus on the sidelines as well, saying, I heard him say you're going to Holland. I didn't hear a specific request from you to ask for support, or for Ben saying, if you go there, I will support you. That was the one thing I missed. So,
no, he said, well, I'm going to try to support you. Then it doesn't cost anything. I said,
yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, that was the part of it that I had missed. I thought it was unintended, and it shifted the way things looked.
No, but I had to make it look unintended to Karsik, else that could have gone astray.
So then moving on to, let's do fall of 04, where, here Karthik tries to get back into Holland. You try and push forward into Ben's territory. What are your thoughts here? Did you agree to do this with Karthik? Were you upset that he attempted this move? Later, he attempts to move in on Belgium. We can talk about that after.
I was not upset because I think that's what it's a move which is smart, because you don't want to give me too much power in an alliance. So you don't want to give anybody enough power in an alliance, right? You want everybody to be equal. And it would have put myself to 8 and him to 5. So it's not equality anymore, like to 6, because he's taking Sweden too. And that was my point, basically. And we had a huge discussion. That was basically our first real argument with Karsik in our marriage, I would say. It was basically, should I get him Holland or not? And I want to go full south, which I did with the fleet. But not having a build was a bit painful. So I calculated, basically, it was either I lost completely my ally by not giving him Holland, or I kept him, but I couldn't follow through on Brandon. So I chose the defensive side.
I think the biggest, I've kind of caught a little bit of the coverage. What the analysts have been saying is, and I think I heard some post-game interview, it looked like Italy and France kind of had a passive alliance where you weren't going to fight each other, but it seemed in your orders, you were always ready to go there, but anytime you had the chance, Brandon also gained that turn. Was there more of an active alliance between the two of you, or did you just get unlucky in the way that the turns processed?
No, it was more, you have two dogs barking very, 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 very strongly at the door, basically. And I just wanted to show Brandon, if you step 1 foot on my side of the med, I'm going to react. And Karsik is going to be the main benefactor of that. And on the other end, when Karthik was going stronger, I was going the other way and was saying, look, I can bark too. So go back and I'm going to handle Brandon. And so that was kind of this equilibrium stuff that we were busy with from 04 onwards, basically with Russia, Italy, England, and France playing this kind of silly game, which was very stressful every season, basically, where we were changing allies and having not the same ally for 2 centers in a row. So that was fun.
Yeah, the follow-up, and this was the turn I did catch on the broadcast, is you have 4 fleets moving, all rejected by 1 fleet in the north. If you go Tunis to Ionian and Western Med to Tyrrhenian right here, is it game over? Did you think about that? Did you get talked out of it? How did this spring 06 play out?
Basically, we had an agreement to bounce in English Channel with Karsik. And initially, I was thinking about going TIS and going Ionian. So that was my plan. I was only going to get bounced from Mao. And then, really in the last minutes of the turn, I speak with Michaelis. And I realize actually how strong he is. And I tell myself, if I go there, I am getting 2 dots right now. But how many is Michaelis going to get? But actually, I think this was the right move still. I think I should have gone for it, because I think with the 2 additional centers here, I was in a top position. On the other hand, my fear was that the whole board would turn against me, basically. Not only England, Italy, or Russia, but the 3 together, and there I was clearly not strong enough. So I don't regret it in the end, but it's I wonder if it's not the right place still. Because like here, it was my way basically to put Brandon back into the game so that Michaelis was not the sole power in the East. So that's why I took the decision, yes, in the end.
Were you aware on the other side of the board of Brandon? Michaelis said the same thing, is as far as
I think we lost him.
Yeah.
Oh, there he's back.
Oh, there we go. Well, good. I'm glad it. On the other side of the board, Brandon was owed some centers, so Michaelis wasn't going to grow immediately. Were you aware of the other side's dynamics when you made that decision?
Not really about this precise dynamics, but it's really when I talked with Michaelis, I got the feeling that he was way too calm in his position. And then I looked again at the board and I was like, actually he doesn't have so many dots, but he's in such a position that I think I'm screwed if I do that. And so I had a good relationship with Brandon. Like, it was a bit complicated, but it was overall good. So I told myself, okay, don't risk it. Be like as defensive as you are usually, basically, and try to hold on and to keep this equilibrium happening.
So I think in 07, that's when you finally move. Can we go to fall there, Kevin?
Yeah.
I think this is where you and Karthik maybe start fighting a bit more seriously. This is when you make those moves against him with the help of Michaelis. So why don't you talk us through what your thoughts were on this particular turn?
Well, this turn was supposed to be my masterpiece, and it was an embarrassment, basically. So what happens was, I saw that Brandon didn't have any build this turn, and so that I could hold him with only 2 fleets, potentially a third to be built here from Berlin. And Michaelis did the very smart thing to destroy this fleet in Baltic, and that was not the plan, because without the fleet in Baltic, there was no army in the island, and the game was practically over, because next turn I had Marseille already moved to Gascony here, and I had the free ride into Liverpool. But Michaelis threw directly through me when I went to Berlin, and he told me after the game, that's not going to happen like that. But it was fun. It was fun to try that. And that was supposed to be the point where I was really confident I could win the game. Before that, I was really not sure. And yeah, it lasted a bit longer because of some shenanigans on both sides of the stalemate lines, basically. Because if you look here, actually, the next season, I'm in a worse position than I was 2 seasons ago, basically, because I have Brandon close to me. I have actually Michaelis and Karthik working together. So I have to fall back from Berlin. I have to fall back from Kiel. But I know that if I lose 2 here, actually, Brandon is not going to attack me, which is actually everything that keeps me afloat during these times, basically. And we have a deal, as you see, last turn, basically, where Brandon, a few minutes again before the deadline, tells me, you have to go back from TIS. And I go back, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to change all my orders. So I just support myself outside of TIS to be sure that it works, basically. And the other orders are not changed. So that's why you see these relics, basically, of these artifacts of what I wanted to do.
So just to confirm, the support move to the West Med was supposed to work. It wasn't supposed to be a bounce.
No.
Okay. So all good.
It's just I didn't have time, actually. I didn't have a lot of time. So I said, instead of changing all of orders, I went for the efficiency and said, well, I'm going to support myself here. I'm sure that it's going to trump everything else.
Great. And then on to 1909, I think, where, you know, I think this was the turn when the three of you were somewhat working together, or you made move. Did you mend back with Karthik? Can you just talk us through what the dynamics were here?
I'm not really sure what everybody was thinking, to be completely honest. It was more, I was telling Karthik that I was really worried about Brandon because Michaelis was really worried about Brandon. And so it was a good pitch to make forget that I was ahead, actually. So, but on the other hand, everybody was understanding that I would keep my fleet in English Channel and in Now because else Karthik would be too strong. So I said, yeah, I'm going to stay there, but I'm going to work with you. That's why I went to Bohemia. And actually, that's a turn where Karthik completely screws over Michaelis because he's supposed to take Livonia with the fleet. And of course, he goes there with the armies, as Karthik does. And but that's a mistake in the end because he knows that if he stabs Michaelis, basically Michaelis is going to throw all his dots to Brandon and to help me into Michaelis' dots in the north, into Karthik's dots in the north. So yeah, that was a great turn for Karthik, but actually he didn't have any way to follow up. So if you look at next seasons, basically what happens is that he tries to convoy to Kiel, and that's basically, that has been my goal during the entire game, preventing an English army being in Kiel, because I knew that the ultimate center I wanted to take was Munich, and I wanted only fleets around Munich. And so I made sure every time I could that Karthik was only there with a fleet, basically.
Very good. So let's move on to the sort of last year. You end up getting quite a bit of dots from Italy there. So how did you pitch that to Brandon? Why did he do that? Was he just fed up? What magic did you have in this game that other people didn't?
I didn't have any magic, actually, to be fair. Like, I was very surprised when Brandon did that. I was very happy, of course, but very surprised too. He told me that was a good guess. The game is over. It's yours. It's not worth it to make it more painful. So I'm going to protect my dots against Michaelis, basically, and you have a free ride into my dots. So I decided also to help him into Greece because that was like the least I could do, given everything was given to me. So, and actually, I was a bit sad that I couldn't work more with Brandon, because at first when I saw the FI working so well, I even proposed him to put him into Munich, but in the very beginning of the game. But he said, "Well, you would go too powerful with England on your side," so he didn't go this way. But I think we could have done even more work together, so that was great.
Fantastic. So I just have one more question, and I'll give it off to Kevin. So, what do you think your biggest factor in this win was?
The ability to balance basically the power in the north and the power in the south, and to make Michaelis understand that I was balancing this power also for him, basically. Because, like, the way I see the game, and I've much less experience than you do, so tell me if I'm completely wrong, right? Maybe it's completely false. But basically, France and Russia are perfect friends. So they have the same interests and the same disinterests. So basically, they don't want EG to happen, either of them. And they have to balance the south and the north. And they are the only two countries, in my opinion, which can really do that. And so my whole game was about Michaelis understanding, but since he's a good player, he understood really fast, of course, that it was in his interest to help me balance my side of the north of the board, from the south to the north. And I think that's what led to the win in the end.
So it's great that you say that, because we are in Fall 09, as you may have seen on my screen as I'm checking back and forth. And one of the analysts, I won't say who, just said that he still has no idea who's going to win this. So from balancing powers and playing both sides, and the conversations that I was able to hear, and I know that Marcus and Tanya were in every room all the time. It was great to watch, and this is a fantastic victory. I think maybe one of the first French, not Francais French, but country France to win. So congratulations for making France the rightful victor today.
Yeah, and as mentioned, like it's also two Nicolas winning in 2 months, so that was great. So that was Nicolas Sergey came to me right after and said, "Well, congrats! I heard it went well." So he's also the one who convinced me before the game. We discussed a bit, and he told me, "If you have the choice, I think France is the safest bet." And I was hesitating at the time between Germany and France, so I thank him for the advice here.
Man,
yeah.
Nicolas Sahuge everywhere in diplomacy. So again, congratulations, a great win, and we look forward to seeing you in the 2022 DBNI as this clinches your guaranteed spot. As you certainly would have been there with great play this year, but you have now guaranteed your spot.
Oh, thank you a lot, and also thank you to DBNI in general, because that's a great experience to play diplomacy like that. And so keep on with the good work. Sorry, and I really hope I can make a few more upsets in the next tournaments.
I don't know. You're a favorite now. It's gonna be yeah. Excellent. All right, congrats. Thank you much.
Thank you.
I now have the pleasure of bringing onto the stream the commissioner of the Virtual Diplomacy League, Zachary Moore. Zach, welcome.
Hey, hello.
I also have the pleasure of bringing the most recent VDL champion, Nicola. Nicola, congratulations.
Hi, guys. Thanks.
So,
Thanks a lot.
Zach, I was hoping you could talk a little bit about this year, get your thoughts on the season, and of course, offer congratulations to this season's victor.
Absolutely. I mean, this year was the year of kind of taking lessons learned from year one, where we really made it up as we went along and putting them together for a smooth show, and you showed the graphic up at the beginning of the year. I think it was 53 players this year who didn't play last year and 30 returning players from last year. So you just had a nice mix of new blood and old blood. And the diversity of time zones seemed to be so much bigger this year, as well. As you saw it on the rookie board, had 6 different countries. This board had, 4 or 5 different countries represented, with Nicolas coming on top for France. So I've been really excited by the progress we saw over this year. I'm excited for next year, and even more excited for the month break that we're all going to get to just sit and, especially I'm going to get to just sit and watch players like you, Nicolas, who you don't get a break. You might have gotten a break if you hadn't won today, but you're going to be very busy in the month of February now. And offer my congratulations as I drop my mic off my table. VDL is not easy to win. I think all year I kind of had my eye on you as one of the guys who would show up to that first round and exhibit a kind of quiet, calm control over a game. And we saw that today in a game that was chaotic. 4 players at the end. Ed called it gunboat. Nobody knows what's going to happen, but it never felt like the game fell out of your control. It always felt like you kind of exhibited this calm and this almost composure that brought you through to the finish line. So really, congratulations.
Thanks a lot for the high praises.
Ed, why don't you, anything you'd like to say, or Adam, to Nicolas about this game?
I'll just say, I mean, this game was an instant classic. I mean, this is what everyone wants to watch in a diplomacy game. It was just amazing play around the board. It was just clever tactics, good diplomacy, I don't know. I don't even really know what to say. I'm still kind of in awe from just watching it, and I feel so privileged to have had the opportunity to commentate on it and give some thoughts on it. But Nicola, I mean, this was a board of top-notch play, obviously by you, but by the other players as well. And you should be really, really happy to have topped this board. You played a great game, and you beat some other top-level competition who were really on their A game tonight. So great job.
Thank you a lot. It's been nice.
Your play was superb. I think this is your first top board and you win. I've played like 6 and I never win. And so I learned a lot from watching you, but I think you're never lose, in my mind, your essence of just being a charming human being, because I think that is what won you this tournament, along with your savvy play, particularly getting Ben to support you into Holland. I think without that move, I'm not saying it's a different game, but I'm saying that increased your chances significantly that you were able to do that and keep relations with Ben, even though you're in Ruhr, you're attacking Munich, that you're able to pull that off was remarkable.
Thank you, Ed. And a pleasure to play with you next time also, because we missed each other like on in world on the World Championship. We had a board together, and you said next time we'll have an alliance together. So
well, not after what I've seen today, but
all right. Well, Nicola, I know it is incredibly late. Thank you for staying up. Congratulations on again winning. As Adam said, this is a classic. In my opinion, this should be required viewing for every diplomacy player, similar to what I would have said about the 2016 World Diplomacy Championship. It is that level of game, in my opinion. So well played. Again, look forward to seeing you in February, in a couple of weeks. Have a good night.
Yeah, thanks. And good night, everybody. And thanks a lot to DBN.
Thank you.
Really,
congratulations.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you. And Zach, how about you just give us a quick preview? Anything you're looking forward to in the upcoming season, and give us your final thoughts on this season.
Absolutely. Well, listen, diplomacy as a game is a lot of negotiation, obviously, a lot of haggling, a lot of give and take, and most of it happens on the board. That's the part I'm not great at, but a lot of it happens on the board, and that's the part where I excel. So February really is the month of Zach as far as diplomacy goes off the board, because we are going to be piling into VDL discussion rooms and soliciting feedback from the players of what worked this year, what didn't work, what did you hate, what did Adam Silverman hate, what must we change to make VDL Season 3 even better. And it's going to be like a royal rumble of disagreement and debate, and I can't wait to see it, because it's going to make year 3 even better.
Zach, I have a question for you, and it has to do with your DBN mic cover. Are you compensating for something? That thing is the size of an elephant. I mean, that is the largest mic cover in human existence.
You want to know what? I don't know if this showed on camera, but while I was originally talking to Nicola, it fell off my desk. So I've been holding it, and I've got skinny arms. So it's I can't wait for this to be over, because my arm's about to fall off. I'm trying to prop my mic up.
I think they call that moves like Jagger. So, Zach, thank you so much for a fabulous season. The diplomacy hobby would not be in the state that it is without the Virtual Diplomacy League, and DBN would certainly not be there. Really, really great league, quality play, and to cap it off with a game like this, what a treat for any fan of diplomacy.
Absolutely. Right. Thank you for all you do on League Night. This is a great show. This is a fantastic product. I love watching it every month.
All right. And you and I need to get together and get our next edition of Countdown out after the standings shakeups from today. So stay tuned for that. Thanks again, Zach. And Adam, it is your turn. Why don't you close out the show with your thoughts?
We got our money's worth tonight. Boy, did we get our money's worth. I mean, this was just so much fun. I'm humbled to be part of the experience, and really congrats to everybody on that top board. That was just a lot of fun, and I hope everybody enjoyed playing in the game as much as we enjoyed watching it and talking about it tonight. I can't wait to see what happens in the DBNI tournament. I can't wait to see what happens at Whipping. I hope many of you will join us there in person and get to see in person some of the great faces that you've seen online and talked to virtually. The future is bright for the diplomacy hobby. This has just been so much fun.
In my opinion, this is the game of diplomacy played as it was designed to play. Very, very fortunate for all of us to be able to see and be a part of it. I completely agree, Adam. And I think a big thing that I'm excited about is we got this on camera. We got this recorded, and it will be available for people to watch in the future. Hopefully we will have more conversation and people analyzing this game, helping them learn how to play the game and get a taste of how fun this game can actually be. And one thing that would help with that is please like the video. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Post in the comments, Dip Chat. Thank you so much for your participation. All of this helps YouTube say this is content worth watching, and it will share it out. And there have been multiple people over the past couple of years that have found this game by watching this stream, and that's really what we're trying to do here, is share the game we love with as large an audience as we can. So thank you all for watching. Thank you to Marcus and Tanya for their hard work on the sideline, for Kevin working just filling in everywhere he could, David Hood for joining us on a busy day to help kick off the show, Ed, Adam, thank you for being a part on this broadcast, and thanks each of you for watching. I hope to see each of you on a diplomacy board soon. Have a good night.